Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. We are finally going to be getting some games underway, and although there is a separation in the middle of the screen, I can confirm that my beautiful partner in crime, Mr. Pablo, is here, literally sat alongside me. Brother, how are you?
Yes. I
well, one thing, this is the beauty of having chat, right, and doing it for the first time. Guys can't hear you, so I will check. Chat, you're going to be our godsend today. Can you hear me? Are you all right? Can you hear me? You just can't hear Pablo. Because this is the beauty as well, Pablo. If you want to chat, you can scoot over and just start talking. Have you done your thing again?
You know what's happened?
All right, we're all good. Okay. So at least I'm all right. So I think Pabs has killed his own computer, so we should be good to go. But yeah,
Oh, am I back?
There you go. I think now, chat. Can you hear him? Are we good? I can hear him. So hopefully you guys should be all right.
Well,
if there are,
yeah, it's looking good.
If there are any issues with audio, guys, throughout the stream, ping it in the chat. Say for the both of us here, it's been kick bollock scramble for everyone involved. So we're going to be desperately trying to do everything we can.
Mate, I just did the most awesome intro of all time as well. It's totally gone on deaf ears. Literally, you and Jacko were just like, "Oh, let's go!" Man, fell on deaf ears. Listen, the place is called Lava for a reason, cause it's hot today. It is hot in here. It's hot out there. The vibes are high, man. I can't wait to get some COD on the go.
Well, so obviously our first game for the evening, it was going to be a different game, but with scheduling and various technical difficulties for anyone who isn't at the venue, we had an issue with an IP ban for an hour, so we had to push back the games a little bit longer. But our first game for the evening is going to be Excalibur Esports up against VibePay Esports. For anyone who is interested in the roster, we know quite a bit about one team, Pablo. Obviously, KZ Decimator, Carl, and Mr. Ferrimond as well, obviously a very esteemed player, up against VibePay, Portal, Genji, Swin, and Stunner. So we know pretty much what the left team's all about. We have cast VibePay before, though, previously, and they were a very solid roster. So although even in the early stages we kind of get these issues with seeding and very, very quick series, it wouldn't surprise me here if we get a bit of a banger on this one.
Man, you know how Vanguard's been treating us lately. It's been absolutely like doing us over. We know we get this big win map 1, and then map 2 it completely changes on its head. So you know anything can happen. Listen, Faramond, no more Scotty. No more. He's no longer without duo. So this is going to be super interesting to see how he plays with Decimator and K's. We know these are the quality side, but we've passed over VibePay. Now listen, as far as I remember, Stunner, Portal, quality players, going to be able to put up some decent numbers. So this could be, I mean, straight from the outset, we could be looking at a map 4, map 5 kind of situation.
Yeah. And so I think from what chat's saying, it's not VibePay, it's DB and Co. So we'll have to double check that one. But while we try and sort that one out behind the scenes, yeah, so it's not the game that we think it is. So obviously we quickly tweak that and change it as we go. But we do know the maps, so we know these are certain because you've literally gone out to the floor and asked the guys for the maps.
Listen, you expect this like high-level technology. You know, we had issues this morning. I'm handing like pieces of paper with Jacko's, you know, like Acti on there. It's just been wild right now. It's going well. But we did have an alternate game that was scheduled, which was going to be, I think it was going to be the incentive guys, but everything changed. It's been pushed back a little bit, so everything's a little bit on the fly at the minute. But we're enjoying the keeping us on our toes. I mean, keeping us young.
Yeah, I mean. When we do get confirmation of it, there will be a game. I promise you. Regardless of who the teams are, you guys will get a game. Apologies for the plays that we've had throughout the day. Obviously, there's a lot of games that are going on at the moment. I've had to split the winners bracket into 2 sides because we've got so many games currently going on. We've got our winners bracket at the top of it. And, I mean, one roster that stands out, Pablo, is that Katana Gaming roster. Obviously, we know this team before. They've got Mr. Gizmo on it now, which, in terms of a player to bring in, can't really pick a better one, to be honest with you.
I mean, if they're going to fall right into your lap, you might as well take a CDL Pro on board. And I mean, the thing that interests me about that Katana side is we're talking about Gizmo and Chaxter. They were in the Challenger Champs finals last year against each other, and now they're teaming up, and it's looking like an absolutely solid roster. You know, Katana have done an awesome job, but they're not the only team. There are some dark horses in here. I mean, for me, mistakenly, they've got to be the slight favourite. They've been playing together a lot. They've won the Toronto Cup. They've won the Super League. They've done really, really well. They've got a solid S&D lineup, and they've got a couple of players who can go off and hardpoint. But then you've got a couple more dark horses. A Death Club, mate. We are talking legends, mate. Actual legends, mate. The T12 in the world, 2 players in the second best Call of Duty of all time, in my opinion, Black Ops 4, in PT and in Davey. Unreal scenes today.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got Dave, Pete, BB Connor, and Henry all on one roster. I mean, I'm really interested to kind of see what this team could do, to be honest, that as a roster, because we've had some people say the likes of Dave, they'll come back and they'll literally hit the ground running, pretty much be exactly how they were before. And other people are saying, well, they're going to be rusty. They're coming up against guys who have played the game for months on end. Obviously, came out in November, who have been grinding away. Obviously, not necessarily the same rosters and the same teams that we're used to seeing in challenges all the time, because it does switch around quite a lot. It is a bit of a merry-go-round for some of these teams, but obviously they played the game, they know the mechanics, they know kind of how the system works, with how the gun changes have worked throughout the year, and obviously they've just got the hours under their belts. So it will be really interesting to see how far that team goes, because if they do go far, it's just one of those things that you say, if you've got it, you've got it. It's just one of those things that never leaves.
Yeah, well, listen, it's LAN, so it's the online element, and the thing that everyone's complained about since COVID lockdowns is out the way. This is their environment, and now we know we've seen some players like Hawkey come back and he struggled. And honestly, I've spoke to players like Luty, and they say this game and Cold War play completely differently, and players who've come through online play it completely differently to the way those guys played. Like,
your mic's going. Is it your Discord? It keeps changing it. It's literally your Discord. I don't know. I think you might be pressing a button. Who knows? But I'm literally halfway through the game. I'm just, yeah, you're back again now. So keep that window somewhere.
I'm just wondering whether it's like got a eclipse or something. So it's just like, I don't know. I'm back anyway. What I was saying was, before the Discord rudely interrupted us, man, we've had some tech issues today already. But we are fighting a good fight. What I was saying is, we've seen some players come back in the likes of Hawkey and maybe struggled. And talking to a few players as well, they seem to think that, you know, the group of online players that have come through over the last 2 iterations of COD play this game slightly differently, and maybe it's going to be difficult, but honestly, let's take PT. The guy's like top 100 or something in rank play. The guy's been grinding hard. He's absolutely nailed it. He is going to hit the ground running, and this is their environment. You know, Davey's used to playing LAN. He knows the environment. He's not going to feel under pressure. This could be perfect for them.
All right, so this is the interesting thing now, because chat is saying that it's not versus Valraven, but Jacko is literally obviously our observer for the day. Big shout out to Jacko for all the help that he's putting in. But he's confirming that it is Valraven. So we are now in a position where we're like, who do we go with? Do we go with the guys on the floor? Do we go with the guys in the chat? Because I know there's a lot of the lads in the chat that like to pull our legs. Obviously, Jack's in there as well. I know.
Amen.
But he's saying it's Valraven versus DB's team. But he says it's DB's team, not Casey. So we will just double check. Oh, okay, so it's not Excalibur that's playing Valraven, but it is Valraven that's playing. This is this is the beauty of it. We've got to feel our way kind of obviously through the bracket. We did have a specified game that we knew was definitely going ahead. Obviously that one is a little bit further down the line, so we wanted to bring you just some sort of Call of Duty action. But obviously we can update it and tweak it on the fly. But kind of going back to the day ahead, Pablo. I mean, it was a gauntlet enough already as it was. Obviously we've got the delays. We do have kind of the beauty somewhat of some of these players being of such ability up against other players who necessarily aren't like right at the top. So
I love how you word some of you're so like nice sometimes. You mean the 3-0 slaps.
Yeah. So realistically, although we might have delays somewhere, we should be able to make up for time elsewhere. So we're going to have a position where we'll have a lot of 3-0s, maybe 3-1s on the card. So we should be able to progress through the bracket. But I mean, we're in the cooker in here, Pablo. But on the floor, to be fair, it's still relatively warm. They do have obviously a bit more space and the front door open, unlike us in our little TARDIS pod in here. But we've got a lot of games to go, and I do feel for the players. Because we talk about how hard it is to cast game after game after game. These guys have got to go and play to the top level for a big amount of money, series after series after series. And they're not necessarily playing straight after each other. They have a little bit of a break. Some teams have tiny breaks. So it's one where you've really kind of got to kind of juggle the day and just really turn up when it matters.
Listen, you know, the other problem they've got is because of the technical issues, the warm-ups are limited. So, you know, they're not going to get the kind of time that they may have been used to prior. You know, shooting 5,000 bots in Dome isn't going to happen. So you're going to have to hit the ground running in your individual games. So there's those issues. Little thing they did tweak, though, losers is going to be best of 3 rather than best of 5. So that should hopefully speed things up a little bit. As we've got to get to 40 games today, we're not going to be casting that many. I think we might actually lose our voices.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's going to be it's a packed schedule, and the guys in Lava very kindly said they will just keep this place open until those games are done. So when we hit tomorrow, it's going to be back to being a more structured thing, and hopefully we won't get the IP again, the IP ban again. But yeah, it's looking good, and we apologize a little bit for the confusion, but it is absolute mayhem out there.
Yeah, I say it's absolute carnage. I do feel for all the admin guys involved, because with the thing that happened with the IP ban, for anyone who doesn't know, it happened, we believe, because everyone swarmed, logged onto Battle.net, obviously from one IP at once. So the system clicked, went, hang on a minute, cut the internet. So now we've got a system in place where people have to log in one at a time, do it progressively so that they don't get booted again. So obviously a little bit of time in between the series is going to have to be accounted for that kind of stuff. But obviously a big event, Pablo. We've also got we've got sponsors as well in the form of energy drink. And we do have a beautiful video to play it, so I think we'll quickly roll the ad.
I've had some.
Oh, is it good? I haven't had it. Is it good?
Man, the guy gave me a free couple of
shots. They got the shot.
I mean, I'm vibing now.
I thought it was like apple hours at the bar. I thought people were getting leathered to watch the game.
I was literally about to start necking them, and I've gone to focus now, so yeah, it must be working.
Yeah, so obviously we'll just show you guys the one of the sponsors for this ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational, and then we'll be back in just a quick second.
Player Ammo. A gaming energy formula. Improved focus. Energy boost. Natural colors and flavors. Zero sugar. Zero crash. Order online at playerammo.com. Player Ammo. Unlock your potential.
So guys, welcome back. So Player Ammo, obviously one of the big sponsors coming through. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, if we start to trail, Pablo, we can obviously go out there, crack a couple of shots of energy drink and come back again.
Yeah, 100%, mate. It was actually quite nice. I'm not going to lie. Another big shout out needs to go to Luke Massey and VibePay, guys who've put up the money for the grand prize, and awesome work from them. And obviously they provided us with awesome assets, and it's just been a great promotion. And you've got to give a massive shout out to the man himself, Joe Preston. Prezi has done an awesome, you know, he's taken 2 weeks off to try and get this absolutely nailed, and they've thrown every possible problem at him, and he's managed to prevail. So far so good, and we are just waiting literally to get these boys on the way. There are games going down at the minute, but they're again outside our broadcast remit at the minute. We are dying to get going, but again, we talk about some of the dark horses potentially. You know, we know we've got Katana, we've got Mistaken, but Team Ricochet, T3 in the last. Yeah. I think they could possibly do something for T.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that team. One player, I think it might be Kausty that isn't here. So they do actually have a slightly different roster to what we've seen before. But one thing I will say, do not underestimate Team Ricochet. We've seen them time after time after time. Yeah, Fuzzy Shocker, Ross, Divil, Team of 4 that I mean this one. I mean, if you're looking at kind of a talented roster on paper of players that, especially from what we've seen on Vanguard, have produced very good, consistent results across the year. They're a team of 4 that you're looking at and saying, again, probably big expectations. You've got to feel for some of these teams that are more of the upper echelon that we would consider anyway in this bracket, because they've got a lot of expectation on their shoulder when it comes to these games. Yeah. If they don't finish top 4, we spoke about this with the timeline. If one of these teams, I mean, God forbid Johnny W's team doesn't do well in this event, he is going to get battered on Twitter. So they've got a lot of pressure, some of these teams.
Listen, we were talking about this yesterday and how like kind of entertaining is the idea that this is going to define Twitter for the next 6 months. These guys who claim to get loud are going to be super quiet, and as soon as they say anything on Twitter, they're going to get jumped on. Johnny W being a prime example of that. He is going to need to go absolutely huge.
Yep.
Another team that we haven't really spoke about. Now we know Team Ricochet looking good. They're actually just on form online, looking really nice. So whether they can bring that kind of performance to LAN is going to be a thing. Scalp Esports though, probably the biggest org in the UK, maybe Bayern with the banner. They're really well run. Bean Rowan himself is here. Absolute pleasure to meet the man. But that team that they've put together, I mean, that's tidy as well. That's a huge team right there.
Yeah, I mean, Scalp roster. I mean, we can go through so many of these teams. I mean, when you've got Luty, I'm still going to preach it, right? The fact that Higgy and Kez, I look at that team on Scalp of Luty, Higgy, Kez, and 11, and I'm like, that team is just vibes. Like, I know what Higgy and Kez are like. You've seen Kez's stream. He's like such a clown with it. Obviously, a very good player to go with it. Higgy as well is a player that we've really been keeping an eye on this year. He's kind of floated between quite a few rosters. Obviously played with Luke on that Mistaken Esports roster for a bit, and now he's under the general in Luty. So he's got a group of players around him, like from close friends who he's known for a while, to almost much more experienced heads in Luty. I mean, you've been with Luty in some of the situations. Like, big brain is imminent in this man everywhere. He just seems to know everything about the game at all times. So, I mean, you're probably better off explaining it than what the impact he has on a team. You've seen it from a coaching perspective and as a playing perspective as well.
Yeah, it's super interesting. He's a big personality and he's not afraid to tell people off, but he really he takes players who've got clear gun skill and he just wants to mold them into, understanding how to play the game strategically, understanding what better routes to take, timings especially, and how, playing your life, all these little elements. He just wants people to learn. He's constantly looking for the team and for players just got that ability just to understand the game a little bit better and to put the work in. And we've seen him bop around a few teams, but right now, for us, Higgy's been one of the best up-and-coming players. We remember actually, casting over him really early ACCL games, and he was, an outstanding player then. We know Kez, formerly Cheetos and Milk, was, in exactly the same boat. Now, this is a big opportunity for him to pick things back up because he has previously, last few months, he's just struggled a little bit, but now I think this is a great opportunity for him to go absolutely big. And then, obviously, 11, an absolute big brain. One of the nicest guys you could talk to him, but the guy can put up absolute numbers. So Scalp, I think that's another dark horse roster, and especially when you consider the experience that Lewis has got on LAN, hopefully he's going to be able to, that little bit of ice that they're going to need in the veins.
Well, this is one of the things that we talk about all the time. It's kind of, I mean, the players do all the time. You talk about onliners. When it comes to LAN, if you prove yourself at LAN, it's almost like you get that little added bit of respect from players as a whole. So these players that have been to LAN, I mean, talk about the experience of Johnny, Luke, those kind of players, like Lucy as well. They've been there, they've done it, they've kind of proven that they can do it. So it's kind of for a lot of these players that we've seen kind of come up through ACCL, who we haven't really seen. Well, we haven't seen at all on LAN, for example. They've got kind of a position now where they need to kind of prove themselves. So you can be good online. Whenever I've spoken to players about them playing on the station, they have been like, the hit reg with the low ping is just completely different. It's a completely different kettle of fish when you're sat down literally on the same connection as everyone else. So it's an opportunity for a lot of these players. Mr. Jacko's just worked out to the floor. He might have to be our messenger for the time being, just to get the idea on the game. But yeah, a lot of these players, they've got a big point to prove. They've done it online. They've looked good in some of these cups, especially in the Challenger Cups. The likes of Higgy, who's the work his way up. But now this is their opportunity to show it.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is obviously we're at a level now. You talk about the players that we've got here. We've got Gizmo here, come straight from the CDL. He's a pro player with pro experience, and everyone here is aiming for that. And we know there's a few teams that have come for the experience and a bit of fun. But you talk about these top five teams. They want to do this professionally. They want to make money, and how you do that is at LAN. So if you can prove you've got the ice, if you can get that cachet, basically to say I can do this at LAN. I'm not going to collapse under pressure. I'm not an players are going to drop off, then it's huge, because they're the players that the likes of Looty, the likes of PT, the likes of Davey, the likes of Gizmo and Jax are going to be interested in playing with. They don't want to play with players who fold as soon as someone barks over the top of the monitors at them. They want that little bit of ice in the veins. So we're going to see. I think this ACCL event is going to see a huge sea change in the attitudes of some players, it's particularly on Twitter and within the whole community. But either way, it's going to be super exciting. We've got absolutely unreal games to bring you, and you know what we're looking forward to the most? Man, JT versus Kiwi.
That is literally the clash that when we were going through the lists of games, we were like, we have to get Kiwi on the broadcast, because he was the man that got the most votes for literally that invitation to come through and say, right, there you go, there's your ticket, come and play. And he's here. Everyone is here, loving it, lapping up. It's so good as well to see kind of like the interaction of people that have not met at all. I mean, we've had a lot of people bump into, you don't know who they are, and then you see them, you're like, and then you have a quick catch up and you have a chat. And obviously, Kiwi is such a big personality on Twitter all the time, on COD. So to see him here and get him on the sticks, you can't write it. It's good to see, and obviously that is one of the games, hopefully, fingers crossed, how the scheduling works, we should be able to bring you guys. But it's just brilliant to have everyone in the same building, Pablo, of even if it's just people that have been chatting waffle to each other across the monitors online. They're now in the same building, potentially after going to the pub, having a few drinks and just vibing, really.
Yeah, I can 100% guarantee Kiwis love this so far. I think he's just there. It's great for, we've been locked indoors for 2 years nearly, and it's done like for 2 years. It's been a nightmare. We've had Cold War. Vanguard has not been the best friend to the Call of Duty community, right away from the players to the casters. So it's really nice to finally get to a position where all those faces and all those names that we haven't had faces to put to, we're finally able to do it. Sometimes for us it can be a little daunting because everyone knows who we are, but Kiwi's kind of getting a little bit of that as well, because obviously everyone knows who he is. I think Johnny W's had a little bit of that as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. And I think again this is going to change the landscape of the UK COD community for the next few months, and it's particularly going to be interesting once we start hitting back into the 2Ks and just start to see the actual ban that goes down. And let's not forget that in August we have got another LAN as well, another ACCL LAN. So this is not the first one. This is going to be swinging back round as we look to this is the Invitational. The August one is going to be entirely earned through the ACCL season. So that also means is that the ACCL Super League is going to be absolutely rammed with the best possible talent.
Yeah, and speaking of talent, we know what the game is, okay? I mean, I didn't really want to say that out loud, to be honest, just in case it came back and hit me straight in the face, but we've got two Excalibur teams. So we've got Excalibur Esports and we've got X Nation. So the confusion came through because we were told it was Excalibur, so we assumed Excalibur Esports, but it's not. It's XD Nation. So that roster is Dennis, Lenzo, NT, and Yoz. So that is going to be the game that we are going to be covering. And the maps, Pablo, as we saw earlier, I'm pretty sure these will be the maps. Wow. Well, now we've got Berlin in control. We've got the possibility for triple Berlin now. We've got it, and then we've got double Bocage on the end just to put the cherry on the top.
Listen, XC Nation, I went over to them earlier on to give them Jacko Zakti, and honestly, they were like, why is our team pick triple Berlin? How has that managed to happen? So, I mean, it's going to be a long old 3 games. It's unreal. But if we do get to map 4, man, we are then flying. This is going to be 90 miles an hour for map 4 and map 5, but we have got to get there. Interestingly, Berlin control now into the rotation. We said that, the stronger teams in this is potentially going to start picking Berlin control, because if they're able to beam, capturing that A point is so easy. And then if they're able to dominate going to B, this is definitely a sea change from the Tuscan and Gav, which even weaker teams could do quite well on. We know Berlin hard points. We know what.
Yep. I don't know what your microphone is doing. It's having a Western super there. Wait, are you back now?
Yeah, I should be. I don't know what it's doing. No idea, man. It's not used to being away from home. Listen, the ice has gone for me on land. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, we were just talking about Berlin Hardpoint. We kind of know what to expect with Berlin Hardpoint. We know it's going to be about these long routes. We know it's about that kind of P2 to P3 control. Makes absolutely the difference in terms of the points. And then we're heading into Berlin Search and Destroy. Listen, Vanguard has not been a friend to the caster. We see these big result goes down, huge slap on the hard point, and then we often see a reverse in S&D. So not huge, you know, it could go either way. S&D again, no Berlin, slow one. So it'll be interesting to see XC Nation, Dennis, Lenzo, and Co. They've got a big job on their hands because we know that the boys from Valraven, you know, got a little bit of experience and it should be good for them.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of kind of, again, it feels like this has been kind of the story of Vanguard. We've had a lot of hit and miss comments with Berlin Control, especially. Some teams think it's all right. Other teams think, oh, it's not all right. It's a little bit rogue at times. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of with little practice that these teams have got, obviously coming into a big event. There has been quite a lot of Berlin Controls, from what I'm hearing. I believe Jacko did cover one maybe in the series before that he was just doing on the Bravo stream. That was a Berlin Control as well. So it's obviously one that teams are taking quite a big punt on. They're obviously maybe in a position where they're thinking, right, we've had a little bit of practice. We can obviously just kind of play it more spontaneous and just kind of go with the flow, and our natural gun skill will maybe get us over the line, or maybe it's a case of they have actually scrimmed this quite a bit and they're feeling confident in what they're doing. So it is good. It is finally good to have that free map pool for the control, especially for the vetoes, because it was pretty much you pick a map and that was it. Whereas now we've actually got kind of the ban and then the other team manages to pick it. So we've got a bit more variety, but it's so weird. We get a bit more variety in a map 3 and then you see the map count and it's like, okay, not much variety here. And the double Bocage, if this goes the distance, that Bocage map 4 and Bocage map 5 is probably just going to be hella full of storylines.
I mean, this is the thing. I think if we get this kind of map set often, especially if we see this double Berlin, the potential for Berlin S&D followed by Berlin Control the potential is unreal. Now, you know, heading into the speedy maps, I think we're going to see potentially, especially with closer teams, a lot of reverses going on.
Yeah.
I know we've seen it already. I know every time we think it's going to be a 3-0, it goes to a map 5. But with that additional, and the other thing is, we know how it works in COD. The new map becomes the fashion.
Yeah.
But what I feel is that the stronger teams, especially with good ARs,
Yep.
are just going to want to pick Berlin Control.
Yeah.
Time. You know, they don't have to deal with the close quarter potential that you get in Tuscan. Gav is just a pain anyway. Even though it's an AR heavy map, it's still a pain.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be casting a lot of Berlin Control today.
I think it's a map where, again, we talk about even at the start of Vanguard, Berlin was the map that a lot of people looked at to be kind of a more balanced map, slightly slower pace, but it had a bit more opportunity to it, whereas Tuscan was kind of like that more fast-paced action. But people enjoy Tuscan, don't get me wrong, but I have a feeling that the impression is it's very much attack is really hard, defense is really easy. Same with Gavutu, whereas Berlin, it feels as though there's a little bit more wiggle room for those teams in the offensive position to be able to make strategy work, to be able to make a slight difference, and try and make something that isn't like the most readable play. It feels as though Gavutu, it's like, right, well, you can either try and hit the B point quickly, or you go over to boat, and then if you get pinned back in spawn, we know how difficult it can be. Whereas Berlin just looks as though it gives them a little bit more opportunity to add a bit more variety to what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think the balance is a weird one. Hopefully my audio hasn't gone out because I can't hear myself again.
You're good. I can hear.
Oh, okay, no worries. The weird thing for me is that the Berlin, it gives balance in a really odd way. So we know Gavutu and Tuscan were always defense heavy. We knew that the one strategy for the attacking team that generally worked was push someone to B, push 3 to A. You're going to stop the clock no matter what. You might get a ticket. And then if that doesn't work, you're potentially going to be able to get a wipe over towards A and then get those ticks at A. Berlin, a weird strategy now. You got this like attacking team that basically spawns into A. They literally have to down the street.
Yeah.
They can potentially get a team wipe and they get A, but B is so difficult. Then you've got that huge hole that you've got to try and make your way from kind of like warehouse end all the way across what is P1, and it's not going to be easy. And it's the setups for the defensive team are so strong. I mean, don't get me wrong, we saw it in the pro-am optic. I mean, it was a custom performance. Is the mic on again?
No. Sorry, Ams, the beautiful man, that Mr. H2O. This is the thing where we've got so much interaction with the guys on the floor, because we're doing the casting, the production. Obviously, Jacko's left a huge hand to us. There might be cases where people poke through the window like, guys are ready, are you ready, all good to go. Obviously Jacko's doing a huge amount of work trying to get all the information for us. I tried to tell Ham just to ping us a text, but I don't know if he got it or not. We'll never know. But yeah, going back to this one, Pablo, strong starts, we talk about them all the time. Obviously on LAN, the guys losers round 1 is best of 3. from what I understand. I'm pretty sure it is. So you have one series, you lose it, you're in losers, you're gone, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, down over. So you're looking at strong starts, especially out the gates, to kind of progress you, because obviously winning this winners round one doesn't drop you straight into losers round one. Go a little bit further down the line. We talk about kind of the grind of losers brackets, about how hard it can be to slog out so many games. And obviously in a venue like this, where you're always on your feet, you're always moving around, you've got to keep an eye on some teams, how they're getting on. Oh, we've got to grab food, we've got to go to our station. It's one where these teams are going to need a lot of endurance, and dropping into losers round one straight off the rip, you do not want to do that.
No, exactly. The other thing is that the beauty of LAN is that you've already seen players and coaches, you know, sneaking behind people, looking at their strats, trying to get as much information as they can before they go into it. We know these top teams are already doing it. So, you know, you've got to be careful as well. And thankfully, the warm-ups, I guess, are a little bit limited. But you're going to need a great start in this, especially if you're a weaker side. And the problem with that is if we start to see a lot of bail-in, I think this plays into the hands of the better teams. It's not as chaotic as, say, a Bocage, Heartbeat, or a Tuscan S&D. You know, it used to be that the better teams would lean on Desert Siege S&D because it was strategically and tactically a lot more difficult. Well, now that this bail-in controls come in, I think we're going to be eating a lot of bail-in today, to be perfectly honest. Yeah,
well, another thing that we've brought up time after time after time is if you're an underdog, you want to try and make the series messy. You want to try and get engagements that are just engagement after engagement after, and just try and play that. Obviously, Bocage is a staple for a messy map. Obviously, Tuscan kind of that close second, but when you look at kind of the likes of Gavutu, the likes of Berlin, those structured teams, those more accomplished teams that understand how the game works, even the spawn system, for as difficult as it can be, you do tend to see teams that are more established look very, very good on Berlin. It's usually a case of Bocage hardpoint map 1 can be very close, and then you go to a Berlin search and it could be an absolute blowout. Or if you have a map 4 Berlin hardpoint, you can go, hang on a minute, the Bocage was 250 to 202. You go to a Berlin, it can be 250 to 80. It's a much more structured map, a much more organized map, and these teams that are in the upper sections, I suppose you would say, of the bracket, they look to that map, and unsurprisingly, we're probably going to see quite a lot of it this weekend.
Actually, it raises a point that's quite interesting for me, is that a lot, you know, when you're on Twitter and you see a lot of the players going like, what the hell is this spawn? It's nearly always a Gavutu. Like, the spawns on Gavutu seem to be, you know, the ones that provide the most spurious moments or the most aberrant spawns. And the bail-in control coming in is just one more reason not to pick Gavutu. And from the rip, like from the very outset of Vanguard, everyone was like, no, we don't really like Gavutu. It's not the friend to the SMG player. So this is like, I suppose if you're a really talented SMG player, you've got talented ARs, and then control is like a godsend, realistically speaking. So yeah, I think it's going to be a vital map, and I think it's going to be one where the less capable teams are going to have to go on a quick learning curve.
Yeah, and speaking of quick learning curves, right, you're not going to like me for this, we've got a very strict learning curve because of the Activision ID problems that we've had with the venue. We have got player names that aren't the actual players. So I'm going to run you through it. It's only one team, I believe. So we've got Rico in game is Stunner, Quids is going to be Genji, Breeze is Swin, and we've got one Shining Light. Portal is Portal. So we have one player that is going to match up. Telecasting, not too much of an issue. Play-by-play might be a little bit difficult, not going to lie.
Honestly, I'm gonna say to you now, just go with the names on screen. You're gonna have to do like a Rubik's Cube kind of in your brain in order to flip that around. Go, man. Imagine trying to do that a million miles an hour, especially if they get to that map 4. Are you going to do Bocage and trying to change them names over mid-game? Oh, man, that is going to blow your mind. But honestly, this is going to... we just want to get underway now. It's been, you know, a few hours in here. It's getting warm. Lava, what an absolutely perfect name for this place right now. They did promise us air conditioning and then brought in light. So right now, me and Mage are starting to get a little warm, but out there, it is heating up. We've had quite a lot of banter going on, quite a lot of shouting going on, and a lot of drinking. Yeah, good to go. Hams is back with the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Mr. Aqua, ex-millionaire, the king of the Aqua Pod, is just give us the thumbs up. So hopefully we're going to be able to get started very, very soon. This is the ACCL Spring Invitational at Lava Esports in Sheffield, brought to you by VibePay. So hopefully we're going to be able to get started, and obviously Power Ammo with the supplying the focus and supplying the fuel. Yeah, this is going to be sweet. And
obviously the beauty of LAN, having everyone in the same room, on our end of it, makes it slightly difficult because obviously the microphones, you'll have a double Pablo and a double Major if we're casting. So we've had to kind of turn down the thresholds some of the volume. So apologies, guys, if I do cut out. I will literally try and whisper sweet nothings in your ear and keep my face pointed, just so obviously it tries to cancel out as much as Pablo's voice as possible, but also picks up as much as mine. So I will try to keep it as close as possible for you guys so that you can hear me and I'm not just cutting out. But
the main thing is that I don't get too excitable, really. I'm quite a calm colour caster, so you should be all right.
yeah, and well, I mean, we're in. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to say anything that's potentially gonna jinx it, because I think the bad juju has already come through enough this weekend, so I'm just gonna kind of sit here and be like, right, okay, we'll just let it go, because we might have a potential map restart, who knows. But Berlin, map 1 for the hardpoint, Pablo, we talk about it all the time. Strong starts anyways are important. And I think we might have had a lobby dropout. There we have. Okay, there you go. See, this is why I didn't say anything. So weird.
Hey, just a quiz question. The Valraven guys are they traveling? I'm sure a couple of these guys are from Europe.
I think they are. Yeah, I think they have come. I mean, there's been so many teams. Swaggy's lot, they've come a long way. There's a huge amount.
Alex?
Yeah. Obviously, Alex as well. I had a burger with him yesterday. Very nice lad. He's there's so many players and so many teams that have come far and wide to literally take part in this event. It's one that effort all round from players, from staff, has been second to none, and that's why I am praying literally to make sure that this, please, no PC issues, no as many Vanguard issues as possible don't come through, because we're going to have them regardless. I think it's inevitable with Vanguard from what we've had in the year anyways, but fingers crossed get everything working. We are just going to have a quick map restart for this one though.
Funniest thing is they still haven't changed the nameplates on the Codcaster.
No.
That was the first message that anyone would have sent was like, please can you change the nameplates, like 7 months ago. It's absolutely insane that this is the case. But yeah, we've had a ton of people traveling over. The first game I think we were scheduled to cast was going to be the Irish lads, Murphy and Danny G and that, and obviously that's been put back, and we've got this now Valraven esports cast. But loads of people come from all over, obviously the Republic, from Scotland, all over England, and we've got like Team Ricochet guys come over from Wales and Northern Europe as well. So a lot of passion, and you know, it just shows the commitment. And again, we're excited to get underway more than anything else. I know we keep repeating ourselves, but we really do want to get into some Call of Duty and start giving you guys the action from the ACCL. Keep your eyes on Twitter as well. One little shout out goes to Ant. The guy who writes and produces the rotation is going to be going around doing interviews and stuff, so keep your eyes open on Twitter. He's going to be trying to pick interviews with different people, and hopefully you're going to get you know, the full perspective, including some of the stuff from the actual floor as well. We were going to try and do interviews a little bit more kind of officially upstairs, but it just didn't work out. It looks like, are we heading into a Berlin harbor?
And well, I mean, you're looking at the tower, and segueing into that, there are some tall buggers in this venue. I mean, if anyone's not seen my tweet, I was there literally next to Terry Yogurt and Paddy Infinity. They are huge. Like I mean, I made the joke that we are actually, well, that I'm not myself actually 4'3". I will pronounce that I am actually 5'11". But those are some big boys. There are so many tall players in this one that they literally make us feel like leprechauns, to be honest. But we're finally into the game. We're underway here between the boys of XC Nation. And yeah, so as mentioned, guys, so Rico is Stunner, Quids is Genji, Breeze is Swin, and Mr. Portal is Mr. Portal. And Valraven, right off the start, Pablo, they're looking very strong. Yeah, so I think you've dipperoonied. I'll chat away. I'll chat away to myself. I think it has gone again. But yeah, we are now underway for this map here on this hard point. So apologies, guys. The names really, apart from Portal, I think we're going to really just kind of go with what we're working with here. But the boys of Excalibur Nation kind of struggling in the early stages. And it looks as though the boys of Valraven, just a little bit of a lead going in towards this P2. You can see DB already in the hill, and also NT out the back. They've got a little bit of a run, though, to try and help him out. You can already see the Valraven just slowly starting to progress onto him.
Yeah, Rico literally waiting out back, manages to get the kill on NT. I'm sure he was super surprised there was a player that deep, but really nice play from the boys from Valraven there. They've managed to push on through. A little bit bullying tactics there, but Excalibur Major doing quite well to bring that back from you know, a 20-second deficit back to 28-30, and now this remains largely contested. The boys from Excalibur Nation manages to bring it through, and this has been a nice P2 for them, but already Major P3 looking like it's going to be the remit of Valraven Esports.
And Although it says Rico, it is indeed Mr. Stunner, who's currently 7 and 2 at the moment. So a strong start there from him. He is going to need a little bit, though, from Portal. Currently struggling at the moment as we rotate over towards the next hill. You can see, though, the body of Red Arrows out the back. Can they win the engagements? You can see Yoz already on a 4 streak, so slowly edging his way through. They are winning the gunfights, though, and there's another win for Stunner, who manages to take down both Lenzo and NT. So that initial control now for Valraven is going to be there. They are 30 seconds down. However, they're still going to have to deal with a few waves of players. They've got the presence in the back, though, Pablo, and you can see now Excalibur Nation, they are literally ready to try and punch through here. But what approach will they take?
Yeah, it was kind of an odd approach. The three of them pushed through middle, and I'm kind of surprised they all kind of tried to deal with that one player over towards Old. They've managed to punch through onto the left-hand side and get back in, so Valraven kind of collapsed on this P3. They are going to be making their way back through fire, and yeah, it's been really nice from Excalibur, a team we didn't really know what to expect, but we know DB 7 and 5 right now is holding his own. We've got a couple of players a little bit negative, NT and Lenzo needing to come through. This has been a bit of a war of attrition over to this P3. In fact, Major, I'd suggest these are actually quite nicely matched up sides. Valraven are going to be making their way over to that P4 spawn. They've already got players ready and waiting, but again, Lenzo with that push around the back, and you can see number 3 in Yosh, just looking to see if anyone pushes. The timing here could be perfect. That's a huge kill right there. Lenzo manages to the top from top. Balky gets taken down from tower, and that's awesome play. And Valraven Esports managed to retain control of P4.
Yeah, now on the hill are Valraven. They're going to need to hold a decent chunk of time, and so there's just going to be a little bit of back and forth, but the Portal manages to pick up one, and Swin, though it says Breezy, that is indeed him on that one with the issues of Acti IDs. So another gunfight goes in favor, and he manages to win another one, and there's another win that comes through from Stunner, who on your screen is currently sat at Rico. So Excalibur only trailing by 20. They are at least going to get the man off the hill, so they're stopping Valraven from trying to claw back any more time, and Excalibur likewise still struggling to get people on the hill. You can see Portal has managed to finally get on the hill, but Quids is going to manage to take him down, who is currently Genji. This is the Rubik's Cube of names currently going to my brain, but at the moment, Excalibur Nation, really good work, but they still need to try and take these players off the hill. They've soaked a decent amount of time, and already, Pablo, we're going to go in towards the P5. Nothing separating them at the moment, and we know how messy this P5 can be sometimes.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. We started to see a little bit of a fashion where people were getting good control and good time for it, but now it just seems like, again, it's become a heavy contest still. This is a really nicely matched pair of teams, though. Portal finally coming good. He's 6 and 10 now after that really appalling start. Started to put some time together as well. So this has been a nice performance from Valraven. They're still yet to take the lead back, so XC Nation doing really, really well. DB on that 12 and 9 is absolutely powering through as the lobby leader in terms of kills, but he's got himself an absolutely beautiful bit of time as well. 38 seconds, a lovely 2-piece as well as we head towards potentially that second rotation. But right now, XC Nation, Major, not only in the lead, but they've got a chunk of time from that P5.
Yeah, so still 15 seconds remaining on this one. Valraven are going to get on towards the hill, and it looks as though just about out a little bit of time, but more importantly, they've got that P1 rotation now. So how are Excalibur Nation going to try and push in towards this one? You can see the setup that Valraven have got at the moment. They are all locked into position, and they're just going to try and work their way up slowly. Lenzo going to try and work his way through Ticket, but you can already see the AR presence just watching down these lanes. Go through P3. Oh, the purple boy's going to go. DB just waiting for his little strafe jump. Off he goes. There's one in the hill. NT's going to take down one as well. The trades, though, come through clean again from Valraven. So it is a stronghold so far on this P1. There's still 40 seconds worth of time at the moment. But now can NT work the lane? Down he goes round the outside. Quids just going to try and back him up. Genji, as I should say. And now Valraven Esports. And they hold on. Still 30 seconds remaining on this one. They've still got the presence. And at this point in time, Pablo, Excalibur, there's still 30 seconds on this. It's a big chunk of time. But now they have to make the call. Do they push in? Do they rotate? Because at the moment, it's looking very much so. They're going to try and make this messy, but they lose every single gunfight as Portal just chews through 3 of them.
Mate, they have, like, literally, Excalibur have just tied 2.5 pushes and got absolutely destroyed every single time. What a performance on P1 from Valraven Esports there. I mean, they had, you've got to expect that they had literally 20 seconds to get set up and get going. Unreal performance right there from Valraven to give themselves a 30-second lead. Again, though, Major, starting to see a mirror of that first rotation. XC Nation managing to get back onto the P2, and they're looking very, very strong for it. This is, again, they've got themselves a little bit of time time. But ValRaven looking very good for the push in. It's going to come down to some work from Lenzo, though, as he's going to look to try and suppress that push down long, down that kind of dock side. And that is a beautiful push in. And XC Nation giving themselves the opportunity, Major, to tie things
I'll tell you
up.
what, though, our first map that we're covering in this Spring Invitational, we couldn't have asked for a better one. There is nothing separating these guys at the moment. DB's going to catch a nade to the face, but manages to take down Stunner on that one. And it looks as though they're still going to have one man alive. The form of Genji, which currently seen on your screen at the moment. So Lenzo going to take him down, still 13 seconds. But again, ValRaven, they had the rotation last time over towards P3. They've got it again. NT, though, going to look to try and be the nail in the coffin. Oh my god, big kills coming through from him. They've still got one man alive in the back. Number 6 is Genji, and he's going to get taken down as well. And NT, there you go. 4 kills on the board in a row. It's going to be every single player on the rotation from ValRaven. And now Excalibur, they are in a really good position potentially to hold a big chunk of time.
NT and DB are putting the doubles in, putting the quadruples in. Unreal performance. Listen, if anyone's going to turn around, call DB an online player, he's going to be laughing in their face. He's almost double positive. And NT with that 4 pieces given XE Nation not only gives them parity, they've got into a 35-second lead. This is insane plays and perfectly timed it. Mate, this is what a map one we've walked into. This holdover towards P3 has been immaculate, almost exactly the same as ValRaven's hold a P1. So once they do one, it's a straight slap back. Unbelievable performance, and they breached the 200 mark.
Oh, and NT's one away from a glide bomb now as well, so he just needs a little bit of a bait here and there. It is beautiful play there coming through from XC Nation. They managed to get the glide bomb ready, and they're over that 200-point mark, soaking up the remaining scrap time as we rotate over towards that P4. And DB, he's had a hell of a map. He's going to take down Portal as well, so they're going to take the man off the hill. They still have a few players in the back here, Stunner being one of which is going to finally take DB down, and we're going to see the glide bomb invested. NT going to take it and land it right into Portal's back pocket, so it's starting to get a little bit messy, a little bit frantic now from ValRaven. They're desperately fighting for control of the back warehouse, but meanwhile they don't currently have anyone on the hill. You can see now it's just going to offer those purple arrows a little bit of an invitation, and NT at the moment, I was going to say 8 in a row for him before he finally does fall, but it looks as though maybe the damage might already be done. It's starting to get a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. Those red arrows here, Enrico, or Stunner as he's meant to be, is going to take down a few, so there are going to be a couple of big kills that take them off the hill. They can't now win off of this one, but with 25 seconds left, Pablo, ValRaven, they cannot give them anything.
Now, ValRaven, I really do think they should have probably just looked to contest as much as possible, just so they can maintain a presence in and around the hill. Right now, though, they've done an awesome job. They're going to get a little bit of scrap time, and they have got one player in the form of Portal ready and waiting to challenge over towards P5. What made that P1 XC Nation look so strong on P5 that the boys in red are going to have to do a huge job. Right now, it is around the 60 a full kills time kind of differential, so this is going to be huge. This is a standoff almost, as we see that kind of players left and right at P5 trying to go up 225 to 168. But you would never have thought there would be a 60-second difference at the end of P1. It was so close. XC Nation, though, DB and NT in particular, being a Lenzo, man, 23 and 24 is just caught up as well. Unbelievable performance to get onto P5. Hopefully, you know, these guys are going to be able to get this scrap time and put the pressure right back on ValRaven esports.
Oh my goodness, they only need 15 seconds, and there's still 21 remaining on this hill. They're going to need to go, and they're going to need to go quick. You can see here, Swin's going to try and do his best, and there's going to be another big kill that comes through from Genji, so it's getting messy once again. Yoz, though, with 2 big kills, but you can see already the presence that they've got to the new hill, but there's another kill that comes through from Genji as he manages to take down yet another player. So now, over towards P1 we go. Excalibur, they only need 14 seconds on this one. ValRaven, they need some really big kills here. You can see Portal, he's been spotted though, going down the outer lane. Can the kills come through? No, he's going to get taken down. Lenzo going to soak himself up inside the hill. Now, can they get the time to get this one done? 6 seconds remaining. They've got to get it over the line here. ValRaven, they just need to get in the hill. They need to get some form of contest time. And you can see Lenzo's actually going to dip out the hill. DB, though, keeps him alive. They're still going to exchange gunfights as they're trying to punch their way in, and they still somehow get a foot on the hill. Oh my goodness, it's getting messy. It's getting messy. It's getting... I can't even speak. I can't even speak. There's 1 second remaining. Surely they get it over the line, and Excalibur finally get it done.
What an end to that game. 250 to 190. Are you kidding me? We couldn't even read that at the end of P1. And I honestly thought ValRaven were going to do the same performance in P1 they did in the first rotation into the third rotation, but they just could not break in. And the boys from XC Nation, really odd setup. I was totally surprised when DB nipped out of the hill. I was like, dude, what are you doing? But it works in the end, and he managed to get over the line. But man, you've got to look at big performances there. NT, DB, Lenzo. Huge performance, and the stats from them unbelievable.
There's the confirmation of it, guys, just on your screen That was the first map of God knows how many we are going to have to cover this week. I could feel the vein bulging out the side of my head towards that one when I was just like, just get on back on the hill.
As you said, outside your head then, man. I was going to be like, I'm going to open the door now and I'll see you later.
Yeah, so wow. Map 1 done and dusted. Berlin hardpoint has been completed, and now we go over to a bit of breath of fresh air, Pablo. Obviously same map, but Jesus, the pacing going to be a little bit slower on the Berlin search.
Mate, Berlin hardpoint's meant to be slow, and that was insane. I don't know what these kids are doing. I think they've been banging out the power ammo. I think they've been necking it back because that was a frantic pace from some of these guys. You know, we saw, you know, DB and NT in particular putting up like the 2 kills all the time. NT goes off and gets a huge 4-piece. So yeah, we've seen these guys already start to prove themselves on LAN, which is superb. But actually, at some point, VibePay looked like they were going to be the dominant team, and then it just flipped. And unreal performance from XC, really composed as well. When they got that lead, they really just put their, you know, the foot to the throttle and never looked back.
Yeah, Dennis had a big map there. I think he finished 36, might have finished. So huge shout out there to him. Really strong map. And these are the kind of players, Pablo, that we're going to be looking at to see if they can consistently put you across maps. If you look at DB, if he can do this over the whole series, just sitting back and thinking, wow, this guy on land might be a different breed. And after that map, they've definitely got him to thank. The slaying was very, very heavily one-sided in terms of XD Nation. They only effectively won it by 60 points. Apologies, it finished 250 to 190 for anyone who didn't know. But 60 points deficit after you're looking at the slaying that XD Nation had. If you're a VibePay esports fan or player, you're looking at that and thinking, we can get the slaying on board here. We probably could have made up a huge amount of that time.
I think a lot of that came down to the first rotation. There wasn't the heavy amount of slaying on either side. I mean, no Portal had a bit of a dubious start, but then he started to pick up himself. But that second rotation, DBNT and Lenzo just really started to come to the fore. And when you're putting up numbers across 3 players like that, it makes transitioning difficult. It makes holding difficult. And obviously, if you're not able to hold hill, we saw how many times the boys from VibePay actually got set up. They would chalk a hill and get set up, and it would look like a strong setup, and they would just get bullied off the hill. And that's what we noticed in the second rotation, that the boys from XC Nation just able to bully, you know, time and time again, and that comes down to the performance from those 2 players in particular.
Yeah, so big map from those lads are now loading our next map, the Berlin search. So I make sure I click the right button here. But how many times have we said this, Pablo? We've said it in our rooms, in our offices at home. We're now saying it in LAN. Map 1 can be very, very confident from one team. Map 2 can be very, very different.
Do not be surprised if XC wins 6-1. I'm just saying, do not be surprised. And literally, we've got to the point we're getting like PTSD from this game, where we do not want to. Literally, when we started casting Vanguard, we were all over planting the flags. Yep. Our flags were well planted. We were so confident, and that is gone, man. We do not want to call anything. So don't be surprised to suddenly see, you know, XC, VibePay potentially in a really good SDD side. So we've seen it happen time and time again. I'll be honest with you though, XC, I think they're warmed up. I honestly think that they're going to potentially maybe make this a 2-0, and it's going to be control that throws us kind of into that cat among the pigeons situation.
Yeah. First bloods. Here we go. First one that we will see anyways. Which way is it going to go? A lot of bodies. Still waiting. That first one though. Still just changing age. Enzo going to be out of lane. Oh, you can see there. There's going to be one engagement. Is he going to be able to win it? He's just going to back up for the time being and just try and regroup. And there it is. 2 kills come straight through for the boys in purple. There is going to be a trade that comes through from Swin, who on your screen is going to be Breezy. So now 2 versus 3 situation. Try and work something here. They are a little bit trapped, Pablo, though. You can see Excalibur. They know where they are. They've got them pinned in, and this is going to be difficult to get out of.
Yeah, it was a kind of heavy stack over towards A, and once that was read by XC Nation, they just basically put them in the blender. It's going to be shots coming out from yours, looking to just put a bit of suppression fire over towards Portland Breezy. Obviously not Portland. Well, it is Portal, but not Breezy. Apologies, as they try and make the way back around. It is going to be a big fight. Yours does manage to drop Breezy, but Portal is going to exchange. But XC Nation looking strong from the outset. They had the information as soon as that Valraven stacked A. I thought it was kind of done and dusted. They managed to get that 2-piece early on. And that's going to be 1-0 to the boys in purple.
Yeah, so to continue where they left off. Good work from those lads. And obviously one thing as well that we haven't really spoken a huge amount about, Pablo, is obviously right at the start of the game, that B bomb site, the roof, you could literally nade people out of it. We're now in a position now where you can't do that anymore. So whoever gets into sight is very, very difficult to budge. So it might be a position where this weekend we see a lot of B pushes, get that man in sight, keep him alive, get the bomb down, and then we know how difficult it is to retake that site as well. But it looks as though the boys of Excalibur, they're going to try and take this one over to 8.
Man, this is what I'm talking about. They just make us eat our words all the time. But yeah, B, you know, even when B was kind of like bombable in a sense, it was still a perfectly applicable bomb site to go to because you could get control, you know, from back warehouse, especially if you had someone pushed right up. Great, really quick pushes, but obviously this A push is so much more kind of considered.
Yeah, so Mr. Pablo's mic has died again. The internet, I don't know, the technology gremlins are all in for us at the moment, but DB still looking for another pick. Still first 4. Now, they manage to make it work. Gonna have this bomb in hand. It looks as though they're gonna try and wrap it over towards this B site. But that's his quids. It's gonna be Genji. Just needs to get Lenzo out the back. Hasn't spotted him, Lenzo. Oh, he's gonna get a couple of shots. They got to be careful though of number 2. Although it says Breeze, it is Swin. He's going all the way around the back looking for the pick there, and there's one onto Lenzo. So now the flank comes through. They get the pick. The bomb goes down, but now NT and DB, they have got so much work to do. Quids nade into the site, weakens him up. Surely the collapse is going to come through. DB's going to drop. It looks as though NT, last man up. He's going to get, oh no, manages to win one, but the trades come through from the boys in red, and they will tie it back up. Woohoo! And a cheeky bit of body shots on land, baby.
And that's going to bring them back. I mean, that's got to be a confidence booster right there. I mean, they had the information, and it took them all day to kill the player in the back. So it's fair enough. They managed to bring this back. Mate, we are going to... Honestly, I know it's early days, but I think that the beginning of the hard point was so close, it wouldn't surprise me if we see like a 3-all in this S&D before we start to see maybe players start to take over the game. But yeah, unreal performance to bring it back. And, you know, it's good to see that both teams can play S&D.
Yeah, so now in a position where we are 1 apiece. Valraven back.
It's all right, man. Well, listen, we're having technical issues, and Major's trying to give me huge technical tips on the way. But yeah, this is it's nice to see him catch up 1-all. Breezy Swin, I believe, is 3-2 right now. Nice performance from him, pretty much carrying the boys from Valraven. Excalibur, though, they're going to be looking to get that first blood. They're not able to do it. And there's going to be Rico from Valraven who drops Yoz again. Yoz dropped first blood 2 games running, and maybe he's got to play his life a little bit better. DB does manage to bite back, and as we just get past that minute mark, going to be 3v2 and make it that a 2v2, Major.
Yep. Now is going down. Try and stick this Valraven. They will get the bomb down. So now 2 versus 2. Lenzo and DB. They're going to need to try and work a retake here. They're going to have to be fairly quick though. They've only got 35 seconds on the board here. They're going to go through P3 to try and retake this one. So they're going to have to try and work some magic here. So in they go. Just waiting. Portal just watching the back. They are a little bit separated though at the moment. Are the lads of Valraven Esports. Still waiting for that first engagement though. Excalibur, they are waiting for the right time, and they might have got some god timing. Lenzo going to take down one. Can they take down Portal? And that is textbook. That is how you work a search and destroy retake, Pablo. They're going to go 2-1 up now.
Yeah, you know, it's beautiful when you actually see players, you know, actually being around each other to get a trade. For so long at the beginning of Vanguard, we've seen teams with this kind of split push towards bomb sites. No information gathered and no trades being able to do them, but that's going to put them into the lead. Nice, clever play from the boys from XC Nation, and that's going to put them into that 2-1 lead, and the boys from Valraven have got to fight back.
Yeah, so we are now 2-1 up at Excalibur Nation, and they managed to get another round on the board here. DB still going strong. Obviously, had the really, really strong hard point before, but now this is kind of the position, Pablo. When it starts to go 3-1, 4-1, it gets a little bit difficult. Valraven, obviously, they're now on that defensive side. They are going to get a little bit of info here as the stun comes through. So DB gets tagged up, and they get all the information that they need, that he is now going to be sat over here. And you can see now the first engagement is ready and waiting. It's just a matter of when these guys are going to go in here. Still got the bomb, DB, just clearing out the site. It looks as though he will get a free plant again, so Excalibur bomb will go down, Pablo, and it's going to be the boys in red that are going to have to work a retake here again.
Yeah, and again, their caution a little bit, probably just not playing to their advantage. And the boys from XC, really clever. Yoz is going to rectify things, gets the first blood. NT almost immediately drops Swin. That's going to be Portal firing back to make it a 2v3, and they still need to do a quality retake. But you can see how well stacked that B bomb site is. And number 5 right there in Lenzo is going to be waiting to potentially get that cross. So this is a really good opportunity, as you said, for XC to potentially go 3-1 up. And that's going to put Valraven right into the blender in terms of pressure at this land.
Yeah, and Portal 1 versus 3. His biggest enemy though is the little bit of cardboard or a little bit of timber that's just sat in front of him. So it looks as though he is kind of resigned to the fact that this one is not going to work. He's going to get taken down anyway. And Excalibur Nation looking good again in the search and destroy. They're going to push a 2-round lead out now. 3-1 up they will go. And looking very solid, Pablo. If you're picking favourites at the moment, Pablo, the boys in purple, they're looking very, very good.
Listen, it's really easy to plant your flag at 3-1 major. I don't think that would happen like that. But yeah, no, they're looking really good for the money. I think one of the things you can obviously see is that they listen, you can get information in S&D, but whether you can use that information effectively is another thing entirely. And they're doing a really good job of it. They're getting really clever setups. They stacked the B site and had the player able to watch cross. And Valraven just kind of lost for ideas when it comes to the retake. So again, they're going to try this stacked A push. So we talk all the time about players being able to, assimilate information and change the way they play. Right now, Valraven still trying to butt their heads into this A door.
Yeah, so first engagement's coming through already. Lenzo's going to be forced to back up here as the lads in red, they still stick to the A site. You can see, though, there's a lot of control that they have currently got over here, and Yoz is going to get the pick on towards Portal with that nade, and there's going to be another kill that replies, though, so Genji's actually going to take down Yoz. They're still waiting to try and stick this bomb, though. They're waiting for that opportune moment just to try and at least clear out the site. It looks as though they have managed to back those purple arrows up, Pablo, so surely we're going to see the bomb go down. They've got to be careful, though, because it looked as though Genji with the man with the bomb. Oh, they were just overextended. I think they were trying to plant it from that side of P3, and it looks as though it's come back to bite them. Lenzo and NT completely punish them for that. Quids now 1 versus 2, manages to take down DB, though, and although it says Quids, oh, Genji, is he going to get the second as well? Can Genji manage to clutch him here? And he gets the second as well. And I think that might have been a potential roar that we managed to hear through the microphone earlier. Although it says Quids, it isn't him. It's going to be Genji that comes through with a big round and a big couple of kills.
Unbelievable fray from Genji. I mean, you saw him, he peeks, he gets the information, he thinks, am I going to use the handgun? No, I'll go back to the MP40, and a little bit, it comes off the ADS with the hip fire. Beautiful kill in the end. And you know, that is the turning point in the game right there, because if you go 4-1 down, we've talked about it, it's a psychological blow. The pressure starts to go on. It's a really nice performance, Genji, with the big kill. 6-3 right now, and on a 4 streak, more importantly. So big opportunity of Valraven to potentially take that as a confidence booster, and, you know, really do some damage. It looks like Excalibur Nation, though, we're going to try and reciprocate with a solid kind of bit of kind of like bomb acquisition towards him.
Yeah, DB needs to check the right corner. Going to try and not make a lot of noise. In towards fire he goes. There will be a man literally ready and waiting, and it's going to be the man on the 4 streak there. So Genji's streak has now completely gone. DB just working the route to take him down. You can see those red arrows now completely making a 180, but look, the pinch on the pinch. Portal comes around, takes down Yoz, will get traded out by NT, so it's getting a little bit messy pretty much everywhere around tickets. As now all of a sudden it's going to be Swin, last man up. He does manage to take down one, surely not another 1 versus 3 potentially on this occasion. And now, can he work some magic? Swin still needs to go through NT and DB. Right, he gets good timing on a potential pick here. Will he check the right corner? Will he check the right corner? Takes down one. Surely the trade comes through, and Excalibur. Solid work there, Pablo, playing it close together, which on this game in Vanguard, we don't necessarily see a huge amount of.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. It's a really nice staggered kind of defense there. And we say, you know, you've got to be there for your trades. This is the old style of playing it. We saw this kind of fashion from the outset of Vanguard, where players in S&D were kind of super separated and know they're trying to get information, particularly on Desert Siege. You would see that, but not so much on Berlin. But a really nice defense, and that puts them into that 4-2 position. And right now, Valraven just really struggling to kind of get that 2 rounds on the bounce. They managed to get 1, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did it again, but they're just not able to put Excalibur under the right kind of pressure. And mate, you've got to really look at this Valraven side. They are pulling their weight. It's not like they're not getting kills.
Yeah, they're still hanging on just a little bit as they trail by 2. Again, it's going to be another A push. This time, Excalibur Nation. They're just going to have NT. Lenzo is going to be relatively close, but this first engagement is going to be important. You can already see as well that Yoz is going to try and work maybe a bit of a route through mid. And although you see Rico on your screen, it is going to be Stunner that's all the way out the back of the tower. So where's this first engagement going to lie? I'll tell you what, the kill feed lit up very red very quickly. Lenzo will reply with 1 kill. So now out the back, though, you can see Stunner. He's got a big engagement potentially up against DB here. The man that had such a good map 1, and he manages to take down Stunner. So Stunner falls. Lenzo grabs 1 as well. And now once again, it's all on Genji. I stress it isn't Quids on this occasion, just with Battle.net ID in we've had on LAN. Now, oh my god, he gets 1! He gets the second as well, I'll tell you what, Genji, the king of clutches, he manages to do it again, and Valraven, that is 2 huge rounds that they owe to Genji. He's got another 1 versus 2.
Mate, Sheffield Weatherspoons, if Genji manages to drag a ValRaven through this S&D, they need to be buying that lad pints. Unbelievable performance again. And, you know, this is the thing. They've relied on him to bring them back to within one round. They need to work as a team now and bring this back to 4-all. And honestly, Major, I can just see Excalibur Nation taking the next round, and it's going to repeat. Right now, though, Genji 8-4. He's on a 2-streak. Unreal performance. Real positive.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, they've just got to put them under a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, Genji is having a hell of a map here. Literally, I think he's almost single-handedly won them 2 rounds here. First blood, though, comes through this time. All the shots with the MP40. They're not going to be quite clean enough, though, to get a second there for Swin, who on your screen is going to be Breezy, and now going to be Dennis in the fight. So Genji, he's going to wide peek it. He's going to wide peek it. Dennis makes him pay. So now 2 versus 3 this time. It's going to be Stunner and Portal. Oh, the last 2 up. Just waiting. They're not going to offer them just anything at the moment, or Excalibur. They really know the importance of this round, and you can see the Stunner. He's just working his way around towards the back of warehouse, but Lenzo has made the perfect read. He spots one. He will get taken down, though, so now again, it's going to be a ValRaven esports player that needs a 1 versus 2 on this occasion, although he did take the 3rd. So now, Rico, Stunner, can he manage to get the next kill? They've got 16 seconds left. It's looking a little bit bleak here. See Dennis inside the hill. There you go. They get the info. They get the kill. And XC Nation get an important round, Pablo. If they tie that one back up, potential little bit of runny bum there for the boys.
Oh, squeaky bum time entirely. Again, Raven just super aggressive when it comes to defense. They're quite happy to just push players right the way up to bomb site, not really checking, and they get punished for it. It leaves poor old Stunner in a 1v2 with only 18 seconds remaining, and that's not the place you want to be in. That's not the pressure you want to put a team under. And again, you know, interestingly, Excalibur using that big bomb site to kind of like just you know, when they need to step up, when they need to get themselves around, they just seem to do it really, really easily on that B bomb site.
Yeah, now in towards round number 9 we go. It's an important one here for ValRaven because they can't afford to drop it. Oh, big first blood, though, comes through from Swin again. Now, can they manage to make the trades here? The boys in purple, there's another kill that comes through, and they are falling by the wayside. NT will reply with 1. They are still heavily stacking this, but keep an eye on Stunner, number 1, all the way round the back. He is going to go. You can see, though, that Excalibur Nation, NT, and DB, they've dipped out. They might not necessarily know. They are going to double stack this through tickets. If they can get some good timing here, this round could be curtains, and they do exactly what they need to, Pablo. They take the man off the bomb. They've now got to try and retrieve it. It looks as though they're going to try and stick this almost instantly. Swin is going to stick it, but look at Stunner round the back. Gets the play to take down 1. He needs to try and get another, and it's not going to work. ValRaven get another round on the board.
Literally for a second there, it was like, he's not going to do that again. But then finally, they seem to just realize they need to read that information, get it across, and get the kill. And a huge, huge kill right there for ValRaven, who again have brought it back to 1 round. The question is, can they tip this over the edge? Are they going to bring us that round 11? I'm just not sure whether they've got it, especially now that XC are back on the attack. And every time they've pushed B, they've done really, really well. And the question is, are they going to maintain that strategy? Or have they decided, you know what, let's see if we can stack A and put them under pressure? So it's going to be interesting to see how XC decides to push this out. Just got to give a quick shout out to Lenzo, though. 10-6, huge performance on LAN. He is closely followed by one of the boys from ValRaven on 9-8, and it does look like this is going to be a very slow. And again, Major, how ValRaven are so aggressive in the defense.
Yeah, they've got the first blood again. It's going to be Swin that gets it. And now they're 1 man up. NT's going to fall as well. This round is falling away, and this is starting to reek of a round 11 as now Lenzo, he's the last man up, needs a 1 versus 4 here. An absolutely monumental moment here if he can get this one done. I'll tell you what, we will hear a lot of screaming coming from the venue if that was to be the case. Is he going to manage? Needs to start off with a pick here. No, he's going to get spotted, and didn't really get the waft of it early stages, Pablo. Middle stages, though, we did, and there you go. Round 11, baby.
Been saying it for the last few rounds. ValRaven just not able to push over to bring that deficit back from 1 to equal. Well, they've gone and done a huge plays right there, and you can hear the passing out there in the hall. Unreal. We've hit that round 11. XC Nation, first time they failed to get that B bomb down, and they get picked, and the aggression finally paying off for ValRaven esports.
Yep, round 11, baby. First series. It only makes sense really that we get one here with these guys. So DB with the bomb in hand again. Look at the amount of plants that he's managed to accumulate 4 already, but look at the info that they have got. And there's the first blood. Yoz, he's going to manage to take down Swim for that first blood. DB's got to be so careful, though. He's caught a nade right to the face to back him up. And now And the man of so many moments here. Genji get the play. No, he can't. Yos takes him down, and now 2 versus 4 required. DB's going to use that as an invitation to get in towards the site. Bomb's going down. NT's going to take down another player, and now it's all on Stunner. He will fall, and that is going to be an Excalibur Nation round and an Excalibur Nation map win. Yeah. Yeah, and well, we go from Berlin. We've had Berlin. We've just finished Berlin, and now we go to Berlin. So back in Germany once again for map number 3 for the Berlin Control. And Pablo, yeah, big map there for the boys of XC Nation. We talk about kind of the regain that teams can get from that map too. Unfortunately, Valraven, they came so close, but again, it just felt similarly to what we saw before. They just gave themselves a little bit too much to do in moments where it was on a knife edge. If they just had that round, I mean, we saw Genji, the moments that he had to even bring them to the round 11. If he didn't have that, it might have been a really one-sided search and destroy. I think Pablo's died again. We'll be back in
to go. Listen, you know, twice, that's 2 rounds that he's managed to win on his own. You know, with those 2 rounds, that is not a round 11. It's huge place. But you've got to ask yourself, Valraven have got to ask themselves a question. They stacked A every single time, and, you know, were occasionally successful. They were super aggressive going over towards B, and as far as I can remember, that's only 1 successful defense of that B bomb site. So, you know, as a team especially, you need to be able to have that in-game leader that can change structure, change strategy, and, you know, change things mid-map. And that is about, you know, maybe just taking a, you know, confidence might not be high to take that B bomb site, but pushing A time after time after time probably isn't going to be the way to do it. They managed to get it to the map 11, and, you know, largely in part to Genji's heroics, but it is going to be XC Nation 2-0 up. And you've got to worry going into control, which is essentially, you know, oftentimes feels like a combination of hard points into edge and destroy. XC Nation looking very, very good for the money at the minute. And
we talk about match nerves. Lads are currently taking a 2-minute toilet break, so they are going to have a little bit of regain. Obviously, with the beauty of land, Pablo, with everyone being here, the maps literally go map. We have so many times where we're covering a series, and it's like, oh, 1 second, just grabbing a pizza, or 1 second, just go to walk the dog around the block for a bit. So we do get the delays, but obviously here we don't have that issue.
That was the one, like back in the day, they were playing a competition game. It was like, it might have been early ACCL, and one of the lads turned around and went, this is in a comp game. I've got to go. My gran's asked me to play Warzone with her.
I'll tell you what, if that was fact, I hope she's cracked, because you know what? Get everyone's grannies on Warzone, see what they can rock up. But yeah, we are going to have just a quick break going into map 3, but we're going to need to see a reverse sweep now from Valraven Pabs. We're going to need to see a lot out of this team. They have produced moments. As said, we saw Genji in the Search and Destroy do it. Even in the hard point, they had flashes in the pan where you think these guys can take a map. XC Nation, they're not going to be going into this map thinking we can push these guys over, we can roll them over in this map. It's still going to be one where they're going to have to be on the top of their game. These maps have they have not exactly been whitewashes, so reverse sweep, it's doable. They just need to kind of get those moments, keep up those kind of clutch moments, but just keep the fundamentals of their gameplay consistent, because it does seem to fluctuate at the moment for this Valraven's roster.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So you look at that first rotation in hardpoint, it was superbly close, and, you know, we would never have called a 60-second gap at the end. You look at S&D, game 11, no, you know, you can say, oh, 2 rounds of heroics. It's still a player that they've got that can perform heroics. Yeah. You're going into the control. Now, if you're Valraven, you're tantalizingly close to jumping into double blockage, and that is a lottery, do you know what I mean? That is a roll of the dice for a lot of teams, and especially a blockage hardpoint. So big opportunity for them. If they can do this in control, we could potentially see a lot more of an interesting game. They have got to stay consistent, though, because it's clear from both the first 2 games, XC Nation have got another gear.
Yeah, so we'll see what these boys can offer us in map number 3. And Berlin Control, Pablo, we haven't seen a huge amount of it. This is kind of going to be not a completely blank slate, because I think we have covered some of it a little bit. Obviously, the teams were right in the early stages, I believe, when that literally changed and they added it to the map set. So it's still kind of early days for this one, but the way that XC Nation look in terms of slaying, at least from what we know, they do look very, very good at just kind of raw fundamentals of gun skill. They just seem to be able to get themselves out of a hole on this one. And unless Valraven are very, very structured on this one, I do potentially worry for them. But how many times have we been wrong in this game? My God, countless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that we've noticed from XC so far is that they do read information really well, but they clearly got good comms as well. So time after time, we were seeing, you know, a player would get dropped and there would be an immediate trade or immediate response, or even like a transition that was reasonably effective.
Yeah.
We saw that especially when Valraven were attacking that A bomb site. You know, as soon as the boys in purple got that information, they transitioned quite nicely. They managed to get themselves set up defensively quite well and managed to get the picks. If they take that kind of knowledge and ability into the control, this could be a difficult map, particularly on defense for the boys from Valraven, because we know strong gun skill teams with a good deal of aggression, that A point is so open to take. And then if you're being bullied, which is happening to Valraven towards the end of the hard point, that could make that B side just as easy. So this is going to be an interesting control. Listen, guys, we are on a learning curve of control in ourselves. So we're still kind of getting used to the fundamental strategies. It's going to be interesting, Major, when we start to see these top teams like Canada, like Scott, how they approach it.
I think that'll be kind of where we see kind of that early meta understanding of the map, the spawns, how to kind of control it, because Berlin is one where obviously there's a lot of lanes to keep an eye on, but also, Pablo, obviously we don't like to look too far ahead into the future, but if you're Valraven at the moment and you think, right, we take the control, we talk about maps that are messy and maps that are mixy. Map 4 and map 5, you literally couldn't ask for a better map set to do a reverse sweep on. If they can get this map 3 done, which I know we don't want to say too early on, obviously we've not seen how these teams will fare up as of yet in a control, but they've got the perfect map 4 and 5 if they're going to try and make it work.
That's what I'm saying. It's like tantalizingly close. If they can do this control, the lottery of Bocage, Hardpoint, and S&D is there. And especially if they got their SMGs fire on all cylinders, that is. But they've got to get through this Berlin. This is going to be like it's a huge mountain to climb for them. They're up against this very talented XC roster, and then getting it. You know, if I'm a Valraven player, I am literally dying to get onto Bocage because we can throw the cat among the pigeons, and we can start to get potentially just the thing with Bocage Hardpoint in particular, for me personally, it's very reminiscent of Apocalypse from Cold War. If you lose the rhythm of Bocage, even as a good team, you can lose that map like completely. It's such a battle to get back into it. It's not like Berlin where you can chalk a hill, go across to the other side of the map like a Cold War style map and take control. Bocage isn't that. Like you can lose the rhythm, you can lose the game, and so Valraven have a great start to do that. That would be great.
Yeah, so I think we've had a couple of lobby drops, from what I understand. So we are having a little bit of a delay going into map number 3. And I say Mr. Jacko, who's doing all the hard work behind the scenes, he must be pulling his hair out at the moment because it is literally map restart, lobbied up. We're ready because obviously Jacko's feeding so much information to us as we're doing it. He's like, right, okay, we're ready for the map. And it's like, oh, map's restarting. It's like, okay, we're ready for the map. Map's restarting. So apologies, guys. We should very shortly be getting in towards map number 3. But we talk about kind of one of the players, Pablo Stunner. He's had moments himself. Obviously, we talk about Genji and the Search and Destroy, but Stunner's a player that we've cast over a few times before. When he gets going, he's a very, very good fundamental player. He's a very, very good addition to this team that we've seen a little bit of. We haven't seen a huge amount of this Valraven roster, but as a core of players, Stunner is one that you look to potentially to maybe kind of lead the charge in terms of slaying, in terms of gun skill. I believe he did well in map 1, if memory serves me well. I think he did all right in map 1. It's difficult to say with the player names and stuff, but they're gonna have to, especially in a respawn, they're gonna have to probably have that one player who is leading the charge in terms of kills. We spoke about kind of DB in that map 1. He was very good. They had their moments in the Search and Destroy Valraven. They weren't quite able to, and it's obviously more difficult in the Search to have that kind of that outlying slayer who's going absolutely huge on a map. But going back into respawn, they're going to probably need somebody who's going to pop off on this map, and we don't like to put pressure on players, but we've seen Stunner do very, very well before, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's leading the charge again once again.
You know, one of the beautiful things about Stunner is that I think he's been one of the longest serving COD players that we've cast over from like back in the CCL days, back over for me in the R4 DJs. And, like, he has played consistent Call of Duty at a competitive level, not obviously online, but for a long time. You know, I know the online community's burgeoned over the last few months and obviously the last year in particular. But yeah, Stunner has been playing at this kind of level and playing competitively for a great deal of time. And, you know, he's been in some quality rosters as well. So, you know, I think the other 3 guys are going to be looking to him to potentially be that in-game leader that can give them that motivation. And more than anything else, just keep them calm. Don't panic. You know, just play your game. That's the other big thing is, you know, people would be expecting Valraven now to try and cut out the blocks 10% faster. You can't keep that up the whole map. You cannot do it. So come out, you know, play your game, play your intensity and then just get the motivation, keep your confidence high, and don't let your head drop. This is going to be a big game for them though, and it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out because they've got the attack.
Yeah, and swarm of Valraven arrows are going straight towards B because the DB was trying to work an instant route, but they have flooded that B point quickly. And we saw this, I think, if memory serves me well, in the Optic game against the EU lads, where in that round 5 where we were kind of flying the flag of EU, Optic just flew straight into B. They got it instantly, and that is looking like exactly what Valraven Esports have opted to do here. They've got a lot of control. 2 players on the hill. I think this one's already done, and wow, what a start that they pretty much needed.
Mate, someone's been watching the pro-am, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure they're going to love the comparison to Shotzi and Scum, but huge props to them. Valraven do the thing that we probably thought they weren't going to do. Beautiful B control. I'm not going to lie, they have spent a lot of time in that part of the map. They've got themselves the more difficult one, and now they're going to be spawning right on top of A, and they're already in there. This is going to require huge from Excalibur Nation. But here's the thing, I think this is like a PTSD thing for us. We're so used to control being so defensively kind of weighted. I'm just wondering whether XC, when they get that attacking round, they're going to be able to reciprocate and do something similar.
Yeah, so pulled out. Mr. Stunner. He's got 4 in a row without even an answer coming through from Excalibur, as they are getting, I tell you what, no pun intended, put to the sword. They are getting absolutely battered in this opening round. 5-0 now for Stunner, who is looking to try and add more to that to get potential streaks there. Lenzo still waiting for his first kill, as to is NT. They are really struggling at the moment. It is all red at the moment. Red, red, and more red. Paint the town red. There's blood everywhere as Valraven take the opening round. And my God, you talk about a regained map. That's a regained round and a half. They have absolutely destroyed XC Nation.
The same team that we've been casting over in the previous 2 maps, because they were like Optic all over again. Unreal performance from in ways that they never even answered back. We're seeing, I mean, if Excalibur put their pads down, that is an unreal performance right there. We've got Stunner on a 6-0. He's 1 off a glide. Major, look at those streaks. I think we're hitting 9, 10, 11, 12. Insane amount of capability right there. Excalibur, you look about at every game, didn't think it was going to be happening in round 2.
We'll have to keep an eye on Stunner. Obviously 1 away from the glide bomb. There's another kill that comes through, this time for Genji. And now here we are on board with him. Can he get the 7th? Oh, did he get it? Yes, I think he did. The team shots. He managed to just tickle Yoz, put a bullet in him. The good teamwork there coming through from Valraven, and now Excalibur. They need a big regain here. This round, it looks like they're going to opt to try and go for that A point first. Breezy, though, your screen is Swin currently on streaks himself, and it's still currently 13 combined between 3 Valraven players, make it 14 as they are just dropping. I'm not sure what's happening with Excalibur Nation at the moment. It looks as though maybe Valraven, they have just practiced this map over and over again. They look like absolute veterans on it, as they're now 16 combined. NT and Lenzo have 1 kill between them. What is going on?
What? No one's firing back. What are they doing? This is insane. Are their pads broke? I'm completely confused. I mean, we're looking at Swin on a 5 shoot. We know that Stunner's already got himself. He's finally been taken off. Got himself the glide. Unreal performance from Valraven. Complete control of. They just don't. They look untouchable. No, I don't even know if this is called practice. Major, they are potentially going to go 2-0 up in this control, and that's going to put them so close to that placage spot. My brain is fried at the prospect. Even Quince has got himself onto the 3 streak. 9 and 3 across the board. The kills are unbelievable right now. DB is on the struggle bus. He's driving the bus round Berlin. 3 and 12. What is going on? We've got a 1 and 10. Major, I don't know. I think Excalibur have left the building.
I don't know what's happened. I think they've just swapped players. It's like a completely different team that we are seeing in this control. DB's going to manage to get one and finally get on the point. They've only got 16 seconds to work with. And more importantly, their lives are running out quickly. There's another one that comes through for Swin. He can't get the second, though, as DB trades him out. Looks as though there's still an opportunity here for them to maybe get this point done. But, man, lives are looking very, very bleak at the moment. NT on the point he goes. Needs to stay alive. It looks as though it's going to be potentially too little too late here. The kills are coming through. There's another couple of kills that come through for Genji. And it is all red at the moment as there's another one for Swin. Oh, my goodness. This has been an absolute battering.
And they're going to be taking some ordnance into round 3. This is going to be, mate, we're going to be seeing the reverse is on. The reverse is 100% on. Unless Excalibur suddenly come from absolutely nowhere right now. I think they'd combined 16 kills, 17 kills. Yeah. Unbelievable performance from Valraven. And we talked about it earlier on. Major, how many times do we get to eat our words? And now we're at land. I thought it might change.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm back with the bowl of words.
No. There you go. VibePay have completely been on top in this one. And we go now into round number 3, where we think, right, are they going to do exactly what they did before? Just budge straight into B? Are they going to try and switch up and maybe go to A? We'll have to wait and see. And it looks as though it's going to be full steam ahead to A. This time, Excalibur, they're a little bit smarter to it as they send 3 players over there. But can they manage to hold on long enough here to potentially make some trades? They've got 3 bodies here. They're exchanging a lot of bullets, but nobody has dropped as of yet. I'm pretty sure every single player has emptied an entire magazine with not a single kill, but there you go. A couple come straight through. Red players in the hill here, there, and everywhere. Yoz is going to at least grab one to maybe pinch these players off of this hill. It looks as though they've held a little bit better over towards this B site. They've still got to get Stunner out of it as well as he manages to stay alive, gets another pick onto DB. Yoz will come through for the trade, so Excalibur, much better job. But what have they done, Pablo? They've opened up that A point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about it on Gavutu and Tuscan all the time. You know, stretch that team over towards B, get a tick, and that's going to give you the opportunity. I think it's slightly different on this. Finally, we're starting to see XC Nation start to fire back.
As I think Mr. Pabs, Mike, he'll be back. Don't worry, he'll be back very shortly. There's something with Discord, I think. God knows what's happening. Activision are watching us, and they are screwing us. Nice. So there's another one that comes through as Mr. Pablo is now back in the building. But wow, at the moment, this round a lot better from Excalibur Nation at the moment, Pablo. They definitely seem to have woken up a little bit. I mean, more importantly though, Lenzo and the boys, they are really struggling for kills. If anything, they just need to try and break even.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to get involved. I think they've just been a little bit undercautious. I think, obviously, it's a bail-in controls quick. You do need to get your shots on target, but these just need to get themselves a little bit of a confidence booster. But right now, that A zone is being drained rather quickly as the boys from VibePay are going to see it up. And with only 2 ticks required over towards B, they're going to give themselves 1 minute 35 to do that job. This is going to be VibePay in the driving seat, Major, again in another attacking round. And DB with shots absolutely everywhere, not able to drop anyone. And it is going to be the boys from VibePay taking they get that. Is it drained back?
Yeah.
Unreal performance from XC. But yeah, they finally started to look like, and you look at that Yoz right there, 10 and 11, that is a huge, but the rest of the team still more than double negative, and this has been you know, it's been a difficult showing for them in this control after doing so well in the first 2 rounds.
Gotta be careful, because there is a lot of red presence over towards that B point, and we've seen how quickly VibePay will jump in and get on that point, and that looks as though that's probably what they're going to do. Is there's another kill that comes through from Swin, so now they're really starting to rack players up. He gets one. There's another kill that comes through for Stunner, so they are getting kills left, right, and center. They're putting them to the sword, and another one comes through for Stunner, who is now 17 and 7. Glide bomb out. They want this done now. They're looking to try and clear off every single remaining purple arrow on the map, down to 5 lives. Is it going to be down to 4 as NT gets in the hill? Down to 4. They are ticking down one at a time. It is bodies absolutely everywhere. It's limbs probably in the arena right next to us as Excalibur Nation. They have been battered on that map, and VibePay, holy regain.
It's an awesome performance right there from VibePay. You know, we talked about how close they needed to get onto those Bocage and mix things up. Well, that reverse is absolutely on now. Bocage is a horrible map. And right now, if you take the confidence, XC have fell off. And what is going on there? 7 and 18, 12 and 18, 11 and 23, 10 and 20. Are you kidding me? From the performances they had in the first 2 rounds, they put the pads down and were like, you know, let's make a game of this, lads. Let's give them a map 4. Well, they didn't. VibePay just literally, as you said, they put them to the sword.
And this is what we said they needed to do. They just needed to get to the Bocage, and now they've got to the Bocage. They've got to the point. They've literally got to the point of, right, okay, now we get even more mixy. We get even more messy. We now have a Bocage hardpoint and a Bocage search if it goes to game 5. For anyone who doesn't know the maps, I will just quickly ping the graphic up in a minute. But they've done the hard part, Pablo. They've managed to take that control, which arguably we thought was not going to end up like that.
You know what? You've got to think about it, right? If you're XC Nation now, you're thinking that was actually a lot of close quarter, a lot of really fast engagements. It's gone entirely the way of VibePay, and we are about to go in to the most close quarter, most high engagement map in Vanguard. This could absolutely fall away for the team in purple.
Yeah.
This could be like, they've got to step up now. They need to listen. We talk about ice, we talk about composure at LAN. They need that right now.
Yeah, and well, it's hard to get composure when you're going to a Bocage. We know how messy this game can get sometimes, but it's now a position where, although only trailed by 1 map, don't write off XC just yet. We know it's a mixy one, but it's still really, really important that they manage to get this one over the line here, XD, because again, if VibePay take map 4, you're going into Bocage search and you're thinking, God, especially on LAN as well. We talk about kind of the regaining the composure that players sometimes require if they're potentially getting reverse sweep. If you do it on LAN, you know map 4, those Valraven lads, they are screaming across the desk at these XC caliber players. They are literally going to be in their ear, rent-free probably for huge chunks of time.
You know what's interesting as well, though? This is the thing about that we've been online for so long that, like, you don't feel that physical presence of someone, your teammate, being by you. The daggers, the eyes, they're like, what have you just done? You don't get that. You just get, you know, the banter over Discord. You get a little, you know, a sarky tweet, but you haven't got that actual person being like, what are you doing? Or you haven't, and you now have got the added bonus of having the opposition over the desk at you, just going, you know, you thought you were going to 3-0 us, well, we've come back and we put you under pressure. So many factors to consider, and this is why we love LAN.
Yeah, this is the beauty of it. This is the beauty of it. This is only our first one, Pablo. My God, if we get a reverse sweep, even a game 5, I will happily take a game 5 for our first series, but if we get a reverse sweep, my God, I mean, obviously where we're running a stream delay. I'm repping the old Pink Luke today. This stuff slaps. Tell you what, if anyone's not had that, try that stuff out. That is good stuff. I'm hungry as well, so hopefully in the break I can scoff a sandwich down. I can't do it as easily with all the games that we've got going on, Pablo. Obviously, for our one that we're covering on main broadcast, it's just game after game after game because the lads, as soon as they come off, new team comes on, they come off, next team comes on. Obviously, with the technical difficulties, we do get a little bit of delay in between, but it is flat out today, it is flat out tomorrow, and it is everything COD.
Major, you know what devastates me the most? You know that I'm gutted that I can't play COD in between the maps. It's killing me. I'm like looking at me bad, like, what? Well, yeah, we're going to head into Bocage, man. This is game 1. Man, ACC Spring Invitational is already looking good, already looking nice. You can hear the passion out there, the voices. You know, we said this is going to set the tone for Twitter for the next, you know, few months, but the passion out there is unbelievable. And the passion here is getting pretty good. The vibes are getting pretty good. I'm pretty excited that Bocage Hardpoint eventually reverse in our first game.
I say, I'm getting the adrenaline just from watching these lads play. God knows what it's like for them inside the game themselves, actually playing it. So now Excalibur up against Valraven here in map number 4. So the score at the top, although it does say 2-0, it is currently 2-1 to Excalibur Nation. Valraven did manage to take the control. So now we go in towards this one. Boys in purple, only leading by 1, and now we know how mixedy this map can be, Pablo. We know how messy P1 can be, as Excalibur looking to try and assert a little bit of slaying dominance, as we're used to seeing from these lads. They get a good, decent wave of kills. They're getting a little bit of time as well from P1, which isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, they managed to like do a team wipe and a half without any response. The boys from Valraven was 0 across the board. Thankfully, that's changed. They've managed to get themselves a little bit of time, and they've managed to get themselves a little bit of back control. So P2 was potentially going to be an option. But number 7 in yours with the big brains manages to go around the back. Not checking his corners though. Still a little aggressive. There's still a little bit of time over, and it is going to be number 2 in Quids. Which player is Quids again?
Quids. Let me double check. Pretty sure, but I don't want to say the wrong name. Quids is Genji. So
Genji doing the big work to get on the tank, Major, and that's going to give them that lead. Valraven, mate, starting to look very, very good for the money.
Yeah, and Dana doing well as well. But that commentator's curse here had a little bit of a streak going, and then as soon as I mentioned it, he did drop. So Valraven with around a 16-second lead, and at the moment, Excalibur, they're actually kind of holding this point from that less preferred side, but we've seen a lot of teams do a really good job of actually staying alive on the point. There's another gunfight that comes through for DB, so he manages to clear off another player that looks as though he tries to go around the corner, and he manages to take down Portal as well. So trades at the moment looking at pretty even at the moment on this hill as it gets a little bit messy for the remaining 15 seconds. It's a big amount of time though on a Bocage, Pablo. How many Bocages have we seen go 250 to 240 something? So every single second is going to count, and Excalibur with some big scrap time, but look at the rotation. Big gunfights coming down. Stunner able to take NT down, and it looks as though those red arrows are ready to go.
I think historically this could be the most, you know, in terms of like maps, this scrap time is the most valuable commodity, particularly on this map. You got to get everything. We've seen games won on the clock time after time as the game finally gets tied up. Really nice to see both teams going toe-to-toe, though. No one really kind of under the clutch. DB a little bit at 3 and 8, but he's not even quite on the struggle bus. Plenty of time to go, as it is going to be XC Nation manages to take an early lead as they get into grannies, and that's a beautiful little hold there. They are going to try and get themselves set up, although with 30 seconds remaining, still a lot of time to play for, and that is one of the features of Bocage. You've got to play for every single second, and we talked about it early on, Major. You know, if you lose the rhythm, which Valraven very, very close to losing that little bit of rhythm, this could be a problematic game that they definitely need to win in order to avoid going down to that losers bracket.
They've done a really good job, though, of flipping spawns. You can see Excalibur Nation. They are out towards the side that they do not want to be on at the moment. There is a gunfight in the back. Goes in favor of Valraven. So now with 25 seconds separating these guys, Valraven on the hill. Portal going to be soaking up time. Now, where are these next engagements going to lie? DB and Yoz are on the hill, so the trades come through, but double straight away for Genji, who is going to be quids on your screen. I will stress that the BattleNet issues, they are still here with us, unfortunately, so we'll do our best to keep you guys posted on who is who. It's as much of a mind mess as it is for us as it is for you guys, so we'll keep you updated, but 30 seconds still remain on this hill. Only 5 seconds separating these guys. This is looking like a staple BattleNet at the moment, and oh, trades coming through, getting a little bit messy on towards the hill. It looks as though Valraven, they're going to back on the hill, and I mean, Pablo, 76-76. Are we going to get a 252-49? God forbid we do.
Every time you segued into me, it just goes to parity. I'm like, what is going on? There's not one team really got to grips with this. No one, they're battling really nice toe-to-toe. And it's obviously this P5 could be the one that separates them, but it's usually such a heavily contested one. I think we're going to be hitting that P1 again. And honestly, this becomes a game of chess. Who's going to be set? Like, P5, I'm already thinking about who's going to start trying to get set up for P2. This back fight, though, goes off, and you can see number 5 in Lento doing a great job. Unfortunately, it does look like 2 players have lagged out. Did you get the scores on that one? I think it was like 86-96 or something.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened with that one. Obviously, we'll have to keep you guys updated.
Definitely started to see some internet issues because I started to get lag.
Yeah, I think it was dropping a little bit. So we'll have to keep you guys updated on how that one is going to go. Unfortunately, it was getting really good at one point. We have to drop it, unfortunately. But we'll obviously keep an eye on any updates. Hopefully, Mr. Alfie asked for the mod. Man, had to him. Thank you very much for any mods in the chat that are helping out with this one. So obviously, we're going to try and keep you guys as updated as we possibly can. So with the technical difficulties, gives us another chance, Pablo, to kind of talk about the venue as a whole. Obviously, for what the guys have put together for pretty much the first LAN that we've had since COVID. There was a lot of question marks over the top of it at the start, but I think now everyone's in the venue and kind of seeing what it's actually like. Regardless of the layout and how things work, you still get that LAN passion that you can literally we can feel it through the divider that separates us from the room. So God knows what it's like out on the floor.
Oh, it's honestly, it's been. I'm obviously closest to the flimsiest door in the world. I mean, we get a little bit of passion out here. Yeah, the passion out there is smelling okay. Okay. But yeah, it's been loud, and I think it's been an opportunity for players to finally get themselves, you know, face to face and get some names as well, get some faces to those names. It's been really important for that, and we're going to see some massive games. And this has been an absolutely awesome first game. Technical difficulties today have been kind of made things a little cumbersome, just a little slower, but it is what it is. Activision, Vanguard, it's been a wild year so far. I think our viewing audience, they feel the pain as well. They know what this is like. But we've got so many quality games for you guys, and I can't wait to start casting with the likes of Kiwi, the likes of Gizmo, these guys. You know that we talk to it all the time on Twitter. It's just going to be a pleasure. I mean, Kiwi's been dodging a cast for 18 months.
He said it to us, didn't he? He said it to us. He was like, "Oh, I'm not looking forward to you guys casting over the top of me." And obviously, their first game, I believe, is against JT's lot, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a tough game for those lot. Obviously, Smithy as well on that roster, the old Clarity man. Good to see him back at the venue as well. For somebody who's not really played a huge amount of Vanguard. Obviously, I've seen him a couple of times doing chows, and obviously, I know I believe him to be like very, very close mates with Kiwi as well. So it's obviously good to see names that, even if we've not seen a huge amount of on Vanguard here in the flesh. I mean, how many interactions have we had where people come up, introduce, you feel like a knob saying, "Sorry, who are you?" Because there's obviously the likes of Kiwi, Crookie as well, who streams. Obviously Luke, Snake Pod, Kez. So we have a face to work with but so many of these guys, it's anime pictures or like some random like dog or something. We're like, we don't know what these people come up, and then they come up all enthusiastic, and you don't know who they are. But then as soon as you clock who it is, it's so refreshing to be able to put a face to the name.
Are you giving out the shade to people with cartoon pictures?
Well,
there, man?
I saw Dave in the chat. Dave's not here. I'm outraged that Dave and Alfie aren't here because they would have been really good to have at the venue. And Dave's got his. I tell you what, I'm more than happy for Dave to keep his dog picture as his profile picture because the more dog pictures, the merrier for me, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, get a little. I think Pab's mic has gone. Don't worry, you'll be back. You'll be back in a second. It's all good. The map hasn't started, so should be ready to go once again.
Yeah. I was just saying, this is the first time I've been able to cast without my hound Zeppelin behind me crying for food or crying to be let out. So it's nice to get an uninterrupted cast. But so far it's the first game, if anything, has lived up to the hype a little bit. It's been an absolute battle so far. 2-0 going out into the control for XC Nation. But Val Raven, I mean, that was a classic slapback. What a regain mid-series. You know, I was accusing them of not really being able to kind of like regain mid-map, especially in the hard point where they start to lose their grip a little bit. But you know, they just made me eat my words, ram them back down my throat because they come back in such style in the control. I mean, at times I wondered if XC Nation picked the pads up, whether they were still on the bathroom break. Honestly, at times, you know, they were totaling something like, I think they were totaling at 1.15 kills while the boys from Val Raven were at 40. So we'll talk about that disparity in terms of slaying. Well, obviously, this is a big moment. I'm not sure how it's going to restart.
Yes, it's a full map restart. Jacko's just given us a little peep in the air that it's going to be a full map restart for the Bockies. I mean, they were pretty much neck and neck anyway, so it makes sense that we have a full map restart. And it looks as though Val Raven, they weren't exactly struggling to match the aggression of XD Nation, even in those early hills. We saw them kind of bumping heads for quite a large part of it. Obviously, with P1 to P2 on Bocage, we're so used to teams kind of fighting for P2 literally and completely bun off P1, and it looked as though it was kind of a very typical Bocage, very, very close, very, very messy, nothing separating them. So yeah, full map restart, and the guys are now loading in. You'll be able to see it very shortly.
One interesting thing I kind of like noticed was when the boys from XC managed to get onto the hill, they got bullied off it, you know, maybe within 20-25 seconds. But when the boys from Val Raven got onto that P2, they did a good job of holding it. When they managed to get onto a hill, they actually did a reasonably good job of holding it. So something for the boys from XC Nation maybe to think about in terms of their strategy about how they approach, you know, these hills. But again, in terms of slaying, this was closest probably we've had in any of the maps, despite the fact that we went around 11 in S&D. We have big moment for Val Raven still. I think they can do this and take this to game 5. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, so back into Bocage we go, head first, straight in the water as Lenzo straight off the rip. Couple of kills to his name already. You can see kind of the aggression that Excalibur are looking to try and on this P1. They held quite a decent amount of time on towards P1, which is not an easy thing to do. Portal going to come through for trades. It looks as though Stunner's going to grab one as well alongside his teammates. So Val Raven going to get on towards P1, and this is kind of the battle that we talk about, Pablo. Back and forth for those P2 spawns. You can already see number 7 in Portal tried to go around the back, but Excalibur Nation had absolutely none of it.
Yeah, huge space by them in order to retake that. And again, yours and DB started off pretty slow, but as soon as they get those kills, they're able to take that a little bit of time. They tied things up, and they've gone into an early lead. And number 4 there with a big kill. DB needed that in order to retain control of that P2. He's going to get back into Barn and get dropped almost immediately by Portal, who I believe is actually called Portal in this. So, guys, if you are watching, the guys from Val Raven Esports playing on different Battle.net, different acties, so they're slightly different. We've got Swin, Genji, Portal, and Stunner. Stunner, the player that you mentioned early on, is Rico, I do believe, 2 and 3 right now. A player that they're probably going to rely on quite heavily to go big in this map. So this P2, again, we saw this before the game dropped. Battle after battle, it's gone back and forth. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone can actually get a grip in this game.
Yeah, mentioned Rico on your screen. Stunner on the sticks. As a kill comes through there for Genji, who is going to be Quids as his alias for this map. Lenzo, another couple of kills come through for him, so he's already started off this map pretty hot at the moment. But again, there is not really much separating these guys. NT's going to look to maybe look up a couple of seconds, and he absolutely fries Genji there as Portal manages to reply with a kill onto DB. It looks as though Val Raven, they're still kind of fighting for the remaining scrap time. The boys in purple have done a really good job of just kind of almost nibbling away at the remaining scrap time, holding that rotation. You can already see that Yoz is all the way deep in the back, watching that side over towards that B side, almost on search and destroy. And Portal with 2 kills coming through. His teammates now looking to try and reinforce him, so they're going to try and flood straight in towards the front of the hill. There's 1 kill that comes through for Swin. They're going to break through. It's actually a team nade, but never mind. It doesn't really matter. They managed to make it work, but can Dennis manage to fly through and clear off some remaining players? There's 1 for Dennis. There's 2 for Dennis. Looking for the 3rd onto Portal, and almost manages to shoot him round the corner. Unfortunately, with LAN, it is less likely than in online, but the purple arrows at the moment, Pablo, they are flying straight back in themselves.
Not only flying straight back, they give themselves a 24-second lead in the process. So between DB, NT, and Lenzo going absolutely off in lower grannies to get control of that P3. And that's the first time we've seen them do that. They were kind of sloppy before the reset. That is huge plays from them. And what's nice to see is every player managing to get 2 pieces, managing to get 3 pieces. Now, Valraven are going to look to try and strike back as they come in around the back. But you know what? They didn't take the scrap time from the previous P2. A good solid 10 seconds. They gave it up, and it looks like they're going to be in a very similar position now, and whether that's going to come back to bite them in the behind as we get to the end of the barrage is going to be very interesting. But again, XC Nation just looked like the side that we cast in the very first hard point, looking very composed, getting kills and absolutely blowing out a major DB with another 2.
That was an absolutely outrageous ego shot with a pistol when it was 1 shot, but at the moment they're cutting down players 1 at a time at the moment, are Excalibur, and now they've got the lead to show for it. Portal going to try, but he can't get anything going. And looks as though they will manage to trade players out as Genji grabs 2. They're going to flood back in, but Lenzo, it's just back and forth at the moment. It's kill after kill after kill. NT is going to get a pick there, and there's going to be another kill back and forth. It is the pinstripe kill feed that we know and love, as DB is going to get 2. 1 on towards Stunner, 1 on towards Portal, and another kill comes through there from Genji. This time round, though, Pablo, last time I believe it was around 78 to 78, but this time on the second attempt to try and Excalibur Nation, they have done a much better job of pushing this lead out.
Oh, mate, this is so much more reminiscent of map 1. They just started to get in control. They've started to apply the pressure. The foot is totally on the throat of Valraven. They need a huge regain right now. P5, probably not the best place to do it, though. So this is going to require some huge balls right now from Valraven if they're going to bring this back. Because right now, we're pushing to that point of it being a full kill rotation of time. And this is going to be a massive problem for Valraven if they don't get kills. They've been relying heavily. And Stunner, the player that we highlighted at the start, is having an absolute negative. Only got 17 seconds on the clock. They are getting a good solid chunk of time to P5, brought it back to within 30, but then purple arrows, Verge is on.
Yeah, and messy, and a lot of time has come through actually for Valraven as they only trail by 20. So now go back once again the P1, and already you can see the kind of command and control that Excalibur are looking to try and get around this wrap. There's 1 for NT, good reads, looking for the 2nd. He's not going to get it. Genji going to work his way around the back, but again, another trade comes through. You can kind of see kind of the 50-50 middle map split. Portal's going to try and punch his way through Barn. He's not going to be able to grab a kill as the trades go back and forth, and the kill comes through for DB again. He's still currently just working evens. He's had moments, though, when he's managed to get a couple of kills in quick succession, 2 and 3 at a time, and you feel, Pablo, if he manages to maybe kick off a little bit with Lenzo putting up some big numbers, Excalibur might be able to run away with this one. They are looking very, very good.
Yeah, we're just starting to see a little bit of a slaying power coming out of DB and Lenzo. They're just starting to creep a little bit ahead. Lenzo's on a 3 streak right now. And again, he's just been given that freedom. He's not necessarily picking up that time. But when you consider DB 18 and 17, he's approaching that minute. XE just starting to apply the pressure. And, you know, Valraven did a great job on P5, but they're going to need to continue to do this as they try and get themselves settled. But again, we talked about them needing to challenge for all the scrap time. And it just seems to be one thing they don't have in their armory right now. They've got the opportunity now hitting this P2 in this 3rd rotation to maybe do that, get themselves set up, get a couple of picks. But number 4 there in DB is practically got telepathy as he manages to read that play, get the kill, and the pressure is going to come from the back, and it is going to be number 20 and number 4. In fact, the spawns actually come in for Excalibur Nation, who are going to be right into the back, and it's Valraven who are going to have to try and push from the front.
Yeah, it was a good set of kills that came through for them. Oh, I'll tell you what, hold that. Genji with a big 2-piece will maybe grant his teammates a bit of an opportunity to maybe contest the hill here. You can see on the hill, Swin going to desperately try and do his best to get close to it. At the moment, they're pretty much bashing their head up against the wall as they're trying to punch their way through from that less preferred side. And at the moment, the control from the boys in purple is there for all to see. But I'll tell you what, if Excalibur Nation can just get the time to reflect the kills, Lenzo at the moment is absolutely frying. 30 kills to his name and only 19 deaths to go with it. It looks as though VibePay, they have just dropped off a little bit. Stunner, Pablo, we spoke about him before, currently 11 and 23 as we keep an eye on him, but 50 seconds is the deficit, and you do fear for the boys of VibePay. If this next hill doesn't go in their favor and Excalibur potentially push their way close to that 200-point mark, it's going to be really, really difficult.
I just think the time and the lack of aggression from VibePay isn't going to help them. We saw Excalibur just absolutely steam onto the kill right there, and they've been taken down. VibePay were particularly successful in the previous rotation, so this has been a good kill to them. And if they manage to get this into Barn, if they manage to get any transitions, they did a great job of dealing with NT over towards the back to get the plays for this hill. So this is a big moment. They brought it back within 30, so VibePay still well within this fight as we approach you would argue the latter third of this Bacage hardpoint. Lenzo, though, is absolutely frying right now. 35 and 22, 25 solid seconds. That's a solid chunk of change for a player who's approaching 40 kills. Unbelievable performance on land. But again, VibePay just managed to see them off, and they're going to get themselves that little bit of scrap and major. That's going to be, you know, a 28-second differential right there.
And we're just over halfway at the moment. Lenzo is on track here for a big-ass 50 bomb potentially on the cards here. Yoz going to get a nade straight to the face there, courtesy of Swint. Now round and round they go, over towards through to that P2 side, but the kill feed's purple, and this is where it starts to look worrying. You can see that number 6, Genji, he's going all the way around the back, manages to take NT down. They're going to look to try and get aggressive here, and they've got to do it quickly. They do win some important gunfights as it goes completely red, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a VibePay esports fan, as they manage to clear out what looks to be the remaining players. Still going to be around 20 seconds to the lesser, and they still try and punch their way in once again to Excalibur. They're not going to give up much time here on this one. NT in the hill he goes, but another kill comes through from Stunner. Can they manage to get the more important time here? It's only going to be 15 seconds, Pablo, but if they get it potentially with trades, as it looks as though those purple arrows are not going to grant them, that is still going to push Excalibur out with a sizable chunk of change to work with going over towards that final hill of the rotation.
Yeah, and you can see those arrows towards bottom P5. You've already got Genji, I believe, is in the name of Quids, and he's holding that L, but again, number 3 there, NT is going to get a pretty easy kill. It's going to give the boys some XE control, and as they approach that 200 mark, this is going to require a really big hope. But the spawns come in for VibePay over towards the back. They've been super slow in their approaches. They wait for the other 2 players to try and get involved. They're going to make this a contest hill. It's really vital. They don't allow Excalibur Nation any more time. They're starting to flood the hill one by one, though, Major, and that is a worrying tactic at this stage of the game. They need to do one more sensible push, get the contest in, and then get reset up for P1, because right now, 25 seconds, it's not going to be winnable from this, but Excalibur Nation are going to get really damn close. Yeah,
this is the difficulty with Bocage, because you just leak time regardless of what the hill is at any moment. If the team gets away with kills, they at least get the man off the hill. You can see desperately going to try and get on, but he's not going to be able to. DB just going to leech every last remaining second of this hill as we go over towards the P1, and they will only need 17 seconds here, Excalibur. They've held a decent amount of time on this P1 in the hills previously, and they have got the control. You can see Lenzo desperately trying to stay alive, but they're getting kills around him. They've just got to try and keep him alive on the hill. Only 10 seconds remaining. You can see Portal on the hill he goes. Big engagement. Lenzo wins it. Lenzo gets the second as well. You can see Stunner's going to come through, though, with the trade. Can they manage to at least stay alive for long enough here? He's not even going to opt to get on the hill. Only 7 seconds remaining, though. You can see NT, he's going to use that as an invitation. On he goes. 5 seconds. Is the contest going to be there quick enough? Portal, he's going to get off the hill. These next kills are absolutely crucial now for VibePay, just to try and stop any remaining time, because, oh my god, Excalibur, Pablo, they need 6 seconds.
I honestly, DB just got a teammate to completely wipe them off the hill and allow VibePay to push right on. They've done such a great job of managing to get absolute time on this most difficult P1, and they've pushed this to a P2. Huge moments right now for VibePay. 245 to 175. There's 5 seconds eluding XC Nation right now. They've got the kills for P2, but look at those red arrows. This is going to come down to huge kills needed here, and it's going to be Stunner who needs to go big. But Major, over towards field, the arrows are swarming into P2. They need so much time, and Excalibur are so close.
God, 5 seconds. They're holding on. Oh no, never mind. Lenzo gets one, but the trade comes through from Stunner. It's getting so messy. Stunner, can he manage to just watch this lane? They are just waiting for the right time to push. Excalibur, they've identified that they only need one go at this. There's the first pick. Enti grabs one. Is he going to grab another? No, the trades come through. The kill feed lights up red, but you can see Yoz is on the hill. Can Yoz go huge? Yoz gets another one as well. And I think that was some body shots to go with it. And that might be that. It will be indeed an Excalibur Nation. My goodness. It was a bit of a mixy one. It was a bit of a messy one. But Pablo, they get it done 3-1.
Yours with them body shots, they are sweaty palms and squeaky bums right there because they needed 5 seconds for so long. And we said at the beginning, Valraven were giving up scrap time. You know, they get that scrap time. It was like 20 seconds of scrap time. This is a completely different game. This is 245 to kind of 220. And the pressure that will be on XC Nation then is immense. They managed to hold the ice, managed to make it through 3-1. And honestly, I guarantee that's a sigh of relief right there for them.
So, going to be boys in purple managed to get it done. They obviously dropped the control in what was a really bizarre map. Obviously, it was an absolute blowout in map 3 on the other side for Valraven, but the boys in purple, they are going to get it done, Pablo. And wow, first series of the day, mate. Not exactly a bad one by any means if we're going to pick one.
What's wild about that control, that 3-0 doesn't even express the dominance that Valraven had. That was a wild map right in the middle, so aberrant to the rest of the game. Really lovely S&D though, great from Valraven to put the pressure on to bring it back to map 11, mate. That's our first game.
Yeah, that's the first one. We've got God knows how many more to go, guys. This is going to be going on all day. We are going to quickly cut to a quick ad break and then just a short break as well shortly after as we get our next teams on the stage for this ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. That's the first one. That's the first one. I stress that so many times. Oh, thank God for that. I say we're going to need a lot of it because it's going to be a sweaty day of Call of Duty. But yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back very, very shortly just after this short break.
Player Ammo. A gaming energy formula. Improved focus. Energy boost. Natural colors and flavors. Zero sugar. Zero crash. Order online at playerammo.com. Player Ammo. Unlock your potential.
Ladies and gents, welcome back. Apologies. We do sincerely apologise for all the delays. Oh my God, Western Supermare springs to mind. My God, it's been an absolute menace as this one pabs. We're finally, though, going to get back into another game. Disclaimer, though, because the way Battle.net the ID logging in is working currently at the venue, apparently, from what we're hearing, whenever players try and sign in, they get pretty much booted off the game. So we're having to use the same computers with the same names just to try and get some of these series going, which is not ideal. Obviously, for us as casters, we're seeing names, but it's not the actual names on the screen for anyone who is currently watching the game. So obviously, we will try and guide you guys through it. We do have a list of who is who. We'll obviously try and keep you guys as updated as possible. And our next game, Pablo, we've got Vitalize Esports up against Flux, two very established ACCL orgs, actually, for this one. I think it's gone again, mate, yeah. I'm not sure what your thing is doing. It just keeps triggering. Here we go. Hang on. Should be back. Are you back?
Right. Am I back?
He's back.
Am I back? Like, there's literally only one option for my audio and it keeps going off, right? So this was initially meant to be our game one. I think we were really looking forward to doing this one. There's a couple, obviously, two great organizations. Flux being one of the first ones I ever cast, and Vitalize, obviously, we have to cast their team probably more than any other team available. And these guys are absolutely dying to get underway. We just want to make it clear that this is the problems we've been facing today are not the venue's issue. The venue's being absolutely nailed on. This is actually purely a Vanguard problem. So the game just not being optimized for LAN. As you've seen it yourself at some of the highest level CDL pros, itself has had issues, and they've got like a ring fence system that can, and live devs to work with them. We don't have that access, unfortunately. So this is going to be very makeshift. We are going to do our best, however, to try and make sure that we're giving the right call. Obviously, our simple brains, major. We like to see what's on the screen and know that it is correct information, but we are going to try and translate that for you on the fly. So apologies if there's a few cock-ups along the way, but this game's shaping up to be really nice.
Yeah, so the way that the rosters are working with these two teams, obviously got the boys of Vitalize up against Flux, and what you guys will be seeing on your screen, you'll be seeing DB, Yoz, and Lenzo, but they are Focal, H, Cheek, and Arian. And then on the other side, we've got Rico, Quids, and Breeze, as you probably saw from the previous series. That is going to be Danny G, Lampy, and Murphy, and Fizzy, and the last, Naughty. They are the correct names. So we have two players who are the correct names to go with for this one, and we're going to be diving straight in towards a Tuscan hardpoint between Flux and Vitalize Esports. And as far as maps go, Pablo, we talk about this one being the tester map, really, is seeing kind of what both teams are bringing to the series, what they're kind of bringing to the table. It's very good for kind of checking pacing and where the teams are at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a medium-sized map. It's one of the beauties of this map is it's got a lot of direct routes. So if you want to flank, you've got you're not having to go all the way around the map. You can take some really basic, really quick routes. So it allows you to see who's great at setting up, who's great at pre-aim, pre-firing, all these little things that we like to see. Right now, though, Flux are absolutely frying out of P1 right now. Vitalize looking very, very poor for their money. Not 1 second on the board. And in fact, we've got poor old Arian right now 0-3, and he's on the struggle bus out the blocks, major. And right now, Vitalize early days need a quick regain.
Yeah, this is a really strong start here from Flux. Green as well. It does say Rico. That is going to be Mr. Danny G, who we have casted multiple times. A very established, very good main AR for any team that manages to pick them up. And it's a really strong start from Flux, although Vitalize on this P2, they are starting to claw back a little bit more time as they still trail by a little bit. Flux, though, will, however, still have some control. So those Vitalized players are still spawning out the back. They've got a little bit, though, of an issue because obviously they're going to have to start thinking towards that next rotation, towards that next hill. You can see that DB on your screen, which is Focal H, trying to stay down at the moment, is Focal. He's going to get taken down. The trades come through. And already, Pablo, you can see that Naughty, one of the names that is actually correct, is making the big brain plays, ready to go for the next hill as well. So already thinking in advance for Vitalize and a big play.
All right, the confidence you made that call out just lets us know where we stand right now. It's probably the best thing they could have done was kind of chalk that as towards the mid section of that P2 and get themselves set up. But he has got a big responsibility as Naughty is he's going to have to deal with the first wave of players. Only one to deal with in the end. So this is going to be a nice bit of hill time for them. A good early 15 seconds potentially uncontested. And look at that right behind him. Number 8 needs to get a big kills here. He is going to be looking to go through L, and it is going to be DB, who actually believe is It's focal H. Apologies, guys. I'm so much slower at making these translations than Major. But right now, really nice regain, though, from the boys in blue. Vitalize managing to come back and bringing this back to a 20-second game, which is exactly what we wanted to see, because it was slowly but surely starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, and there's 7 in a row there, although it says Quids. That is Lampy on the sticks, and he gets another one to make it 8 in a row. So great work there from him, and he's still hunting down for more, looking to try and make it double digits. And that combined streak at the moment, it was currently sat, or it was sat at 12, apologies, and Naughty's going to finally shut him down. So a strong start from Flux. Still a 40-point deficit there or thereabouts for the lads of Vitalize as we rotate over towards the Churchill, and we know what this hill brings, Pablo. It brings a lot of engagements, a lot of gunfights from pretty much here, there, and everywhere. And Vitalize, they are just still playing this quite patiently, aren't they? They're making the decision to chalk off some of the time, rotate early, and just get set up for the next hill.
And honestly, this hill looks actually ideal for them. A little bit of close quarters. They did really, really nice. You've got, obviously, Focal H is DB right now, 7 and 8. So just slowly but surely managing to get the kills in. You've got to ask the question, though, right now, Cheek is absolutely burning through players 12 and 9, but they've just not really been able to turn it into any time. Still on a 30-second deficit. And you've got to ask the question, though, if Arian is able to drop a few more kills, because right now, Triple Neg is not where you want to be. He's managed to get himself a solid chunk of time, but right now, that is the difference right there. Is that 30 seconds, and I think if he can start to drop more players, this is going to work into their benefit, because right now, Flux, you've got a guy on 13 and 6, you've got, obviously, right there, you've got Danny G dropping 12 and 7, he's about to hit double positive, along with Lampy, who are absolutely frying right now, but 115 to 62, Major, that is an absolutely perfect example of kill efficiency to hill time ratio right there.
At the moment, although it's yours on screen, that is Peak, who is going to be demanding a little bit more from his boys. Arian, you are seeing as Lenzo currently struggling, as you mentioned, 4 and 13 on the cards. But we now go in towards the P5. Well, no, we know that there's trophy systems. I'm not sure. I don't think they are currently utilizing them at this plan. I'm pretty sure that is the case as nades and stuns land in towards the hill. And there's a couple that comes through there from DB on your screen, or Focal H, as he is actually known. So it's now going to be a 30-point game as nades come flying through. There's going to be another kill as well that comes through for the boys of Flux. So still a 40-point deficit, although Vitalize, they've had moments where it looks as though they've been able to try and claw it back. It looks as though it's just going to be a little bit more difficult now as we get towards the end of this hill. And now you can already see as well, Pablo, on the mini-map number 7, which is yours, but it is going to be Cheek that is ready to go for that next hill. And surprisingly, they're holding the other side. A lot of teams that we see get a lot of time on P1 actually decide to try and push through and hold it from that tile side. So an interesting take.
Yeah, you can see right there that is going to be Cheek, who's just looking to get himself into that corner, and he's managed to you know, they've got, again, mate, this is not a weird thing, they've managed to get onto the hill because they've chalked it and they've got themselves a free 15 seconds, but they're not able to hold on to it. It is going to be Lampy with the glide at 16 and 10. He's had an awesome game so far. It does push the boys from Vitalize out, but they've still got some absolute hill presence. You can see those two players, 7 and 8. Right there, it is going to be Arian and Cheek just trying to push through middle and just trying to regain control and actually Vitalize.
Yeah.
You know, gone from a 60-second deficit, Major, to bringing this back to within 30 seconds. A really big regain, and largely on the back of those two players in Arian, in Cheek, just starting to get those big kills.
This has been a really good hold on P1 here. We talk about the money hills on Tuscan, and P1 is definitely one of them. And at the moment, they are kind of running around a little bit aimlessly at the moment, Flux. They just need to kind of get their foothold in, and there's another couple of kills that comes through from Focal, who is really starting to lead the charge now at 17 and 13, and likewise is Naughty, who's currently on a 5 streak. They're both combining for 10 in a row, so 2 opportunities now for Vitalize to try and get streaks. Naughty slowly working his way through. There's 6, only needs 1 more now for the glide bomb, and his teammate there on your screen in DB or Focal H is now 1 away himself. So now there's the streak. There's one of them. So they've got 1 glide bomb ready to go. They're just waiting on Naughty as to whether he can get one. DB is finally going to fall. The trades come through. It is going to be Cheek who grabs one. And it looks as though, I don't think Naughty... Oh, actually, no. I think he did actually manage to get the 7th just before he dropped. So if he did, Vitalize are going to have 2 glide bombs to work with. And they have flipped this game on its head.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to be hitting that P3 in the second rotation with an open hill, so that glide bomb could become absolutely vital, particularly if Flux decide to choke this, because right now they cannot get onto the hill. In fact, the last 2.5 hills have been almost exclusively Vitalized. What an unbelievable regain in the middle of this map. They've taken themselves a 40-second lead. They are absolutely safe. In fact, you've got to ask the question, Lenzo, he's put his feet up in hill, 8 and 20, he just hasn't been challenged at all. Lenzo, obviously, Arian, so you got to, you know, the hill kitten right there, doing the job for Vitalize Esports as we head into this P3 in the second rotation. It's entirely going the way of the team in blue, Major. Huge performance right there.
Yeah, Naughty's out the back. And there's going to be the first engagement that goes in their favor. Are the trades going to be good enough? You can just see, though, that Naughty, just by anchoring out towards the back of the spawn, The boys in red, they are really, really struggling to get close towards this hill. On your screen there, Breezy, Murphy, Bounce up, really struggling currently at the moment. They're going to try and flood in and maybe make some trades. There's going to be another kill that does go in favor of Flux. So now, spawning them tile side, they're going to have to try and bottleneck them because through fire, there's going to be another one. And oh, big kill there that comes through from Danny, who on your screen is going to be Rico. So at the moment, it's just back and forth. Vitalize did a really good job. But meanwhile, DB has just got the broom out and sweep them all.
Wait, the focus from Focal right there to get that 4 pieces, just absolutely giving Vitalize an incredible amount of scrap time and gives them the opportunity to start. You can see those blue arrows starting to converge over to that Church Hill. Unbelievable play as Focal H drops 4. Man, these guys have been slaying out in the last few seconds. Looks Esports, man, on the back foot, the confidence knocked. They really do need Big Murphy to get himself off the, off the struggle bus and absolutely nail the next few kills. Because right now his team, they're potentially at that point we talk about Major where Vitalize potentially only need seconds off a handful of kills, and these guys could end up seeing themselves going down 1-0. 7 to 174 though. It looks like Flux have managed to get the kills. Really nice control, and more than anything else, been getting the kills. This has been a solid 30-second hold on Churchill.
Yeah, and it's coming down right to the wire at the moment. There's another kill though that comes through, and this time Fizzy name is actually the player, so the beauty of Fizzy with a 4 streak there, looking to try and work his way potentially onto 5 and maybe more. There are still players just waiting though to try and collapse in. There's only 10 seconds worth of scrap time here, and we go over towards the messy P5. And how many times, Pablo, have we spoken about P5, but more importantly, the P5 to P1? We know how messy P5 can be, but normally the team that manages to rotate efficiently to P1 is usually the one that gets the time and gets the map win, because this is coming right down to it.
Yeah, Lampy with a big moment right here. I think he's in and around bottom P5. He needs to play his life and needs to I say that, of course, cases the caster, as we see Ariane just do the business, and that's going to force the boys from Flux Esports to have a rethink about how they're going to come through bottom stairs. But a 3-piece right there as they almost completely wipe out Vitalize. A 210 to 225. This has been a contest hill, so quite right to point out this is probably going to go round to P1, and we might actually see P2 in this third rotation. But we can see Lampy and Fizzy both combining there to put the Mockers right onto Vitalize, and they're going to get that remaining scrap time, bring it back and even take the lead. But look over there, 7 and 8. It's going to be Ariane and Cheek. No, in fact, Cheek and Focal H are going to be over to P1 Major, waiting to get that time.
Oh my god, Deep Inhale. This is going to get really, really mixy over towards the P1. Flux, they've got a bit of a cushion. It's only 8 seconds though. They're going to try and work it. Oh my god, and Fizzy has just absolutely battered Arian there. So Naughty, he's going to grab 2. And now the glide bombs are coming out. They are throwing everything at this now. Both teams neck and neck. Up to this point, there is nothing separating them. Glide bomb going to take down Fizzy. Give map. The kill feed lights up. Blue Vitalize. They're only 10 seconds away from getting this one done. Everyone on the side of Flux is flooding in. It is blue. It is blue and more blue. Glide bombs galore. Everything coming down from the sky. And Vitalize. Oh, the kill comes through. Flux from the hill. Oh my god, and Fizzy gets the kills. There's still 15 seconds left, DB. Can he get it? Oh my god, and although it says DB, it's Focal H and Vitalize. Jesus, what a map one.
What a game to end. Unbelievable, mate. Game one was a cracker. 250 to 235. Vitalize and Flux have put on a show. Unbelievable performance, though, coming out to the Vitalize boys. Hold the nerve. Keep the ice in the face. Unbelievable. No. You know, you can look at that 38 and 22 right there from Focal H. That 4-piece major, that 4-piece got to be the first clippable moment of the day. So
my god, real. Tell you what, we had names to go with it when that was happening, because my goodness, it's hard enough as it is when it is that mental, but my god. I mean, it's such a shame at the moment, Pablo, that we haven't got more COD on the screen, because every single map at the moment, I mean, that was a staple for what Call of Duty is all about. But my god, that's one map. That is one map between 2 orgs that we know bragging rights are going to be there. We can hear it through the screen of those lads getting loud, and my god, you can see why, because that was a hell of a Tuscan.
The Flux guys are so proud as well. They're going to be absolutely desperate to get back at these guys. Vitalize, though, always got a solid roster, mate. We've cast over them time and time, and they just never seem to fail to pick up, 4 guys who were just absolutely unreal, and the beams were out today. But I know Big Man Murphy he's not going to be happy about that, mate. He's going to want to bring that back. And honestly, going into a Berlin S&D from the kind of almost a juxtaposition at the pace of Tuscan Hardpoint, it is very possible that this could end up being 1-1. These guys go huge in S&D. Mate, we could be in for an absolute belt series. Yeah.
Because we're gonna need so many of them the way this is going. I mean, obviously we're gonna try and crack through as much Call of Duty as possible. Obviously, with the way the schedule is working, with the kind of the technical issues we're having, it's just screaming out that if we had it working, the amount of quality games that we would have currently been able to get through is just mind-blowing. We've had so many good maps already. Literally, this is what, the 5th map that we've casted so far today, and at the moment, I mean, combined it with the passion that we're hearing out there, and we don't even have the names, and it is still this mind-blowing. So, my God, if we could just bring it all together and get it through, it would be absolutely unreal, because some of the maps that you can get from Vanguard, we know a lot of players do kind of have a very hit and miss approach with Vanguard. Some players hate it, some players love it, but my God, as a viewer experience, as a neutral, when the maps get that close, it is so fun to watch.
Yeah, we said this from the outset. You know, for us, even casting it was a bit of a struggle bus for us because of the problems with the codcaster. Players who were playing it weren't overly happy, but watching this game at times, it's unbelievable. Easily the most watchable, maybe since Jetpack COD. That, you know, in terms of the closeness of maps, in terms of the ability for reverses, in terms of the, you know, the opportunities. I mean, we say it time and time again. It becomes a cliche. We often eat our words because of how mental this game can be. And so today we're kind of seeing the great.
Right. Yeah, and microphone. Don't worry, I'm sure you can sort it out again. Let's try playback voice setting. Not sure what you've had there, mate. Just try and ping it back again. I think it should be all right. I think it's a little messaging for you. Are you back?
Yeah.
Yep, we're good. All right, Pablo's is back. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, no, you're all good. I can hear you. Yeah, but wow, map 1. If this series is anything to go by that one, we're gonna have such a good series here. But obviously, Pablo going towards kind of a much slower paced map 2, 3, and 4. I mean, we're going from madness to kind of the structure, which feels a bit weird to say after that first map, really.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, normally at Tuscan Hardpoint, we know it's frenetic, but usually we do see, like, clever rotations, we see some strategy. That just seemed to be an out-and-out war at times. Just, I mean, players just feeding, Hilde, you know, it was so fast-paced, it almost reminiscent of a Bocage. Hopefully, going into this S&D, we're going to start to see the strategies coming out of the teams, and just starting to see, you know, the players that have put time in start to shine. So, big moment for Berlin, S&D. Guys, we are, however, potentially back to a triple Berlin right there. S&D control happened. I think this is going to be a feature of the day. Obviously, you know, when new maps are rotated in, they tend to become the fashion, and it looks like Berlin control is going to be the staple of the day. I
think one important factor as well is I saw somebody put in chat that maybe Murphy had been on too many guineas last night, but obviously he did struggle. He did struggle in that hard point. You can't overlook that, and you feel with how close that game was, if he managed to just even kind of just break just above even, you're probably getting a different swing of it. But that's the kind of the fine margins that you look at in some of these teams. Obviously, we talk about round 1 games. A lot of them are very much mismatched because of seeding. But after you're looking at that one, it looks as though we've caught the best of the bunch, really, with matchup, because you had some players that were doing very, very well. I believe it was, I will just double check that I have got the right person for it, because I think it was Focal. I'm pretty sure Focal went big as well, because he was obviously on DB on the screen. But we've got kind of a position now where how many times we go and search, it's like, okay, we might get another search and destroy this close, and then wallop 6-0. So if I'm hoping anyway we get a nice round 11 again like we did previously in the last series that we cast, because map 1, if you're going off of that, we've got a very good series ahead.
Yeah, that was super close, and obviously the regain mid-map as well just lends itself to you thinking S&D is going to be legit. It's going to be really good. Great opportunity for Murphy to really make amends for that map 1. And you can't lay the blame at his feet. I mean, it was just an awesome performance all over from Vitalize, but a big opportunity for Flux, maybe to build a bit of confidence and get that, you know, that your psychology just set. You know, this is the first time for these guys at LAN, so it's going to be huge. It is going to be the boys from Flux who are going to have the more difficult attack and start. And you can see very aggressive, Major, right the way through into quite open areas. There doesn't seem to be a lot of, you know, care and detail in playing your life.
Yeah, so Busy on the screen. It is actually Mr. Busy. Oh, and the first blood comes through. The trade instantly, though, from Focal. Take him down, so now 3 versus 3. Versus 2, apology. 2? It's 2 versus 2. Yeah. I think I just missed everything. I think my brain just went as well. So
yeah, Focal managed to drop the other player.
Yeah. So now Focal Breezy on the screen, but it's going to be Murphy. To get a bit of information, he's got to be careful though, because you can see Naughty's going to take him down. So now Bomb is going down here, and it is going to be Lampy planting. Oh, it says Quids on your screen. Now Bomb goes down. Oh, not quite sure if he intended to throw that nade, but he's not going to have one now. And you can see the boys have vitalized Pablo. They're just trying to regroup. They're going to try and maybe, you would assume, kind of take it from that back warehouse side, because that's normally where players tend to plant it for.
Yeah, and looks like Lampy's read this really, really well. He does get some shots out, so boys from Vitalize in Focal and in Naughty are going to have that information. That's huge kill for Naughty right there with 20 seconds remaining. The defuse is going to go in. Naughty is actually Naughty on your screen, and that's going to be an early round to Vitalize. Flux probably not getting the start that they wanted, but it's still plenty of time to go. But again, I found that the open and approach towards that was that they just ran through middle, kind of overexposed. If the boys from Flux had taken up any of the regular kind of spots over towards the between P1 and P3, then potentially they would get cut down a lot earlier. So big plays from Vitalize. Again, maybe we just need to see Flux just play a little bit more cautiously. But again, they're in this different position now. It is going to be Vitalize Major on the attack.
No. What can the Blue in their first attacking round? We've seen quite a few successful A pushes in that series cast previously. And I have just heard, I'll tell you what, obviously we're running stream delay, but I have just heard a lot of screaming coming through. So it looks as though we're going to see a bit of a tasty round here. So Lenzo Green is going to be Arian with the bomb. Haven't watching down this left-hand lane, but the engagement, are they going to come through? Or you can see there, Lampy. So Quid's here. There's going to be a kill. There's one that comes through for Vitalize. So more kills potentially on the cards here. They are going to get the bomb down. But now, can it be Murphy? The back. They've still got a couple. Oh, Murphy manages to grab one. So it's going to be DB that falls. Local H is now going to take it down. So now versus 3. The bomb is now planted, but now they've got to try and work a retake.
Yeah, and you can see Cheek over towards the back, guys. Lenzo number 7 right there is yours. That's going to be Cheek, sorry, and it is going to be Lenzo's Arian. That's superb kills right there. I believe Arian with the 3-piece, unbelievable plays. I think he's taken the namesake from Lenzo and gone absolutely huge there. Flux Esports 4 by the wayside. They actually looked like they had some control to the start of the round, and then just finally got dealt with it again. Murphy just a little bit exposed, and it is going to be Cheek who manages to get the kills. Arian, apologies, who manages to get the kills.
Yeah.
Names are killing major.
Our little brains can't cope. I'll tell you what, Arian certainly can. Now got 4 in a row. Again, another Flux, railing. Manage get around on the board here, because when it starts to go 3-0, that's when you start to worry for certain teams. Number 2, mini map. Busy. 2 kills on this outer lane here, potentially. For Lampy, he's going to try and stay down and get the nades out, but there's going to be a first blood, and Arian's going to grab it. Nice shots, though. Maybe not. No, it's going to be Cheek that manages to grab a pick there on towards Lampy. And now the bomb is going to be retrieved. Now 2 versus 4. They really need this next pick.
Yeah, you can see Arian towards the back. It's another big kill for Arian. He just seems to be absolutely steamrolling through. Major, he's one off a glide bomb. They've got that little bit of control. It is going to be Murphy, though, with the probably the most daunting task on a Bill and S&D, a 1v4 with 44 seconds remaining. He manages to get a kill. He's going to make that a 1v3. It's still a big task to ask. And with that bomb all the way over towards the other side, this is just going to come down to potentially Vitalize just getting a read on him and just being able to spring the trap slowly but surely. He is going to work his way up. He's going to get into an altercation pretty quickly. And right away, he is going to get taken down. Vitalize, mate, looking very, very good at S&D, which is not what you want to hear right now if you're a Flux Esports fan.
Yeah, the search is looking really clean at the moment for Vitalize. They just seem to have a little bit more in the locker in terms of approaches for both attacking and defensive sides. So we'll see now whether or not Flux can try and mix it up a little bit here. Because they're currently doing is not working, as they are trailing now by 3, and you can see there on your screen, Arian now 6 in a row. If he gets the glide bomb, that is going to be really, really difficult. They're combining for 10 now on the side of Vitalux. Vitalux? There you go, there's a hybrid. If they ever merge, there's the org name. It's going to be Vitalize, apologies, as they now grab bomb. It's a really different approach here coming through. You can see those blue arrows, they are here, there, and everywhere. There's going to be 2 kills, though, this time that come through for the lads in red. Finally, it feels like a good start to the round here for Flux, as they managed to pick off a few. There will be a trade in reply, though. And another gunfight goes down in towards the A site. Is it going to be blue? Is it going to be blue? It is. Naughty manages to take down Rico or Danny G, as we know. Oh, it's going to be Naughty. Last man up, 1 versus 2. Does spot one man up above him. Is he going to grab the kill here? He's just waiting and toying with him at the moment. I'll tell you what, Lampy is just toying with his food. And finally, Flux get around on the board.
That Shotzi, there was some beautiful movement right there behind those pillars to play his life. He finally gets to kill Flux with it. I mean, I think he realized how important it was. You cannot get to 4-0 in S&D against a team like Vitalize because they will put you to the blender. Right now, Flux managed to get one on the board. Nice plays. You know, we needed to see really Lampy go big. It is a you know, big moment for him, 2 and 4 right there from Fizzy. We got Breezy Murphy on 4 and 3, and we talked about his hard point. You know, he did struggle on that, but right now he's doing some good work. And really, you've got to look to Lampy as the player that really needs to get off the mark. Right now, he's 0 and 3, and you feel that if he starts to contribute to Flux, this is going to be a lot closer tie.
And look at the wrap of 2 players going straight around the back, and there's one, or surely the second as well. And Fizzy just cleans both players out of the sight. And the more important thing as well in the previous round was that Lenzo on your screen, or Arian, who's actually playing, wasn't able to get that 7th in a row. And in the shot spot, you can see here is going to be Cheek. Pistol out all the shots, a little bit windy though. He's not going to get the kill. And now still in a position where they're going to have to try and retake this bomb site. And it is not going to be easy. They've got 35 seconds left to plant with. This next kill needs to be blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big job for Cheek and Naughty at 2v3. It's not entirely undoable. This is going to be... It's going to be pretty close as they make the way in, but that does not help as Danny G manages to drop Cheek. Naughty last alive, and that's straight in with the aggression. And that's going to be Flux, who is starting to slowly but surely creep back into this search and destroy. And we were worrying for them at 3-0, but this has been a superb performance. And one thing we did say is if Lampy was able to get into the game a little bit more, that would make entirely the difference.
So, 2 rounds in a row. They've managed to flip it a little bit. They haven't broke evens just yet. Okay for now. It looks as though Vitalize the ship a little bit rocked as we go into round 6. Not going to retrieve the bomb. B push here, but there's a lot of presence over here. And number 2 there on your screen, Busy. He managed to get quite a bit of information there, and all shots come in. Oh, and he gets absolutely fried by Focal. Lenzo is in the site. He's not opting to plant the bomb just yet, and you can see on the screen number 1 and number 3. Squid's on the screen alongside Breezy, Lampy and Murphy. Effectively, as they try and get the pick shots there. A little bit windy from Lampy again. Going to try and clean it up, and he manages to get it. So now, bomb is down. They look as though they're going to try and clear this man out of sight. They know that at least one's in here. They're going to be forced to back down. It's going to be Arian inside, just trying to put a few shots in, waiting for some help, but he's getting absolutely peppered. He's getting collapsed on, and now Naughty has got to work the 1 versus 3. Manages to spot one, makes it a 1 versus 2, and he get the info. He knows that both players are there, but he just gets absolutely battered there by the big man Murphy. And it's going to be another round on the board for Flux Pabs. 3 in a row. We are back to tied again.
I said this from the beginning. This had a taste that this would go 3-all. It was so reminiscent of the hard point. Really nice to see Murphy start to step back up. S&D definitely his platform. Sure, he's going to be pleased with his performance so far. And obviously Lampy as well, one of the players that was struggling in the first few rounds, couldn't get a kill. Well, now he's 3 and 3, and the boys are 3 and 3 in rounds as well. So Flux Esports, big opportunity. They really do need this map. You fear that if they go 2-0 down, this could be very difficult for them to regain on that Berlin control. Right now, everybody from Flux, though, pulling away. Fizzy's on 4 and 6. We got Danny G on 3 and 5. We got Murphy 6 and 3, who's on the 4 streak, and Lampy right behind him on a 3 streak as well. Major Vitalize with a bit of a job to do, and Flux on the ascendant.
Yeah, we made a note of Murphy to maybe get something going in map number 2, and that's exactly what he's done now. Currently 6-3, so time first blood goes in favour of Vitalize. So Flux already on the back foot. See though, green Lampy's to get a really good lane, and he manages to take down one. Still trying to play his life here. The players are trying to flood him out. They do finally get rid of him as Focal is just going to chase him down. Now, 2 versus 3. Naughty, oh, the god timing on that one. One player literally runs straight past him. Murphy now is only 2 away from streaks. Can he get the trade onto one player? Surely, as he's going to manage to weaken him up. Oh, he's going to run around the wrong side, and he's got to be careful because there is potentially going to be some really bad timing on his side. He does still have the bomb, but he's still got to try and plant it, and those blue arrows, they are hunting.
Yeah, I think they were. I don't think Arian managed to get the sight on him, but they're set up beautifully towards mid. And whether Murphy ends up with his back to bomb, he is going to try and get that down. 25 seconds remaining. It's going to force him, the boys from Vitalize, forcing him to get that plant, and they are going to steamroll it in. And it's going to be Focal again with the aggression 7 and 5 right now, vying with Murphy for kill leader in the lobby and doing really well on the 4 streak. This is the first time the boys from Vitalize have been able to put a streak together. So big plays from Focal again, just bringing that form over from the first hard point, and that's going to give them that 1 round advantage of 4-3. But this is a completely different game to the one that we were casting only moments ago when they were 3-0 up, and the boys from Flux have started to make that comeback on the back of the big man himself, Murphy.
Yeah, so another round on the board for Vitalize. It took 3, though, of waiting before it finally came through. Vocal leading the charge again. Support row for him. Streaks Murphy. Now going to be again. So another B push. Going to be the ball that is going to be a 2-2 split from the side of Flux. 2 players walking down that one. 2 players over to tickets. Those players over to tickets. Going to get a lot of info, Pablo, that there's not really anyone here. They will get the first blood, though, Vitalize, but they've got to be aware of the flank. It looks as though can see on the map there, Naughty's just trying to keep an eye out for any players rotating, and his hunch will probably be correct here, Pablo, because already there's the kill. He gets taken down, and already kind of his ideas of maybe somebody working the pinch came true, and he gets taken down, and now 3 versus 3. So it's DB is now 5 in a row. Kills going down, so now on your screen, Yoz is last man up, but it's going to be Cheek as he manages to grab a pick. So now 1 versus 1 on the screen, up against Danny G. And it's now going to be a position. Maybe Flux get themselves back in this one. Cheek is just keeping his head down. He's not wanting to move. Danny just timing, and he's going to get the kill. And oh, we're going to get a couple of body shots to go with it.
Absolute plays again from Vitalize, and they've taken a 2-round lead, and looks like they're heading back to the position they were in at the start of this S&D, where they look solid for their money, but you can see maybe a little bit of frustration there, I think, coming out to Cheek. Again, they were looking so strong, and I think maybe just making a point there that they're a little bit of a confidence booster. But again, Flux, you know, you cannot write them off. And for the start of that, I felt that the kill that came out of Danny G was hugely important, because Naughty was on the ascendancy at 7 and 5. We hit into round, it is going to be round 9. 1 minute 23 on the clock. Flux B Sports desperately need to get 2 rounds on the board if they want to get this to around 11, and if they want a chance to tie things up in games.
Yeah, Danny's got a lot of work here, potentially. He might not get sight, though, of those players that past him. Danny can get so many kills if he just gets some good timing. Everyone has walked past him, and those red arrows have no idea that these players are going to be here. So surely there's going to be absolute carnage as they compress in towards those players inside the site. You can see it's going to be bodies everywhere. There's 1 kill that comes through, and oh, it's just all blue in the kill feed. There's 3. They're now going to be hunting Danny, who is the last man. Danny takes down 1. Oh, Danny takes down 2. Hello. We've now got a bit of a round on our hands. Danny, oh, he gets the 3rd. Danny gets the 3rd. Surely not. He just needs to stay alive. He just needs to stay alive. Oh my God, Danny. Surely he doesn't do this. You can see the runny bum potentially from Cheek here. Oh, the timing. Oh, Danny. Oh my goodness. He can't get the movement. Oh, it's going to be the kill. So, Jesus, they breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, but it's going to be Flux that do take the round. Danny does clutch it up because obviously they can't defuse the bomb.
My mind is going. I thought he was going to get the 4-piece. The times he played his life, huge picks with the AR down long. Oh my God, my brains fell completely out. You're going to have to pick it up off the floor because they were unreal plays. And he manages to play the round out as well. Still match point, but it's so much closer now. Flux so close. Danny, what a resurgence in this game. Unbelievable plays. And after that pressure, the aggression from Vitalize. Question is, are they going to question that? Are they going to play with a little bit more caution?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, that's going to be a kick in the teeth. Flux with a huge round there, courtesy of Danny G. As he goes. Oh, and there's going to be a pick that comes through. It's going to be Arian that manages to take him down. You can see, although the gunfights are going down to B, they have baited everyone from Flux to head over towards that side. And now they've got a prime opportunity to get the bomb. And I'll tell you what, if Arian stays alive over towards this B site, they have literally got the entire site to work with.
I think this is going to come as a shock to Flux. Huge right now. I think Murphy and Danny G are literally going to have to rely on it. It's going to be Murphy who's going to be closest. He's got a big job right on his hands. He's going to have to deal with Naughty. Only 36 seconds remaining. Beautiful strategy coming out to Vitalize. Danny G now last alive.
Oh,
Major,
man.
can he repeat the heroics of the previous round?
Nope.
Well, it's not going to be the case. Vitalize are going to take that round 6-4 in the end. But more importantly, they're going to go 2-0 up in this series. And I just fear for the boys from Flux going into a bail-in control.
Yeah, and even though Danny's efforts in that previous round gave them a lifeline, it wasn't enough to get them done and over the line, unfortunately. So it is going to be Vitalize who will now go 2-0 up. And a start to the series, Pablo, obviously, that was a bit of a close one. That Search and Destroy in the early stages didn't look particularly close. Vitalize ran away 3 rounds in a row. Flux obviously then brought it back and still ended up a close map, 6-4.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult to read at times, but, you know, Vitalize employ a nice strategy, and at times they know when to get aggressive. The times when they did get aggressive, though, it was nice plays. Obviously, incredible clutch moments from Danny G to prolong the kind of agony for Flux, but it is going to be Vitalize who come out on top, and probably deservedly so as well, playing some nice strategies, nice map control, and then at the end with a beautiful fake over towards B and getting that bomb planted at A and just leaving Flux kind of out and dry. And when they get that information and get the kills, it's super easy for them. Ends up in a really easy kill over towards that 5 middle section. Hitting bail-in control again with the way that these from Vitalize have played. I think it might be a difficult one for Flux.
Yeah, and we're actually just getting a bit of news that potentially, because of the way the scheduling's working, they are now switching these series to a best of 3. We will just quickly triple check to confirm it. Obviously, Jacko giving us all the information from the floor as best he can. Is obviously going to try and hopefully we can confirm it. But if that is the case, Pablo, it's going to be a Vitalize 2-0, which, when you look at it, it's quite a flattering score. You'd think that the boys of Flux, they're looking at that and they're like, we could have had both those maps. Unfortunately, they weren't able to in the end, but if it is that is the case, that it is a best of 3 just to move some of these series along, which is probably the best call, to be honest, if everyone can get on board with it. It's just one where they're very, very happy with that one because they get it done, they get it out of the way. It's not the best way of doing it and switching to best of 3s, but if that's the way it's got to be, that's the way it's got to be.
I mean, ultimately, you know, we get the hard point, the search and enjoy the control. We get to see old teams. The fear for me is that we know there are some teams that start slow, and there are some teams that you'll ultimately just you know, they won't be happy about that. They usually get good when it comes to control, and they'll see out the last few rounds. What this will mean is teams will need to be clever about the map choices now. So I don't think potentially this will push things so that we don't see as many bail-ins with teams that aren't comfortable. I think you're going to see Vito's going to be like bail-in straight away, and we go back to an old style of map set.
Yeah, so we are hearing that because of the way the scheduling is working, they are unfortunately having to change the series to a best of 3. So we're going to have to whip through some of these games, and as a result, guys, unfortunately, the way that timings have worked, literally the lads would have been here probably till Wednesday if we were doing one game every few hours. So unfortunately, that is the way it is going to have to end. So it is going to be Vitalize Esports that will progress through the bracket, and as you guys can see onto this one, we should, I think, have a couple of updates. Obviously, Excalibur, brand new day, they've managed to go through in their best of 5s, but obviously as that bracket progresses, we will keep you guys updated. But as we get ready for our next game, guys, which will be coming up shortly, we will just confirm what the teams are that we will be covering next. Obviously, we'll try and bring you guys as much gameplay as possible, because by the sounds of it, we've only really got one working station at the moment. Hopefully things can change and we can move some of them across, but unfortunately that's just the reality of it, and that's the things that we are told. But for myself and Pablo, as much Call of Duty on the screen as possible is obviously the way forward. So we are just going to quickly cut to a short break while we get our next teams ready and set for our next series, and hopefully bring you guys that one much shorter rather than later. Obviously, we're still going to have the issues with the team names and stuff, but we'll keep you posted. Obviously, Alfie and Lisa in the chat updating all of the stuff as much as possible. But that's unfortunately the way it is. Unfortunately, we're just going to have to try and work past it. So a huge shout out to everyone for tuning in and remaining patient. But we will be back very shortly, guys, just after this break, where we will bring you our next game in Winners Round 1.
Player Ammo. A gaming energy formula. Improved focus. Energy boost. Natural colors and flavors. Zero sugar. Zero crash. Order online at playerammo.com. Player Ammo. Unlock your potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Apologies again for the enormous delays that we are currently having. We are now finally back again with another series. We're obviously still sticking to best of threes as we try and get through as many of these games as possible. And our next one, Pablo, we know quite a lot about quite a few of the players, actually. Obviously, the favourite, I suppose we would assume, is going to be the lads off Mistaken. Up against quite a few familiar names, though, on the side of Flux Nation. We're going to have an interesting game here. It'll be interesting to see how good Mistaken Esports look, because obviously this is their first game on the LAN. They've been waiting a hell of a long time to get on the station, and now they need to get going. They've got a point to prove.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, it's going to be a really interesting one for a few of their players. I think Johnny's the only player that's played on LAN previously. I think even Snake's new to LAN and Runner, and obviously Sean are in the same position. I mean, there's an argument to say that these are potentially the favourites for the entire tournament because they've been playing together. They've won pretty much everything they've entered. And despite kind of like the bigger names maybe in Katana and the more experienced names maybe over in Adept Club, I think these guys just as a four-piece have just really gelled well together. And they go up against Flux Nation, a team who you would suggest probably aren't going to be, you know, there or thereabouts in terms of quality, but they are going to put up a fight, and there's definitely going to be good spirit within that camp.
Yeah, so for anyone who is interested, obviously Mistaken Esports, Snake Runner, Johnny W, and Sean up against Mel, Murky, Dino, DJ, and Keegan. And obviously we only pay attention, guys, to first. We've got best of threes, obviously. These points now. We'll just update maps in just a short second, but for anyone who is interested, this one we've got Berlin Hardpoint, Desert Search and Destroy, and a Tuscan Control. So Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, I mean, this Mistaken Esports roster with the players that they've got on it, Pablo, we talk about time after time, they're very good at Search and Destroy. Desert Siege is one of those more strategic Search and Destroys. It's not kind of like a Tuscan where you can butt heads all the time, or a Bocage, for example. It's one of those where you have to play for picks very smartly, you have to play it kind of patiently and slowly, and it definitely feels as though this is a map set that probably benefits Mistaken Esports more than it hinders them in how strategic these ones are.
You know, we talked before about the fact that going to a best of three will change potentially people's attitudes towards map set. So yeah, definitely Desert Siege certain three is a muscle flex. You know, Mistaken probably know that they're going to have the upper hand anyway, regardless of what S&D. But Desert Siege is the most difficult out of the S&D maps in terms of its technical issues. And, you know, this is going to make it very difficult for Flux Nation. And we know just how good, you know, Luke is at S&D. And as an in-game leader, equally just as talented in directing the squads. We've seen it time and time again where he's gone negative in S&D and his team have still stomped. And you know it's his comms and his strategies.
Yeah, so the Mistaken Esports roster, when you look at it, I mean, we've seen them in challenges kind of various different teams. Obviously, Johnny's been on various rosters. Luke's had a lot of rosters through his time, but this Mistaken Esports roster, at least for the short term now, looks as though they've kind of had quite a fair few reps together at this moment in time. It's obviously now in a position where we can now say, right, okay, these lads have played together for a substantial enough amount of time so that they can kind of be like, right, okay, now we progress. We've got kind of the initial kind of wriggling moments that you might have when it's a new roster for understanding what people are doing, but as a team, we're now looking at these lot and saying, right, okay, you've got your reps under your belt. Now it's just a case of consistently improving. I mean, Johnny's been on rosters with Luke previously before. We know Sean as well. They're a group of four that have been together in the past, obviously with challenger changes all the time. You anticipate that general understanding has always kind of been there for these guys. It's just always been the case of, can they kick on in towards like past that top 8 point, because we've seen them time after time as individual players on various different teams kind of hitting that top 8 mark. It's just always been kind of like just kicking that bit off. It felt as though they've hit the ceiling and then they decide to, right, okay, scrap it, change the theme. Then they go down a little bit and then they work their way back up again, hit the ceiling again, change it. And it's kind of been a bit of a rinse and repeat for these guys. So hopefully they've kind of got a core net 4 now that you look at, especially if they come out on top in this LAN example. If they come out on top of this one, they're going to be feeling really, really good as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Johnny and Runner played, you know, partway through Cold War last season as well. And, you know, they've exactly as you pointed out, chopped and changed and never really found a balance for. And this is the first time we've seen them not only have a balance for, but produce consistently good results. So, yeah, expect big things from them this weekend. We just got to get through the games. But again, we just head over to Flux Nation. And honestly, I just think, you know, this is a good opportunity for them to get a little bit of experience, have a little bit of fun. And, you know, just try and maybe just throw one surprise, maybe just get a map or you know, just do something a bit interesting. A good opportunity for you maybe as on a personal level for one of the guys from Flux to shine or go off. But definitely you've got to put Mistaken. I think we're confident in saying we're going to plant our flag with the guys from Mistaken Esports. Hopefully these guys are going to be getting underway very, very soon. And you know, the best of 3 definitely throwing the cat among the pigeons in terms of the map set. Thankfully, hopefully we're not going to see any more triple Berlins for the rest of the evening. That would be tremendous. Again, guys, though, you know, we just want to point out that the problems that we have been having are largely to do with getting people logged in and lobbied up. The game itself doesn't seem to be optimized for it. So again, we're going to be retranslating some names. So you know, we'll get to it when the game starts, but there's going to be again a little bit of translation. But again, we just wanted to give a big shout out to the admin staff of the ACCL who are doing everything they can right now to just make this as smooth as possible. It's been a massive problem for them. Obviously, this morning, you know, when we have the issues, Activision are in bed. It's a Saturday, 3 a.m. their time. They can't do anything about it. So literally, we've just been fighting fires all day. They've done an awesome job. Big shout.
Yeah, so yeah, you gotta go, mate. We'll get you back in. But yeah, I mean, kind of echoing what Pablo's saying, like there is not a single admin in ACCL, obviously Prezi as well, that is not running around like a blue-ass fly, kind of just trying to get everything done, everything sorted. It's now in a position where we just got to kind of go with what we've got. It's a really unfortunate situation with how the BattleNet logging in and kind of the IP blowout worked. We're kind of in a position now where it's like, right, okay, we just need to try and make something work. Obviously, for you guys, it's been a case of, hang on a minute, best of 3s? I thought it was a best of 5s, but realistically, we have to somehow try and get a bracket going, because otherwise we're going to be here literally probably till Thursday next week. We've, done 4 series now, I think? I have a feeling there was another one that was done on another station. So obviously, as many games as we can cover, guys, as long as the guys are lobbied up and set to go, we will try and bring you guys. Obviously, with the slight issues with kind of the names and how they're changing, obviously, it's really, really difficult for myself and Pablo. We'll try and paint the picture for you guys, and obviously the beautiful mods, I know Lisa and Alf especially, have been updating the card so that you guys can tell. Obviously, it won't be the player names on the screen who is actually playing, because we are limited to how many people can actually get on a station. You can't just log in and log out, and log back in as another player with the issues that we've had. They're having to literally leave that console logged in with that player, because if they log out, they probably won't get back in again. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point, but we're just trying to make it work. And yeah, as you mentioned, all the admin staff, everyone involved, and I do really feel for Prezi, because I know he's had a really high expectation of wanting to run this well, and it's just something that isn't really in our control, that we can't really do a huge amount about, unfortunately.
Let's be honest, it's Vanguard again, and let's get to it. Let's get to our next iteration of Call of Duty. Let's get onto the new Modern Warfare. Let's get ourselves back onto some quality LAN play. But yeah, it's just been one of them days, but everyone's been battling. You know what, the games we have seen so far have been amazing. They've been really good matches. And hopefully that this one as well is going to be really good, at least be able to see the actual talent on LAN of these three players. I know Johnny W is absolutely hyped for this. He cannot wait to get started. We can't wait for him to get started. But this is going to be a nice opener for them. They haven't got, it's not the hardest tie for them. I think these are second to bottom seed, are they? In Flux Nation, I'm not sure, but I think they may be the bottom or second to bottom seed against probably one of the favorites. So this is the largest skill disparity in terms of in terms of teams and in terms of individual players. I was literally just stood behind Runner, just watching them shoot bots, and honestly, Major, it's frightening. I was like, my gun does not work like that at all. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting just to see how these guys play. We are hopefully going to get underway fairly soon, and they're trying to get as many games run through as possible, so that we're set up and we kind of it's a learning curve for everyone. We're just identifying what PCs are working on and all kinds of different things. And tomorrow, hopefully, we're going to hit the ground running. It's going to be a completely different day. But at the minute, guys, this is going to be a hefty day of Call of Duty, Major. And we just got to. It's a passion pit. Listen, we've been playing this game a long time. We've been casting a long time. We absolutely love it. We're not going to let the first land go down. So this is going to be a huge night. Let's get this mistaken game underway, and it's going to be a beautiful day.
Yeah. So just an update. I believe there was one player that was struggling to sort out this opportunity, because the way we've got it working, or the way it was supposed to work, just for anyone who is interested, we were supposed to have 3 active stations, obviously with 2 teams at 4 for each station. We ended up in a position where only 1 station was able to work with players that were already logged in to Battle.net. We've then had issues of lobby drops. We've literally had every probable issue has pretty much gone our way in terms of stuff that we literally can't control, unfortunately. I do believe that the guys, obviously, they're trying to lobby up now. I believe there's 1 person potentially that is struggling to get in at the moment. But in the meantime, Pabs, you mentioned these Mistaken Esports lads, one of the favourites. Obviously, there's a few other teams kind of in the bracket. Obviously, we will just get you guys kind of that visual at the moment. Obviously, the Katana Gaming lads, kind of on the flip side, Pablo, they're a roster where we've spoken about the quality on the team. It's just whether or not you can kind of knit them together with the addition of a one Joey Gizmo. So it's kind of flux. You could argue, in terms of the chemistry that they've got, should technically or maybe be a little bit more favourite, because they've worked together as a 4. But I mean, when Katana are bringing in Joey Gizmo into that roster, you just look at that roster and you're like, geez, that is stacked.
The question you got to ask yourself though is what's the balance like in that team? Do you know what I mean? They bring in a player of that caliber who dominated last year, with Steve Vortex and Nasty and Harry as well. They absolutely beamed last year. He's gone then to London Royal Ravens. He's absolutely had an outstanding season, and then come into a team with quite a mixed set of capabilities. Aroma's a really thoughtful player with a good communication, not necessarily the greatest out of the group in terms of gun skill. You got Chaxter, who's a legendary bulldozer player. I mean, the guy puts up horrific numbers at times. He can drop 40 bombs on your head, without even thinking. You've just got to think, the interesting thing for me is this is Chaxter and Joey are basically last year's finalists who played each other. So, and just that chemistry as well. You would expect a team with that much kind of firepower to do well, but whether the guys are mistaken have just had that longer period of time to scrim, to set themselves up strategically. We know how much Johnny W will try and win any game before the game starts, never mind once he gets into it. But again, there's more than just that. We've got the Scalp lads, headed up by Lutu, who could potentially do something. Then we've got a depth club as well, who could, we're talking about a couple of unknowns there. We've got Davey, who, arguably is the best player in the building. A T12
for accolades.
He's finished T12 world champs, Black Ops 4. Do you know what I mean? This guy he's an awesome player. And then you're looking at PT, who's absolutely nailed rank this year, clearly enjoys Vanguard, and he's going to come in. And they've got Connor. Oh my days! Every time we cast
BBV,
Connor, he's dropped. Hey, he can come in last minute, drop bombs. He can play for teams and drop bombs. So there's a lot of talent out there, and that's before we even start talking about the likes of Team Ricochet. They got Fudzy, they got Ross J. They were talking about a couple of the players there. Lucy describing as some of the best gun skill he's ever seen. It's a bit wayward at times in terms of strategy, but they could just drop huge numbers as well. It's a wild one today.
Yeah, and we're slowly starting to see kind of that integration of kind of the ones that you would consider kind of ACCL players with kind of this top 16, top 18. You mentioned the likes of Skelp, where Higgy and Kez are now on that roster. We're slowly starting to kind of meet that middle ground where they're slowly starting to realize, oh, hang on a minute, some of these ACCL players are pretty decent. Obviously, they come up against them in some of the Challengers Cups. They realize that's the scene. Obviously, Higgy as well, a player that myself and you gas up at the time, has been on some of those more prestigious rosters, as you call, more kind of the we use the word experience quite a lot, but those rosters that have been there and done it over previous CODs, they've reached the top 8 level, obviously trying to come through and kind of reach that. We've had a similar situation where we've had so many players that have been in that pool, that they've kind of gone back and forth within the same pool, and they've never really got there. So the integration of the ACCL players into that group, you feel surely like with the likes of Higgy, with the likes of Kez, JT as well, kind of being in and around that level, maybe they could be the key to unlocking some of these teams and some of these players to pushing in towards that next level, from top 8 to top 4 and so forth.
Yeah, and obviously Higgy and Kez being the kind of like the flag bearers from the ACCL in that sense. And obviously we've yet to have F.Dot turn 18 yet, so that's going to be, that kid's going to hit the ground running. Absolutely. Shout out to young Felix. But once he hits 18, again, we've got another player from the ACCL who potentially is of the very highest caliber. So with Higgy, with Kez, especially, when Kez puts up numbers, he can absolutely fry in the map. So it's great for the ACCL. It's great in terms of its ability to produce these top level players. And under, the good thing, one thing you would argue is that they will join with teams that have got Lutein, that have got players that with a bit of experience, and they will learn so much. But the key is for them to learn that and be able to apply it. And this is the resurgence again of Lance is going to help and get that little bit of advice. It's how to apply your strategies correctly. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a superbly interesting. All I'm after, to be honest, Major, is a Kiwi win and a couple of upsets. All I want to see. Best of 3 now. JT might have runny bump time.
That's the thing. All it takes is, well, I mean, how many series have we seen where a team goes 2-0 up and then they get reverse swept by the team that just took a little while to get going? Well, in best of 3s, you've got to hit the ground running. You've got to take that first series. If you don't, you've got a very, very difficult series on your hands. And like you say, grab 2 maps, you're through. So we might end up having a couple of these situations where we've got so many players that you think, how on earth have they not progressed through? They've lost 2-0 to a team that they shouldn't do just because they got slow starting. But yeah, you kind of flag up Felix. Obviously, it's weird to say that in kind of the space of a year, how COD and the ACCL has evolved. Obviously for us, like at the moment, this is kind of what we would have wanted to be like the pinnacle of kind of the ACCL stuff, and obviously introducing the LAN, and obviously with VibePay getting involved as well. This is kind of the peak that we've wanted to hit. Unfortunately, with kind of the technical issues, it's really been difficult to kind of get working through it. But yeah, in what, just over a year, I think it's been since obviously myself and you started kind of covering some of these games. It's like now we're in a position where it's like we're at LAN. We've got the likes of Felix, who I think it was Vitalized White roster. I think Felix will probably correct me in the chat, where he was on a team with like Merker. I remember that in Cold. And now we're in a position where we're saying, as soon as this lad turns 18, he's probably, I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but he'll get a good team. He'll get a very good team. As soon as he turns 18 and he can start to compete, he'll get a good team.
Kieran, Team Ricochet's all going, it's like hands off right now. F.Dot is my player, and that's all I want to know. You'd be like, hands off. But yeah, I mean, F.Dot probably get the pick of the teams at the minute. He's like the hottest prospect. Higgy, though, is a player who can definitely put up some numbers. So I know the Skelp boys have got high hopes for the team as well. But yeah, we're still struggling to get lobbies to come up, and we're seeing that the players that were in the lobby have dropped out again. Yeah. So again, just bear with us, folks. It's going to be a long old day, but it's going to be an exciting one as well. We're up to the best of 3. This is super. The excitement's going to be ramped up because we don't have to worry about the last 2 maps now. All that emphasis and all the pressure is on the teams that you expect to do well. The teams that are coming in on the lower seeds can probably sit back a little bit and maybe take advantage of that pressure now. So it's going to be huge. We do start off on a Berlin hardpoint though, so it's going to be nice again. A little bit of a slower pace, although the few hardpoints we've cast in Berlin have been frenetic at times.
Yeah, I say that normally we consider Berlin to be one of them. All right, okay, we can take a bit of a breather now. now. But we've seen so many good maps, even through little series, even on this map, that have been very good. And obviously, guys, ignore map 4 and map 5 because those are going to be disregarded. So it's only the first 3 that we're looking at. So Berlin, Hardpoint, Pablo, especially for the Mistaken lads, they're probably looking at that map and licking their lips a little bit to say, right, okay, let's do what we do best. Let's be organized. Let's be structured. And obviously, I mean, the slaying ability that comes with this team anyway comes naturally along top of on top of all of that you can already kind of gas them up about. So this map point, especially for the Flux Nation team, they're probably thinking, oh god, right, okay, we haven't got the bocage, we haven't kind of got the mixy maps that we might have hoped for. We've got arguably the one where those more organized, more esteemed teams are very, very efficient at.
Yeah, well, listen, if I'm Flux Nation, I'm thinking I want to put Snake straight under pressure. Snake's a notoriously slow player, you know, getting underway. I want to apply the pressure straight on him, make sure that he's 1-3, 1-4 into the first half point, and let's just see if you can get yourselves a little early lead and just let the boys just flap a little bit from Mistaken Esports. And I just think there's a little bit of the guys from Flux Nation are right next to us in the literally on the station to the right of where we are, and they are a little hyped, you know. I think they're very keen. They can't wait to get underway. Very excited. They've got the jerseys, they've got the whole works. They're ready to go. Flux, again, one of the longer running orgs coming through the COVID scene, have done absolutely awesome work, and definitely one of my favorite logos. We got that. You got to get that in there at some point. But yeah, if I'm Flux, I'm just thinking, enjoy yourself. Get out, try and put them under a bit of pressure, try and win your gunfights. I mean, at the end of the day, you're probably going to get outplayed in terms of strategy, in terms of effective rotations. Just win your gunfights, just try and keep them straight.
Yeah, well, this is the thing as well with teams that obviously don't go in as favourites. They've got absolutely nothing to lose. I mean, the amount of effort that some of these orgs, that you could argue, oh, they're probably not going to do very well. Like, they've got the jerseys, they've sorted out everything for the lads down, and girls. Mel's obviously playing on the hill in the Flux Nation side. So the amount of effort that every single org put in, obviously we see it on Twitter, we see the amount of kind of not just money investment but time investment as well from the orgs to kind of to nurture some of these players that obviously for us old guys, it's a case of at that age you need a bit of nurturing, you need a bit of guidance, and they're obviously there to support them, sorting out accommodation, sorting out travel, making sure they're all okay to make sure that they can go from A to B, because although it's kind of for a lot of these players it can be quite a daunting thing. Mel, for example, she's come all the way from Ireland, so it's a big old trek for some of these guys, and one thing you can't discount for anyone who's currently here is the effort that they've put in, and that's why it's so frustrating to be like that we can't get these guys on and playing, because obviously the amount of effort they've put in deserves that reward of just even playing like even just one series.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, welcome to Vanguard Call of Duty, folks, where we have to go through the itinerary of the orgs, because we got these interesting issues in terms of logging in, but honestly the passion is properly high. Listen, again, you guys have joined, we just want to give a shout out to the boys from VibePay, Luke Massey putting up the big numbers for the prize pool, and obviously we want to give a big shout out to Prezi and the ACCL admin who are doing absolutely everything they can to try and get this as smooth as possible. And it has been problematic. A lot of the problems have been out of their control in terms of Vanguard lobbies just being hellish. I mean, everyone who's watching this knows what a dodgy Vanguard lobby, how it can be. And imagine that 10. But we're close to getting this on the road. Yeah, we've got a few games to get through. I think this is going to go on fairly late, but hopefully we're going to be set up for tomorrow, so it's going to go a little bit smoother. We're probably going to start, I would suggest we might start a little bit earlier, just to see if we can get the games out the way, despite the fact that we might have an AM finish at this rate. But yeah, there's still absolutely, the one thing we don't really talk about are some of these lower ACCL teams as well. They've been competing quite heavily, a long rotation of games as well. They play a lot of Call of Duty. So, as we start hitting the kind of like mid-level seeded teams, I think there's some players there, some people in the tank. I mean, we talk about brand new dates. One team we haven't really brought up so far. They've had quite a sterling run of tournament finishes of good ACCL games. They've got to the very edge of winning a couple of things a couple of times, and they've won today as well. So it's one team that might be able to upset the apple cart a little bit. Yeah, one of the things as well that we've kind of mentioned and brought up is reps. The amount of reps teams get. Obviously these top teams, they're scrimming, but apart from in between the 2Ks, they've not kind of got that
that competition, because it is really different when you're scrimming teams and then when you're actually, right, okay, we're playing for a fair whack here. Obviously, the previous season in the ACCL, the teams were playing for, you're looking upwards of a grand for some of these games, some of these grand finals, and I think that's why slowly kind of the interest from teams that at the start of ACCL, fair enough that they're going to be scrimming when they're playing for small prize pools. It's not necessarily something that's going to really like light the beacon for them to be like, right, okay, we'll get involved. And then we've slowly started to see some of these teams just edge their way in and be like, right, we'll give it a go. Obviously, the Vitalized roster that had Gabe and Johnny on it, they managed to come out on top of that with Felix and Smudge, and they obviously now they're a much more involved set of players within the ACCL, and we've slowly seen it grow and kind of meet this point now where we've got a big pool of some of these challenger teams involved, which for us as a spectator and as a caster, as a neutral, is just perfect. We're seeing kind of even names like we've mentioned Dave, we've mentioned PT, like players that haven't even been involved in Vanguard coming out just to play in the ACCL, get involved in it, get the reps in, see the passion, and that's pretty much literally what, especially LAN Call of Duty, is literally all about. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so guys, Berlin Hardpoint, thank you guys for letting Pablo know that his mic's gone again. We all love you very, very dearly. So we are going to get involved into the Berlin Hardpoint. Hopefully the lobby doesn't drop. Ah, it has. Okay. So unfortunately lobby has dropped, so we are going to be back again to us. It's like the Major Pablo pod. We're just chatting away, just chilling. Hopefully we can get this one underway. Oh, just when you get the sniff, you're like, please work. Unfortunately, yeah, lobby has dropped, so they are going to obviously try and lobby up and restart. But the fact they managed to get everyone into the lobby is pretty much the perfect start. It was mad, doesn't it, say? We've got everyone in the lobby in a multiplayer game, but unfortunately we're working with what we've got. But yeah, Berlin.
It's a good example though. This is the problem we've been having today. So you guys, we're about to load in. The lobby's been dropping. That's what's been happening all day with every single lobby. We've tried to identify a ton of different issues, but it does actually look like it's potentially just Vanguard. The actual game isn't really like. Don't forget the CDL guys have kind of a ring-fenced variant of Vanguard. Yep. They're kind of like completely separate, almost version of it. Whereas we guys are obviously just on the kind of public one. Yep. And this is the problem we've been having. You know, you remember back in the day, there used to be an actual LAN option in the multiplayers, and we're just not seeing that right now. And I don't think it's obviously, you know, they're going through COVID. It was being built before that, but they just clearly not optimized for LAN, and we're just bearing the brunt of that right now. So apologies that we've had to ramble on a little bit about, you know, we're pretty much, you know, diving deep into the core of this LAN before it's really got itself off the ground. We are getting the guys' lobby back up. It does look like the lobby is kind of getting.
Yeah, we're just waiting on it.
We will get the game underway. Hopefully, though, this is a good sign that, you know, if these are able to lobby up on these PCs, we might start to see a few games start to shift over, and then we'll actually have something to talk about. But guys, do not forget, the accounts that they're logged into aren't their own, so we're going to have to do some translation for you, and we'll try and keep you as up to date and as surprised as possible while we do the mental gymnastics to do that.
Yeah, I say our P-brain is struggling enough anyways when we're doing some of this, so obviously we've got to kind of do the mental gymnastics of telling you. Obviously you guys will see rosters, you'll look at the Mistaken Esports roster and be like, who's that? But obviously we're going to have slightly different names for slightly different players. And before we do load in, guys, the list that we have currently at the moment. So Sean is actually on his account, I've been told. Snake is on Sloopies, Johnny is on Dino, and Runner is on Blowy, and then Murky is on Infinity, Keegan's on Legacy, DJ is on Fluffy Hippo, and Dino is on Hunter. So I won't play the map transition just because I'm afraid that it might drop again, but we'll have to see anyways if it is going to go.
It absolutely looks like, oh no, what? It looks like we've got a game underway, so hopefully we're going to just segue straight in. Listen, guys, before I'm going to make sure that my audio is working as we get into this Berlin hardpoint, and hopefully these guys can start shooting some bodies. It's been an exciting day. Just the experience of it's been cool, but we just want to get some actual Call of Duty underway for you guys. This is going to be it's going to be an interesting one, just from the perspective of seeing just just how good the boys from Mistaken, they're probably just edging out the Katana guys in terms of favorites, just in terms of, you know, their time together. So hopefully, again,
It's gone.
he's licked up the face. It's just like the side eye, like, yep, the lobby's dropped again. Man, this is it is what it is. Once we do get the game underway, I'm sure it's going to be really interesting. But again, this is, you know, guys, you are watching two perspectives to look at. We need to see how good Mistaken Esports are. We expect them, they should realistically body Flux Nation. It should be a horrific, you know, kind of, if Flux Nation were, you know, expecting to do anything, that you would expect them to be depressed at the end of it. But it's from the other side of things, it's an opportunity for Flux Nation maybe to just have a bit of fun. Let's see if we can get one of their players to get a, you know, few interesting clips and something a bit fun. But yeah, this is just going to be, everything's gone to the best of three. So hopefully you can speed things up. The lobby's holding. It's just coming into the game now. Now, previously we couldn't even get to this point. So slowly but surely things starting to work around. But yeah, we're gonna get underway. Major, let's get them. Literally the entire time I've been talking, Major's been memorizing the name changes. He's been like Sloopy, Snake, Dino, and I've got to try and read with my little rubbish piece of paper that you.
It's like a secondary school kind of exam for like language. I remember we used to get a page of it. It was like, okay, you memorize these words, you're gonna have an exam next week. So try and remember your vocab. I mean, the guys are loading in again, but it looks as though everyone has dropped apart from one on the side of Flux Nation as I prepare to cry into my pop filter on the top of my Yeti microphone. So it's just, oh man, it's this one where it's just. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because where we've seen the amount of time and effort that has gone into this, it's so difficult to see it kind of struggle at this point and not get what you want to see going. Because I know Prezi, we joke about Prezi's hairline, but oh man, I do feel for him with the amount of time, the amount of effort, the amount of investment as well that he's put in, both financially, time, obviously the teams, everyone that's come out. The fact that we're struggling to just even get a map going at the moment is just. It's heartbreaking, really. I think the best way to phrase it. It's so upsetting because everyone has put a huge amount of time into it, and it's just something that we can't control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's literally nothing we can do. And I mean, we've seen this. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. We saw this at the CDL Pro level. We saw, you know, a couple of 90-minute dropouts where the guys just didn't know what to do. We're not in the same position as the CDL guys. We don't have access to, you know, live Activision devs. We literally no recourse, just trying to battle through this on our own. And, you know, it's got to give a shout out as well to a lot of the people, the players that have turned up, trying to chip in with ideas. Johnny is working his absolute balls off to try and find out what the problem is himself. He's given a few good ideas over. So at the minute, like, it's back on the back seat a little bit. I guess we'll probably potentially, if we drop out again, I wonder whether they're going to potentially change up to different stations. But again, one of the problems we face is the bracket obviously being so large is that there's potentially 30 odd games to get through today before we get to the bracket tomorrow. So yeah, this could there are some options open to us, but then they're not very good options, including so there's a possibility for us to potentially go online as opposed to through LAN. But again, lobbying up could be an issue, so which it kind of circumvents the whole idea of LAN. Yeah, this is where we are at the minute, unfortunately, folks. We will hopefully bring you the best that we can, but right now, lobbying up again, guys. It died down a little bit out there. We managed to clear everyone out who wasn't playing. It was starting to get really warm in here at one point. But yeah, we will hopefully be getting underway, and then we'll give you some Mistaken Esports versus Flux Nation. That is basically the top seed, or the second top seed versus the bottom seed. So it should be, once we do get underway, it should be an interesting game. It does look like Berlin is about to begin.
Oh, you've said it. You've said it. You said it. It's not worked again. Oh, is this like Pala? Don't say it. Please don't say it. But we're to Berlin. Oh, no, we're not.
Trying not to keep it a secret. It was like, surprise everyone, it's playing.
I'm just all the bad juju is flowing at the moment through the building. So I just wanted to leave it. But yeah, for any of you guys who are listening, so basically the guys are lobbying up. They're in the lobby, and then as soon as they start the game, it just boots people out. And it looks as though there is nothing we can do about it. While they try and get this done, guys, obviously, as much as we can talk to the cows come home, but we don't want to bore you guys stiff. So what we'll do is we'll cut to a break, and hopefully we can bring this game with everyone in. Obviously, I'll be in the chat. I'll be keeping you guys updated as we go along. But it was obviously just save me and Pablo going around in circles and trying to cover as much. Because I mean, we could talk to the cows come home, but you guys fundamentally you want to see some COD. That's the reason you're all here. So
meltdown bar,
Yeah,
throwing things to the TV, going, the cows have gone home.
Everyone's on the berries. Everyone's like chalking up, boys. Let's get absolutely hammered. But yeah, so unfortunately, guys, yeah, we will just quickly be cutting to a short break. Hopefully, when we're back, if we're back, we will have a game. I say they're desperately trying to go back into lobbies, boot it up, and get map 1 done. Hopefully, if that happens, I will obviously bring it back to you guys. But in the meantime, we're just going to cut to a short break, guys, and hopefully, when we're back, we will have some beautiful Call of Duty on our screens. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience again. Jeez, wow. Well, we're ready to go. One thing, Pablo, your thing is picking up my voice. Let's see, I don't know if you've tweaked anything on it. But yeah, we're pretty much ready to go for another game. We've jumped into the one station that we know is working. So fingers crossed, it should be all right for getting into this one. But yeah, just make sure your mic's not picking it up, Pabs, if you open up your Discord bit. Open up your
I haven't changed anything, dude.
Oh, is that you've picked automatic? You untick that automatic bit.
What's that?
Automatic down. Right. Yeah, that one. There you go. Yeah, that's better now. I don't think it's picking me up now. Well, hopefully it's not. Because it's picking me up now. Everything that we thought was going wrong is going wrong. But I think
I've changed nothing, you know.
I think Activision are trolling at this point. Like we're never going to see the end of it. I think we're all good though. If you go on your thing and drag that slider up a little bit, perhaps, so it's not cutting me out. I'll give you a shout when it's stopped. Keep dragging it right. Keep dragging it. Go on, keep going. It's like an ongoing audio test. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go on. It's still picking me up. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. And I think it'll be all right. Oh jeez, that's so high. No.
Man, this is wild. It wasn't on auto. It was on auto from the outset, mate.
Yeah, no worries. We'll just crack. We're just going with what we're going. Right, okay, so this one, guys, currently, ICG Takeover up against Divergent Esports. The way this is working now, ICG Takeover 1-0 up, Pabs, and that map won 250 to 235. So it was a very good map. And we're getting into map number 2. We don't know maps for this one, guys, because we are literally just jumping in with these guys just to try and give you guys some form of COD on the screen. We do know who is who because, again, we've got the issue with BattleNets. So the roster of ICG is B. Cole, Dargs, Stobbs, Clark, and they are playing on the accounts Rico, Breeze, Fizzy, and Quids, respectively. Obviously, we'll keep you guys as updated as possible for that. And then the lads of Divergence, Shawnee, Teeks, and Robbo, they're actually on their own account. So we've got 3 players that are right. It's just Ciara is playing on DB. So that is the current one. We're just waiting on the guys to hit the big red button on this one. Obviously, I'm not going to jinx anything, and neither are you. We're going to keep our gob shut until we get in the game and everything gets kicking. But yeah, if map 1's anything to go by, Pablo, hopefully get a cheeky round 11.
Yeah, hopefully, man, and hopefully everyone who's watching's taking notes because we're going to be in kind of a weird position translating again. But yeah, nice to get into a game finally. Divergent Esports and ICG Takeover. One of those games again where prior to the bracket we weren't really able to put anything between them, so this could be an interesting one on already a first hardpoint result. Just kind of leaning that way that these might be a reasonably evenly matched side. So hopefully we're going to get a decent bit of COD.
Yep.
And hopefully we're going to be able to plow through some of these games again. You know, we think we're down to one station again, but it's just going to try and slowly but surely get the games underway. And I do believe this is going to be a Berlin S&D major by the looks of it. So with any luck, hopefully it's going to be a Berlin S&D. But yeah, 1-0. Did you say the ICG Takeover? So now Divergence, the guys under pressure right now.
Yeah, so ICG, they are the team in front. A little sniper as well. So we're back with a little Call of Duty action, and we do have the sniper to go with it as well. So see what these boys have in offer for us. So as mentioned, guys, we are running with names that aren't necessarily what you think they are. So number 1 on your screen there, Quids, that's Clark, and then obviously Fizzy is Stobbs, Breezy is Dargs, Rico is B. Coil. You know, getting towards this one, but Divergence going to drop 2 lives. So to our ICG though, so they're in a position already. They're now left in 2 versus 2 situation. It looks like Sean is going to try and run. He's going to run into both players. Sean, the pistol going to be enough to take down 1. It is going to be a trade that comes through though from Fizzy on your screen, who is Stobbs, and now it is Stobbs up against Teeks, who's actually got his own name. But he does at least have the. Yeah, but he does at least have the. He's got the bomb in hand, so he's got a little bit of an option of where to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to come down to good reads, and you can see number 8 in Teeks is just waiting for a little bit of information. I think he's seen the play now, but he's got a lot of work to do with that sniper. And if he gets, unfortunately, does get the kind of run side, then it is going to be Stobbs, who just makes his way completely round the back towards B. Just still checking for flanks, checking fire. He's going to push in and eventually get bombed down. Plenty of time as well. 12 seconds on the clock, and he's going to have a good bit of time to get himself set up. So big opportunity for him. The question is he going to read that push across mid? Right now, I think it is actually going to be Teeks, who was just peeking out of that mid window, and it looks like this is going to be a mid push and major. This is looking very good for Stobbs if he manages to play this cleverly.
Yeah, he's got some really good timing. Teeks is surely going to get shot in the back, and there you go, round on the board for the boys in blue. They managed to take that first round and go 1-0 up. So a strong start there already off the board. It was a little bit nip and tuck, that one, Pablo. If that turns to be the deciding round, these are kind of the ones that we talk about that make the difference. Although necessarily it can kind of be a bit hit or miss on who takes the round. But the boys in blue managed to get that one done.
Yeah, and you got to look to Teek's right there, 3-0. In fact, it's Stob, sorry, right there, 3-0. So pretty much holding the boys from ICG takeover. Open good 1-0. This is a big thing for Divergent Esports. Obviously, you're going to best of 3. You can't really afford to drop off at any point. They really do need to keep their foot to the pedal and try and get some picks. You can see Stobbs already just trying to get an angle over towards middle. Robbo, who is actually Robbo, just over towards this long platform, just looking to try and get control of this A point. There are a few players from ICG takeover, and that's going to be, I do believe it says Breezy, but it is going to be Dodge, who is going to get taken down, and that is going to be Ciara. DB is Ciara, so with a kill on the board. Sean's got bomb as we just breached that 1 minute mark. Divergent still got to get it down, and it's going to be Rico with the shots. Rico is actually B Cole, so it is going to be Stobbs. Left again, Major, now in the 1v2 from the 1v1 from last time, so big job again for him.
Managed to do it last time, but now he's got an additional player to work his way through. Three in a row as well, currently for Fizzy. Streak's still a long way away. So Fizzy. Stobbs for this one, so can he manage? Work something here. Bombs down, which makes it even more difficult. You can see there Teeks ready and waiting at the corner. It looks as though he's going to maybe take the outer lane. Feel though if this door opens, he's going to spot him. He's going to try and fly through, and he's going to manage to win one. But the trade comes through. Divergence going to put their first round on the board and tie it back up one apiece.
Yeah, nice defense there. We've seen this earlier in the day. A nice little staggered defense, just kind of both looking the same way. And the read's really nice. And in the end, it is going to be Ciara who comes in with the kills. Ciara's starting to pick up a couple of kills, and Divergence need that really. After that close map one, looks like S&D going to be kind of very, very similar right now. All parity, all square. And you can see Divergence all kind of pulling the weight as well. On the side of ICG takeover, it is going to be the boy in Clark. He really does need to get off the mark. And obviously, we've got himself in B Cole 1 and 2 right now. Still sticking to the sniper despite the lack of kills, Major. Do you think that's a kind of strategic issue? If he potentially might want to move to the AR to try and get ACG takeover a bit more kind of control of the map?
Yeah, this is the thing that we talk about. Do you switch off the sniper? Do you stick with it? Divergence, they have managed to take down 2 players from ICG. So it looks as though this A site that they've decided to go for is looking a little bit more bleak now. So can they manage to get the next pick? If it doesn't go in their favour, this round is looking pretty chalk, because Sean is going to make an ideal wrap literally at the nick of time. He spots, oh my goodness, I thought for a second Sean was going to win that one. He's not going to be able to. He gets taken down, and it is going to be Dogs, who is Breezy, currently on your screen, that will wipe him out. So now 2 versus 3, still playing for picks. They've only got 35 seconds left on the clock. Where is the next kill going to lie? It looks as though ICG, they're still just waiting for Divergence to give them something to bite on, potentially towards the later stages of the round, or maybe try and bait out some form of wrap. They've only got 20 seconds left here. It looks as though on your screen, Fizzy, who is Stobbs, is going to grab that bomb and try and work it over towards B, but they've only really got around 10 seconds to try and get in towards the site. They're really running out of time here, and Stobbs is going to transition over. The information comes through, so now already those Divergent Esports arrows, they want to make this one work over towards the site. The nades are coming through, obviously, with that roof now. They can't manage to just nade the guy off the bomb. They will manage to get the shots in, though, and there's another kill that comes through for Ciara, as it's now going to be Dogs 2, lost one man. Oh, the shots, though, they're not going to connect. It looks as though the chows are, though. There's so much information for both of the players, but they can't get the kills, and it is going to be Ciara that clutches up, and more importantly, Pablo, he's now 5 in a row. Like, yes, don't worry, he'll be back.
Back, unreal performance from the technical side. Yeah, 2-1 to Divergence, and this is the kind of performance they needed. Ciara, with a little bit of a slow start, absolutely comes good and on a 5 streak. So, question is now, Major, you've got you're 2 away from a glide. Does this change the way you play? Play a little bit more cautious, so you're looking for potentially getting your kind of like compadres to get some shots into place and get yourself an easy 2 kills, or do you just try and continue the form, just continue that aggression that we're seeing out of Ciara right now? The only player playing, superbly well for Divergence. It's given them that round cushion, and you just feel that if obviously the likes of Robbo and the Ripes of Teeks was just get a little bit more involved in the game, they could probably stretch this out right now. We've obviously got it's Clarky, Triple E Clarky is massively on the struggle bus on 0 and 4, and is at the 1 minute mark. It's going to be the boys from Divergence looking to get a little bomb site control and bomb planted at B.
Yeah, and now it's a position where, although you see Rico, it was going to be B Cole that unfortunately was in a position where he was 1 versus 4, and he's not going to manage to make that work. So ICG, obviously the team that took map 1, 250 to 235 for anyone who is wondering. They are now currently in a position where they're trailing in the search and destroy, and the boys of Divergence, Pablo, looking quite efficient at the moment. They just seem to be making kind of efficient kills and playing trades well. Obviously, it's helping when you've got Ciara currently on a 7 streak. He's now obviously got a glide bomb to work with as well, which is pretty much ideal, I suppose, is the word to say when you're 2 rounds up and now you've got a streak to work with.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. Does it change the way he plays? Well, he got really aggressive. He gets the picks and he's got the glide now. And a 3-1 with that 2-round deficit, that kind of cushion that they've got. He can take his time with the glide. They can see how far they can get. They might get themselves, you know, a few more rounds and not even need to consider it. Right now, ICG Takeover just need to get a few of their players, just, you know, in terms of Clarky especially. Right now, he's hugely struggling, 0-4. Didn't even get a pick in the last round. And again, it's the same problem really can be said for that Estarge, who's, you know, obviously 1-4 right now. So ICG Takeover really need to get these players involved in the game. They should play, even if they have to play a little bit more cautiously and just play a little bit more cleverly as well, right? Not getting the information they really need. And again, you can see this crazy split that they've got. They have managed, though, Major, to drag the entire of Divergence over towards this B bomb site. But the question is, why are they not telling, you know, Clarky, is it, quit to get over there and get that bomb planted?
Yeah, I suppose helps when we've got our little X-rays running, but they are going to finally get that bomb down. However, will be on your screen Rico or B Cole that will fall. Now 3 versus 4 here, but ICG bomb is planted. Now Divergence, they're going to have to try and work a retake here. See kind of split of players by Breezy on your screen, who is Dogs. It's going to be all the way over to that crane side of box. So got for 1, bring Clarky. Back occasions are going to happen. Clarky wins 1. Can he get the second onto Robbo as well? Not quite able to. So Robbo manages to trade them out. They're sticking the defuse as well. They're just on this. Breezy's got to be quick. He's going to manage to maybe take 1 down. He needs to check the bomb though. They're just going to stick it and they're going to get the defuse regardless. So unfortunately, the timing is going to get the better of him as he didn't realize that that man was just sticking the defuse. But ICG, they're starting to slip away from this one, Pablo. 4-1 now to Divergence.
Major, how many times have we had the conversation, you know, you stick the bomb as soon as you get into that bomb site, get that defuse on, because the chances are that either pick players are not going to, and especially when you've got the support from the rest of the team there, you definitely want to, so you want to get that bomb defused. So crazy plays right there. Breezy is S-Dodge, probably wanted to push that a little bit sooner. As soon as he gets that kill, he wants to be hopping in and making sure that no one's defusing. Again, probably would have got taken down, but a 3-round cushion, a glide in hand, big plays coming out to Ciara, 8-2 Major, huge performance right that to bring these guys potentially back to parity. Still got 2 rounds if they want to take it, so still a bit of work to do, and that potentially could take us to control. Looks like Ciara has gone and invested that glide and Major, not caught anyone, but some information will have been garnered.
Yeah, and it's also granted them the bomb plant, so just by forcing ICG inside, they're now in a position. They've got the bomb down, got Robbo inside the site. Breezy throwing some Hail Mary nades over the top to see if anyone box Robbo. A lot of work here. Does have his teammate in Ciara out the back of warehouse. Robbo is going to stay in towards the tight though, and he will get taken down, and there isn't going to be a trade nearby. Teeks, however, will manage to get one, and he does have eyes on the bomb at the moment. Ciara all the way out the back, so now it's going to be a 2 versus 3 situation for the last guys, and nice shots coming through there to take down Ciara. So now it's all on Sean. 1 versus 3, but he's doing what he needs to, Pablo. He's just playing it smart, getting that man off the bomb. All he's got to do is glide it. They're going to try and take him off the bomb, but he does just about enough. And unfortunately there, it's going to be Quids on your screen, but it's going to be Clark currently at the station that isn't going to be able to do enough. And it's going to be another round on the board for Divergence, 5-1.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because we've been talking about how Clarky needs to get involved in the game, and that would probably help ICG Takeover, but too little too late. And you can see the frustration with the shots at the end. I think these guys probably feel like they should be doing better based on the performance in the hardpoint, and just haven't really been able to bring this over into this Berlin S&D. And the chances are that, you know, we're at match point now. They've got themselves this huge round cushion, and we might be heading into a potential 3rd map over on that control. And really got to look to the performance from Ciara, but now in support, we're seeing Sean 6-4. We're seeing obviously Teek's the only player who's negative right now, but got some massively important kills. And again, you've got to look to Clarky, you've got to look to S-Dodge to start to pick things up if ICG Takeover want to see out this round right now. Otherwise, this is going to be potentially putting them into the blender, into going into control. And as I say that, of course, the player S-Dodge, the one that we're looking to for ICG to do some work, gets dropped. He's 1-7 right now. We do see Shawnee get tagged up, so it is going to be a 3v3 ICG takeover with a reasonably good opportunity. They force the players from Divergence again to go around the back, but it's nice to see Stobbs actually reading this play. The question is he going to think there's two players there? Timing could be everything. He managed to take a different angle, but he gets absolutely done by Ciara, who adds to the tally 9 and 3 right now. And that's going to be a 1v2 clutch with 15 seconds to go. It's a lot to ask.
Oh, and he got spotted there by Dogs. Dogs does enough, gets all the information. Obviously, bomb down, and it becomes so difficult to try and retake that site sometimes. So ICG finally get around on the board after what feels like an absolute eternity there. In the final kill cam there, although it says Breezy, it is going to be S Dogs man down. So still need 4 in a row to go in round 8. Divergent attacking side. See what they just work here. We've seen a bit of a mixed bag here. A lot of B pushes though from both teams. To be fair, the B site does tend to be working at the moment from what we've seen between these two, but it looks as though Robbo, he's going to have that bomb in hand over towards the A site. He is going to go. And now, can they manage to get these players out the site? It looks as though there's going to be a couple of players in. Rico on your screen is B Colt. Number 4 right here, Breezy. Dog. So there's a lot of reinforcements, and now the shots go down. They know there's one player at least in the site, and the trades come through here from ICG. So a good first blood, and it looks as though there is going to be one man that will fall on the side of ICG. So now Divergence still in a position 2 versus 3. Need to try and make this work. There's a kill from Robbo, but again, instant trade from ICG, and now Teeks, last man up. He's the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and this is big right now, Divergence. First time they've really been on the back foot, and this is a handful of rounds in a row with Teeks really needing to clutch up if they want to see this round through. But my word, you know, you've got to look at S-Dodge, 12 and 5, gone absolutely off. A little bit of lag as we do go on the struggle bus with our connection a little bit there. S-Dodge just looking inside to see if he can get a pick, and it is going to be Teeks who makes this a 1v1, 25 seconds is remaining. They do need to get bomb, and he's going to get tagged up right there. A major ICG takeover, slowly but surely starting to bring it back into this game from a 4-round cushion. We're now at a 2-round deficit.
I don't remember who it was that mentioned to me about the 5-3 curse, or was it maybe the 5-2 curse, where you're on the precipice of getting it, and just slowly the rounds start to fall away, just little by little. So see now if they can keep this going. I say Breezy on your screen. Dogs is 6th row, so if he gets one more, that is going to be a glide bomb for him to use, and we saw Divergence use it just to open up that B site. So where is he going to potentially get this next kill? You feel this first blood is going to be huge for ICG. They are going to butt heads over towards the A point. See on your screen, Fizzy, Dobbs, currently at the station, is just going to be watching over towards the back end of B. They're playing this so patiently. It looks as though they're just literally waiting for a first blood, and the first was a free pick, Pablo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're trying to bait Divergence out towards that platform so that, you know, S-Dodge can add to his already monumental tally of 13. And it's going to be a very patient push. And you can see right at the back, it is going to be, it says Quids on your screen, but that is indeed Clarky. Patience right here, ICG takeover is immense. We hit the 40-second mark. And again, just a very cautious approach. They have been quite aggressive in their games recently, but I think they get to 3-5. And this is all about ice in the veins now at LAN. You know, their first time, it's no longer online. They're next to each other. And so that every play becomes vital, especially at this point. ICG need these 2 rounds if they do want to take this series, but right now they look to back up. Number 7, no major in Sean is going to be there waiting for them at the B bomb site.
Yeah, Sean's going to be so busy. He needs to at least get one. He needs to get one. Thrown behind the bomb, get all the stuns and the doors opening. He's info. When will Sean make the move? Down. Right, bomb goes down. This is really difficult now for ICG because they haven't managed to plant it, and it drops in a really awkward spot. Sean gets 2, and wow, a round that just explodes towards the end after barely any engagement is going to grant Divergence that map, and they tie it up 1 apiece, Pablo. And obviously with these being best of 3s, we go to the decider.
Man, and a control at that. This is going to be wild. So big S&D from Divergence. You know, they managed to absolutely see it out when a resurgent ICG, largely on the back of S-Dodge, 14 and 5, despite those heroics, 11 non-traded kills, just not enough in the end. And ICG takeover and Divergence go 1-1. We are going to hit the control. Don't think we know what the map is.
It's Gavusu.
It's a Gavusu. Hey, we get to go to the beach. Yay! Get the paddles out, get the spades out, get the deck chairs out. I'm sure half the players at the Lana already on cocktails. So yeah, we're ready for Gavutu, but it's going to be nice to see. It's going to be nice to see how these play it. So it was really nice. Clearly, Darge enjoying the AR role. Clearly, just wanted to try and push that team in Divergence out toward platform. Well, whether that kind of thinking is now going to come into play into Gavutu, we know top both how important it can be in terms of controlling this map. We know Ring how important it can be in terms of controlling that B point. So this is going to be absolutely huge in this, and whether a player like Darge can continue that form. The question is he going to get the backup from the rest of his team?
Yeah, this is the beauty of best of threes. I mean, they had moments ICG where you think, right, they might get a bit of a regain, but Divergence, to be fair, they were very, very efficient, and that's kind of the dynamic change from going from a hard point that was obviously very, very close. ICG kind of gave themselves a little bit too much work to do. We've seen it a few times, even today, Pablo, with kind of the minimal series that we've had. A lot of the teams that have kind of almost not gifted, but allowed the other team to pull away quite convincingly. It's just been a little bit too much to claw back, and especially when some of these teams are at such like a similar level in ability, and with the kind of the amount of quality that we have in the venue, you don't want to be gifting teams 3-4 rounds pretty much in a row, especially in Search and Destroy, to give yourself that lead, because all of a sudden you need to then get some form of momentum going yourself, and especially in a Berlin Search where at the moment it looks as though we've seen quite a bit of back and forth on some of these attacking and defensive rounds where teams have kind of traded kind of round for round, and we know how difficult that B retake, apologies, can be. So as soon as that bomb goes down, defensive side is kind of in a position where it's like, right, okay, now we have to force the gunfights, but we now go into control where you argue it's kind of the mixture of pacing between the Search and Destroy and the hard point. So when you're looking at these ones, obviously we didn't see the hard point, we know it was very close, but it's just kind of one of those beautiful series, I guess, where we can go into it and think this could probably be anyone's game, and the players probably feel that way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams should be coming into this with a bit of confidence. Obviously, the hard point was reasonably close. You would suggest the S&D, the boys from Divergence, did kind of go off the boil towards the latter part of that S&D. But really, you've got to look, a big player like S-Darge, he might be able to just motivate his team to do something really special. He needs that support, though. I think...
Mike's gone. We'll get you back in. We'll get you back in, brother. We'll get you back in. That should be a...
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, in terms of Gavutu, I think this is going to be a close game. I think we're potentially going to see right the way through the 5 rounds. Hopefully Divergence can bring the form, especially the latter rounds, then into this control and make it an absolute fist of it. I feel like the 2 players that we saw kind of go off the boil in the S&D for ICG, which I think was Clark, I think was Cole. I think if they can just get back into a respawn frame of mind and start to put some numbers up, this could be an ICG game. But again, this is one of these games that we really struggled to put any kind of air between, and it's no surprise that it's on the full distance.
Yeah, so we are just lobbying up, guys, excuse me, for map number 3 on the Gavutu control. Huge apologies for you guys. Obviously, the wait that you guys have had alongside pretty much everyone here at the venue. We'll obviously try and cut through as many games as possible. We're already at 6 o'clock. We're struggling to kind of work our way through the schedule. Obviously, with the schedule change being over towards best of 3s, it will aid in us going through them quickly, but we can't ask for game 5s anymore, Pablo. We can ask for game 3s though, and we've been given one here. So it's one where, again, we talk about making that early run in the bracket. Don't want to drop down into losers. It's a kind of case of it's not going to be as much of a gauntlet, obviously playing best of 3s. So hopefully the bracket will start to progress a little bit quicker now. But still, you don't want to drop down into losers after winners round 1. You want to try and at least, if you're a team that's an underdog, you want to try and at least creep through 1, maybe 2 series if you can, to give yourself that extra little push so that you don't have to slog through so many losers games, because there is going to be a lot of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to be literally, you want to be flying through, especially if you're the stronger side. You want to be flying through these games and potentially, stop yourself from getting in the mire of a losers bracket run. That's the last thing that you need, especially with the difficulties we've had today as well. So this is a big one for both of these teams who aren't particularly favored to go particularly deep into the game. So a big opportunity for either team really to keep themselves out of that losers bracket, and they're going to need players to go big right now, and we've seen it from ICG Takeover, one player in particular, and obviously they had a great map 1. Now we'll see whether Divergence can bring that momentum from S&D into this control. I mean, it's Gavutu control. It's not the most favored map in the world, but it gives us a change of scenery, and it also gives an opportunity to just see how good the ARs are in these 2 teams. Yeah,
so we are now underway here. Here at the top of the screen, we are now running best of 3s here at the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. And it looks though pretty standard A push coming through from those blue arrows. Everyone is flooding on towards the point, left, right, and center. So we'll see where the first engagements potentially lie. Sean, going to be watching over middle map. There isn't currently anyone actually on the point from ICG Takeover, so potentially a missed opportunity to maybe get at least 1 or 2 ticks. You can see there, DB on your screen, also known as Ciara, who's currently playing at the station, is going to manage to get a pick. It's now going to be a position where Divergence, they don't really have a huge amount of map control at the moment, Pablo. You can see already, it looks as though they're already thinking for literally kind of turtling up and controlling that B site.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it got a little bit of a split push there, and we can see, obviously, I think it's Stubbs who's gone 3-0. They're going to be trying to get as much time over towards A, but again, it is only 2 stack right now, and already the boys from ICG just being penned back. It is going to be number 7 in Teeks with that kind of like ambition over towards their spawn, so that's going to tie up. I think it's Stubbs and Quids actually. Apologies, Clarky, who's going to get tied up over towards that kind of top beach end. And this is literally, in terms of defense right now, this is going the way of Divergence because they're able to get picks, although only a 1 life advantage. A is going to eventually get done, but it does look like the boys from Divergence have pretty much chalked any possibility of potentially just trying to defend on that A point. So it is secured, and this is going to give them 1 minute 50. And it's still pretty close in lives. So again, the guys are still kind of tagging each other up. But again, it looks like Clarky's brought that form over from the S&D. 0-6 right now is not what you want to be seeing, especially when you've got players like guys on screen, Rico, but it is actually Beep Cole who's 1-2 as well. So this is really playing into the hands of Divergent Esports. Still only a 1 life advantage though, and you feel as soon as Robbo starts getting picks, this could get quite messy for ICG in this round.
Yeah, and Busy on your screen, who is actually Stubbs. He's now 1 away from streaks. He's got the bait there from the teammate. He manages to take Sean down, so I do believe he managed to get that glide bomb just about before he fell. But I tell you what, at the moment, he needs a little bit more out of his boys, because although you see Quid's name on the screen, it is going to be Clark that literally doesn't even have a kill at the moment. And I was going to say, on the flip side, Teeks, he was actually a couple of kills away from getting streaks. He's not going to be able to get them, though. And with 1 minute remaining on the clock here, they've got to try and make a push, and they've got to try and make a push quickly here. Robbo, though, has managed to work his way all the way around the back of those players that managed to get up towards P1. It looks as though the dogs on your screen under the alias of Breezy put so many bullets in, but just wasn't able to get the kill. And at the moment, Robbo is just causing absolute havoc in the spawn, Pablo, because ICG, they can't push up until they get him out.
Yeah, and you know, that's absolutely forced Dodge to like kind of turn tail away from ring, which he was heading to try and deal with Robbo. Robbo's just having an absolute ball over towards spawn, and that's, you know, tied up 1 or 2 players, and already you can see, I think it's Rico, and you see him, B Cold being tied up, and he finally gets dealt with. Robbo went on a huge play right there, and we said as soon as he gets involved in the game, Divergence are going to look tidy for it. With 10 seconds remaining and 6 life lead, Divergence carry on that form from the S&D and bring it to this Gavutu control. And Sean right now just can't be stopped. 7-7. We got Teeks going off 9-2. Major, huge performance right there. Nice CG, just completely at sea as opposed to at the beach.
I'll tell you what, we heard the passion after that map 1 actually before we hopped on board. And after that map 1 finished 250 to 235, you're definitely thinking that that came out the side of ICG, and now they're in a position where they have dropped round number 1. However, it is going to be Divergence's turn to be on that offense. And we talk about this all the time, Pablo, kind of how one-sided Gavutu can be on that defensive side. But we say it all the time, go B, please, B. And it looks as though the boys at Divergence, I really hope that this doesn't go peak tong for them, because we bang this drum all the time to go B. Obviously, they've still got 1 man there. It's going to be Quids on your screen, but it's going to be Clark that's actually the lone man. He does have a little bit of help there coming through from his teammate Dogs to watch the cross. But if they can get at least 1 man on the point, just to try and delay this a little bit. It looks as though good work there coming through from Dogs. He's just going to shut that down, and that B push that we banged the drum about didn't really go very well. Yeah,
and it's nice to get Clarky on the board as well. A little bit of support there. Now, normally we would suggest 1 player goes to B while they 3-stack A, just because it would usually put the cat among the pigeons. But ICG just read that perfectly. They had 2 players over towards B, so a nice bit of defense. And again, they just managed to push Divergence out, so doing really nicely on the defense. Obviously, a little bit more bias to that on this Gavutu. You can see Ciara also starting to heat up, and obviously, if Ciara can carry that form that he had in the S&D over to this as well, he could end up putting up some big numbers. But Fizzy, man, is absolutely playing right now. That is Stubbs on your screen, 9-7. One of the few players for ICG absolutely bodying anyone, and it's still pretty close. They've got a 1 life advantage. They've got the tick over towards B, though. Divergence looking to get that second tick down. Fizzy has got to go big there, playing that cell heady. gets dropped, and it is going to be Divergence who've got that opportunity to get that second tick over. That nade, though, is going to absolutely land on the heads of Clarky. So another big play. Robbo goes big in the spawn once more.
Yeah, Robbo with some huge kills, and now he's in the back. He's just going to disrupt absolutely everything that's going on. Can he manage to get some more? You can see though on the flank, though, you see the name Rico, but on the station, it is going to be B. Cole that's making the plays, but another couple of kills come through from Robbo in the back, so he is just really disrupting this. And now, this is the dangerous part. They have managed to get the B point done. We know that that is the harder of the two to capture. Divergence now in a really good position to maybe make this one work. There's another kill that comes through in favor of Teeks, and it's going to be pretty much orange in the kill feed once again before they finally manage to get one kill on the board there from B. Cole. But now they're on the point, Pablo. They're getting the progression, and you can see those orange arrows. They are going to stop everyone from crossing over.
Mate, Robbo's gone from a pretty slow start to being almost double positive. He's absolutely owned this Kavutu, and Sean in support as well, 11 and 10. When you've got Teeks on 14 and 4 right now, this is body work on ICG takeover. 10 life lead. ICG have got to go absolutely huge if they want to get back involved. Honestly, I almost feel like they've kind of given up. They slowly push in. And Divergence may take a 2-0 lead, and it's not by chance, man. They are dominating this match.
That's a huge round. That's a huge round. They've done the hard part now. All they need to do is just hold the defensive side, and this is going to be a swift 3-0 potentially here, unless ICG can really pull their finger out. It's going to be a position now for Divergence where if they let this slip, my goodness, the roars that you are going to hear across that station. You look across the board at the moment, it's only Stobbs, number 3, who is currently shown as Fizzy, that is pretty much positive. Everyone else is really, really struggling. B. Cole, Dogs, and Clark alike. And on the flip side, when you've got Teeks running 14 and 5, Pablo, it's just a blessing when you've got kind of these ARs that are locking down the lanes. And even Robbo with the SMG has been absolutely rattling ICG as he gets another couple of kills, chews through more. And at ICG, their progression over towards A point, it will slowly start to tick through, but Robbo at the moment is causing absolute havoc.
I mean, you just look at the setup from the boys from Divergence. They are all the way over mid-map. They've got control over the spawn, control over ring, and I think, again, they're just going to play this and let the boys from ICG take over. Just have try and deal with them a bit at a time. They've played their lives so effectively. You know how often that second round, when you go to push B, you run the risk of getting absolutely bodied. They're the 7 life advantage. Unreal plays from Divergence. And you can see right across the board, almost double positive, while on the other side, we've got players potentially, you know, they've just managed to save himself from being triple positive in, I think it's Quids on your screen, but it's Clarky for ICG takeover. Really needs to start hitting his shots, otherwise ICG are going to find themselves in that unfortunate lower bracket situation. It's still pretty close to the 26 lives, plays 24. They've given themselves a solid amount of time to get that B point, 2 minutes. ICG finally potentially with an opportunity to get around on the board.
Yeah, it's just look at the lanes that Divergence are locking down. They have got middle map over towards P1. They've got players out the back as well. They know that they're probably going to try and push through the back. You can see how far back Sean is at the moment, just tucked into the corner. And likewise, his teammate there, there's a big kill coming through. It's going to be Ciara that takes one down. The trade does come through from B. Cole, who is showing as Rico on your screen. And Robbo, he's now going to work potentially a bit of a lane, maybe around the back. It's actually going to be Ciara as well. Still lurking at the back, looking to try and take down a few players. They are going to finally get on towards the point here, ICG takeover, but they still need to try and just clear these players out. And now it's just kind of almost like a search game, Pablo, just to try and find these players. They do take one down, but you can see that Rico, aka B. Cole, still causing havoc in the back. If they don't get rid of him, this is going to be really, really awkward for these players coming off the spawn. And he's 4 in a row. They've got to be careful not to feed him streaks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done so well back jungle. He's got absolute kills. He played his life really intelligently as well. He didn't take any unnecessary kills, and he managed to get 2 big kills that he needed to get. And that's given ICG the first glimmer of hope in this control. They have got that ring control now. It has been eventually he's been dealt with. B. Cole on the board, man, is absolutely doing work, but ICG still got a long way to go. It's still only 18 versus 13. Only a 5 life game, 46 seconds remaining. And look at those ICG arrows start to converge, but Major, those guys from Divergence have got control over that lane towards the side of that armored troop carrier, and this is going to be huge, especially when Ciara has been putting up the numbers that he's been putting up in this series.
Yeah, they're just watching the cross. Everyone that's trying to transition over towards the hill is really struggling just to even get close at the moment. There's another player that falls on the side of ICG. It's still going to be Ciara just watching the cross. There's another one there for Ciara as he just locks the lanes down. They've only got 17 seconds left to touch this, and it looks as though it's going to fall down to B. Cole. number 2. Can he manage to at least touch the hill here? They've got 10 seconds. Otherwise, they are down to the losers bracket. Again, another kill comes through. A glide bomb is going to be invested, though. Busy on your screen. Stobbs, though, in the seat is going to call it in, and they will manage to get the man on the hill. There's only 3.6 seconds left, though, and they take the man off the hill. There's nothing more he can do about that. And Divergence, they have managed to come back. The reverse sweep, Pablo, in the best of 3. They drop the map 1, but they come back in map 2, and map 3 looks faultless from them.
Yeah, you got to call it the mini sweep, but they did what they had to do. It might be a best of 3, but they've still got to come back, and they dropped that first map and came back in style 6-3, and then a straight 3-0 in Gavutu control. Huge plays out of the boys, and look at that, you know, double figures across the board, nearly hitting 20 for everyone. That is exactly the kind of performance you want at LAN. Divergence avoid what can potentially be the hell of a long evening of losers, because it is going to be a long evening. Divergence continue into that winners bracket. It's huge place for them, and it's going to be really interesting to see who they come up against next, because they were shooting pretty straight.
Yeah, they look very good. ICG are no pushovers by any means, so that's a big win there for Divergence. They will push through the bracket. Obviously, guys, our next game will be coming up hopefully very, very shortly. That station that those guys are playing on from that series you've just seen is the one reliable one. We pray that we'll be able to keep this going as quickly as possible through this one. So we are going to cut to a quick break, guys, while we get our next teams ready to go on the station. And hopefully we will be able to bring you some more Call of Duty action very, very shortly. So grab your food, grab your drinks. I need to hydrate. I need the toilet as well, because it's nervous times here at the depot. But yeah, we'll be quickly cutting to a break, guys. And then we will be coming back very, very shortly. Ladies and gents, welcome back. We are here once more after a little intermission. Thank you very much, guys, for your patience. As always, our next series is going to be up on your screen very, very shortly. We've got Mistaken Esports up against Flux Nation. Again, guys, disclaimer, with the problem with names currently at the moment is that we've got issues with players obviously playing on different Battle.net accounts, so we will try and guide you guys through the team names and who is who. Looking at the roster going, they're not on this roster, but they are sat there. We can see them just through the doors. They are currently sat on these PCs. We promise you, we're just waiting on everyone pretty much to get this one going, and obviously shout out for the names currently from our list at the moment. So Mistaken, you will be seeing on your screen DB, Sean, Alec, Robbo, and Teeks. But obviously for anyone who knows these Mistaken lads, it's going to be Johnny, Snake, Sean, and Runner respectively. And then Flux Nation, which on your screen you will be seeing Quids, Breezy, Fizzy, and Aquilini up against, and those players again going to be Keegan, Murky, DJ, and Dino. So another bit of a messy one, perhaps, but if we're predicting, you're probably looking at Mistaken for this one. They're obviously one of the favourites, probably to take the whole thing, I'd argue.
Yeah, I mean, I've got them edging out maybe Katana and maybe, again, Scalp and a few of the other teams. I've got them as the favourites, just more than anything else. Their time together, and they've played at some kind of, like, really competitive level as well. These guys from Katana, although their capabilities are incredible, just not as much time together in terms of strategizing and stuff. So, I mean, it's close. I mean, it could literally go either way. We're saying this just simply to plant a flag, but this is probably the first of the really hot favourites to play today. Thankfully, the issue with the names is going to be a lot less than it could have been as we hit the best of 3. So just waiting on those maps, and I think as we probably bring them to you as we get them as well.
Yes.
But obviously, we're looking obviously to see these guys maybe go 2-0. It's going to be obviously very, very difficult for Flux, who are probably one of the lowest seeds in the group. These guys are definitely here for the experience. It's going to be a lot of fun for them.
Yeah, so we've had really good games so far. It's just been a case of getting them going. That's the hardest part for us at the moment, is literally getting the games underway. So hopefully fun. We have had a lobby chalk. I beg this is the only one that we get, because we did have everyone very, very quickly, and obviously we know kind of these players now, obviously it's getting towards the later hours. They're going to be much more efficient at getting in, getting started, and just literally getting on the station going. So hopefully the breaks in between the series now for you guys will just slowly start to be a little bit shorter and shorter and shorter. Obviously, as the information comes through and players get set up, and hopefully they don't sign anything out, because we've had a couple of occasions where we've had the station ready and somebody has signed out of the Battle.net, so it's screwed it. So currently, the way the system works at the moment on the main broadcast, it's got 4 players sat opposite 4 players. Obviously, they can bark at each other across the screen and all that good stuff. But one of the players signed out of a Battle.net, so he's now given someone else on the Flux team, and they've had to use a computer over the other side of the venue. Unfortunately, that's the best we can really work with at the moment, but we're just waiting on the guys to get lobbied up in this one. So I believe it is a map 1 Berlin for this one, Pabs. And I actually shows me well. It's the same maps to what we had before. I think it might be Berlin, Desert, and Tuscan.
Okay.
I think. Don't quote me on it. I don't want to say anything just yet, but yeah, we spoke about it briefly before for anyone who wasn't Mistaken as a roster. Very, very pragmatic roster, very organized. You know they're going to be very good at these slower pace, more pragmatic maps. And this map set for them, you would think, on paper, looking at it, they're looking for a 2-0 in this one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a Gav. I am literally going to check that we have got audio, though, just very
you're all good.
paranoidly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2. I don't think we're going to get to see that Tuscan control. I think the 2 maps are very much lend themselves to a team of higher capabilities, higher strategy. And obviously, you know, both maps are perfect for ARs. You might even see a sniper come out. But I think Mistaken are gonna take this comfortably. It's, you know, I think more than anything else, I think it's just a good opportunity to get them on the PCs, get them warmed up, get them playing, and let's get the show on the road as such. And I think once we get past this little hurdle that we've got in terms of the lobbying up and the issues and stuff get settled, we can start to look at getting the rest of the guys on, because there are players out there who are desperate to get on PCs and desperate to get playing. So yeah, this one's going to be, I mean, I think this is going to be quick. And the other thing is, obviously, we've gone to the best of 3 to just try and move things along a little bit. The only unfortunate thing is that we can't get, you know, lower bracket seeds and all those other good things that will get us to Sunday onto the other stations just at the minute. And again, you know, you've got to come back to Activision and just ask the question, you know, this game, how can it not work on LAN? It's a competitive LAN environment. It's mind-blowing at times.
And the thing is as well, right, LAN COD, for anyone who's ever been to a LAN event, this for me is my first LAN event at Call of Duty. Obviously, we're not playing. The atmosphere and obviously the vibes you get from the teams, from coaches, from everyone involved, it is an electric feeling when you get the games going and you see kind of like the passion that these guys are throwing out at us. So it would be so good if we could just have this sorted so that we can sort this out with no technical issues, because we've flagged it up before. Obviously, Prezzi's put a lot of effort into it. All the ACCL team as a whole have put a huge amount of time into this as well. So to not have it come quite as we'd like it is just a bit of a kick. You feel if we could just get this one BattleNet issue sorted, kind of the LAN issue kind of ironed over, this event especially would have been incredible for the amount of showing of teams, the quality of players as well that we've got on display, which we're about to see under different aliases for this one, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a position where it's frustrating, but you feel if it is something that can be fixed, if it's something that's easily fixable, because you know CDL, they've been struggling as well, haven't they, with some of their issues as well, and they've obviously got a huge production team, a lot of people on the inside of Activision going to the events, helping them out with it to make sure that it works. They still have issues. So for us guys over here who are trying to run something a little bit smaller in terms of a production base, it's really it's not as simple as on the outside looking in you think it would be. People might say, oh, I'll just do this, just that, but trust me when I say Prezzi and the guys have tried absolutely everything to try and get this to work.
It's not just Prezzi's, loads of the players have chipped in. There's a couple of guys, you know, there's a lot of people here who are technically, you know, they've got a really good understanding of how the PCs work, how the actual net code works and things like that. But there's nothing they can do. There's no pipeline, realistically speaking, that in terms of, you know, between here and Activision. So we are kind of on the struggle bus, I mean, quite heavily, and we're going to try and churn through as many games as possible. But right now, it's just really difficult to get them underway. The lobbies are so very fragile once we launch into the games. I cannot tell you. And like the problem you've got is players are now under a lot of pressure to not make any kind of mistake. You know, we've seen already tales of like someone accidentally turning off a PC trying to get to a USB stick and just pressing the power button off, and it's those kind of things that can put you 40 minutes behind. So just like little things like that have just really impeded it. But it's been regardless of an interesting experience. It's been a lot of fun to cast over the games we have cast over, and obviously getting to see a lot of the faces in the community and put those faces to names that we've cast over previously has been great. But obviously we want to bring you guys the best possible kind of Call of Duty experience while you're at home. And right now this has just been it's been an interesting learning curve. And again, I think as he said it best when he went, Joe, we might just not do another one in Vanguard.
It's unfortunate circumstances. Again, shout out to the mods in chat as well, to Alfie. I don't know if Lisa's gone to bed. It wouldn't surprise me. Hella early, even if it is only 8 p.m. at her time. A huge shout out to those guys and all the mods, everyone involved, kind of coming together to help us out and give every little bit of hand to make sure that the viewer experience for you guys is what it should be. I say we aim fundamentally to make sure that you get the best viewing experience. Put a lot of time into it. Obviously, Jacko, who you can't see behind the screen, is also like running back and forth like a crazy dog, just like trying to ask people what's going on, literally sneaking through behind the scenes. You'll probably see him just peeking through there. He's also losing hair follicles rapidly over what we've had today, and it looks as though they are going to start lobbying up again, which I believe is going to be for the third time. and hopefully we can get into it.
You know what I'm really made up about? You know those like 10, 12-hour streams that we did for the 2Ks and that?
Yeah.
Man, they are coming in, all that is coming into
It's all
play now.
experience, mate. It's prepared us for this very moment. This is what literally we've been training for all these years. It's literally the worst case scenario that's come down. I say a huge shout out to everyone who stayed in the stream. I say the viewership numbers that you guys and the support that you guys have shown for very little Call of Duty, which I say we hugely apologise for. Hopefully going forwards, especially into tomorrow. Because it is going to be a long night of Call of Duty. Whether we'll be casting every single one of it all throughout the night is necessarily, we're not entirely sure yet because of timings, because the games, again, they're going to be starting again at 10 o'clock in the morning, but the way this is working with only one workable station, the guys could be playing here, some of these, until 4 AM, obviously, where they've only got one potential game to play, maybe two. Obviously go back, have a nap, come back. Whereas for us, we're kind of here for big chunks of time. So it might be a case of, unfortunately, for the broadcast sake, we might have to cut it. Obviously, we can't go to 4 AM and we're back in at 10 AM, obviously, unless we've got an incredible amount. To be fair, we've got the energy drinks, guys, haven't we, over in the corner? It's a good segue, actually. I'll run the ad. I'll run the ad. So they've obviously been helping us out.
I look like I've been president of America for 4 years by Monday if we do that. I feel like completely gone grey, all kinds of lines. But, you know, we'll do our best. We definitely will be bringing the best that is available today. But again, the production will probably run till at least 9 o'clock so we can fit in the games that we can. But you just got to appreciate that with the fact that we've only got one working station, and to an extent even that's been split out slightly. The guys here, the players here, are going to have to get super passionate and potentially, you know, run it through. And you got to give a big shout out to Lava Esports, who just said, we'll run it until you need to run it. So again, it's going to be very difficult, and I think we are going to potentially need 2 working stations in order to bring this down. But the best of 3 is going to help. I think we're going to be speed running some of the games as well in the background, so no gaps, no breaks, just get into your game. And if you get too old, it's unfortunate the way it worked out. But again, you know, this has been a learning curve for the Lamb. And then obviously when we hit MW, the new MW, it's going to be legit, because we were going to, fingers crossed, it's going to be coded correctly.
It's unfortunately where, say, we're working with what we've got. There was the difficulty. There was kind of the debate potentially to get it going to a certain extent, try and get as many games going as possible, and then if it wasn't possible, fit it in obviously before the end of Sunday, because some people might have work on Monday or however their travel plans are working. It might maybe be a situation where they try and move the later parts of the tournament over to an online one where the guys can get the games done. They don't want to try and be in a position where guys have signed up for best of 3s, best of 5s, obviously a double elimination bracket, and then all of a sudden it's like, right, okay, best of 1, we need to get through the schedule, because they have put they have invested a lot of time, a lot of money into getting here, obviously, for a lot of these players as well. The income that they can get from some of these tournaments is a big factor to them, and obviously it's a big part of their lives. These guys put a lot of hours into the game, as do all the people that help run it. So it would be a shame really to be like, okay, we've got to cut it short, we've got to do that. So we're trying to find kind of that middle ground, that in between. But people came for a LAN. We're trying to give the LAN as much to the best of our ability, which hopefully I can get cracking any possible. I think the guys are trying to lobby up maybe for the 4th time of asking, and this is on the one working station we have. So if anyone in the chat can whack a prayer in there to help us get this one going, because my god, we might need it at the moment, because it looks as though we've had another potential map restart, which I pray doesn't happen again. Yeah. Yeah, no. Just double. We are just going to have to quickly cut it to a break, guys, because apparently they are having issues with PC. It's just a quick intermission by the sounds of it. They're just going to give us an update on what it is. I pray, please, prayers in the chat. I pray that this is going to be okay. But yeah, we are going to quickly cut it to a quick break. When we come back, hopefully it will be good news and not bad news. But yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very, very shortly. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the ACCL VibePay Spring Invitational. We are coming back. Unfortunately, though, Fabs, not with the best of news. We've kind of reached a point now, a bit of a fork in the road, where we need to try and make a decision based on any benefits for the players that we can try and prioritize right now. And that priority is to make sure that the guys that are playing here in the venue, the guys that are attending, we make sure we get everything as much right as possible, pretty much, to ensure that they get the experience they have paid and come for. As a result of that, because we have to obviously introduce observers that are in the game, or production for the stream as well, we want to try and cut any ties to anything that is going to potentially cause any sort of upset to the guys that are currently out there at the moment playing. And as a result, we are unfortunately going to have to cut the stream, because of which we just want to make sure that those guys get it right. It's a position now, Pabs, where we're here. We've literally, say, Prezi, all the admins, every player has tried everything, pretty much, with every single computer, every single keyboard and mouse, every single button account to make it work. But unfortunately, we just kind of hit a point in the process now where we have to try and do what's best for the guys in the venue. Yeah,
this is all about the people that are actually here, and just need to get these guys onto stations and then playing as soon as possible. We did get news that Battle.net have kind of passed the book a little bit onto Activision, saying that this is their deal, which is it is whatever it is. But just to highlight just how out of everyone's control this has been, an absolute, like, it's clearly a netcode issue. It's clearly a Vanguard issue. You know, we've seen the CDL Pro teams have the same problems, and they've got a ring-fenced version of this game. So, you know, we're out in the open, we're out in the wilds right here. So our focus right now is just getting the players the experience that they deserve, and trying to get the games through so that we can come back tomorrow potentially with a fresh perspective, fresh eyes, get everyone through it, and hopefully we won't be at, you know, 4 AM trying to push through losers bracket games. You know, the guys have put a monumental amount of effort into this, and it's just been really, really difficult from start to finish. And again, just to reiterate, it's so out of everyone's hands. And there's some great really smart people here who understand netcode, computers, everything, and have tried everything and just not worked. So unfortunately, this is where we've come to. We just want to make it as good as possible for the guys here. We will keep you updated on Twitter though, so keep your eyes peeled, and any games that do get played, there's still going to be best of 3, but we will keep you updated with the scores.
So we echo kind of all the thanks, Prezi, and all the guys at the ACCL. We do thank you for all of your patience that you've shown throughout the stream. I say you guys have seen a lot more of a Be Right Back screen than unfortunately have of Call of Duty, which is a shame, because the games that we have had have been really, really good. It's just, we've kind of reached a point now where it's like, okay, we need to prioritize players. We need to make sure that this bracket is moving, and we need to make sure that hopefully tomorrow we can try and sort this out by that time. I say all of Prezi, all of the staff working 100 miles an hour, make sure that this happens. From behalf of all of us over at ACCL, myself, Pabs, we do thank every single one of you for tuning in, for being interactive. As Pablo mentioned, keep an eye on Twitter. The ACCL Twitter will always keep every game posted and updated. The scores, periscopes as well, as Gray has mentioned. We'll try and get as much information to you guys as possible in the meantime while the production is down. Unfortunately, we unfortunately have to try and cut it down. But yeah, it's something, guys, we don't really have a huge amount of control over, which is the most frustrating thing. If we could do something about it, that would be a blessing. Unfortunately, we can't, so we are going to have to cut the broadcast short. But keep your eyes on Twitter, guys. ACCL official, leave it Twitter handle. Back at I've got the wrong one. But yeah, keep your eyes on Twitter, guys. You'll be seeing periscopes, score updates. We'll try and keep you guys as updated as much as possible. But for myself and Pabs, that will be it for this evening. Hopefully, we will be back tomorrow with a lot more Call of Duty to come, where everything is working, going okay. So yeah, huge shout out to you guys for tuning in. Apologies once again. Hopefully, present chat. See you guys tomorrow for more Call of Duty. Thanks again, guys. See you then.